Chapter 193. Zi Chuanyu was one of the famous geniuses among the inner disciples of the Dongfu sect. He was the focus of the Dongfu sect. The Dongfu sect attached great importance to each of its disciples, especially their life and death. The array masters of the sect had engraved an array that could detect their life aura. If they died, their life aura would disappear and the array would collapse. Once the array collapsed, the array flags in the hands of the array masters of the sect would shatter. The array masters could determine who had died based on the broken array flags. Once Zi Chuanyu died, the array that could detect his life aura collapsed. The array in the hands of the array masters of the sect that was connected to the array on Zi Chuanyu's body also shattered. Therefore the array masters knew that Zi Chuanyu was dead. The death of an inner disciple was not a small matter. The Dongfu sect wanted to know the cause of Zi Chuanyu's death and immediately started an investigation. The Dongfu sect did not know the exact location of Zi Chuanyu's death. They only knew that Zi Chuanyu, Yishi Kong, and the other four had entered the Blue Cloud Mountains to train. Therefore the Dongfu sect could only send people to the Blue Cloud Mountains to investigate. The focus of the investigation was the area where Zi Chuanyu and the other four had been. They also had to investigate the area within 1,000 miles. A perfected being elder led the team, which included core disciples, disciples of the human sect, and deacons. There were more than 10 martial saints who entered the Blue Cloud Mountains. The area where Zi Chuanyu and the other four had been training was deeper in the Blue Cloud Mountains. It was an area where level 2 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to beginner martial saints, lived. It was the focus of the Dongfu sect's investigation. The perfected being elder and some martial saints with high cultivation went there to investigate. As for the Kunyan mountain range, there were usually only high-level ferocious beasts. Only level 2 demonic beasts would occasionally appear. Most of the warriors who trained there were below the martial sage realm. It was one of the areas that the Dongfu sect neglected. The deacons and core disciples of the sect did not plan to go to the Blue Cloud Mountains. In the end, under the arrangement of the perfected being elder, Du Bianqing, an inner disciple, led a team to the Blue Cloud Mountains to investigate. Du Bianqing wasn't an ordinary inner disciple. He was the #1 inner disciple of the Dongfu sect. Like Zi Chuanyu, he was also one of the top inner disciples of the Dongfu sect. Moreover, even though they were both key candidates, the extent of their training was different. In terms of talent, Du Bianqing was far more talented than Zi Chuanyu. Whether it was in terms of cultivation speed or aptitude, Du Bianqing was far superior to Zi Chuanyu. Zi Chuanyu was a 7-star martial saint, Tianming. He became a martial saint at the age of 18, and a 2-star martial saint at the age of 19 and a half. He was 20 years old this year, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd level of the astral vortex realm. His battle prowess was comparable to a 3-star martial saint. Du Bianqing was a 9-star martial saint, Tianming. He became a martial saint at the age of 16 and a half, a 2-star martial saint at the age of 17, and a 3-star martial saint at the age of 18. He was 19 this year, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of the astral vortex realm. He had defeated a 4-star martial saint before. The difference between a level 3 martial saint and a level 4 martial saint was the difference between a beginner martial saint and a middle martial saint. However, Du Bianqing was able to defeat someone of a higher level than him. In terms of combat prowess, Du Bianqing was also far superior to Zi Chuanyu. When Du Bianqing was a 2-star martial sage, he could almost defeat a 3-star martial sage. Compared to Zi Chuanyu, who could only contend with a 3-star martial sage, the difference between them was obvious. In the Dongfu sect, Du Bianqing was known as the #2 genius among the disciples. Du Bianqing's identity was also extraordinary. He was the nephew of the Dongfu sect's sect master, Du Bianxiong. His father was the perfected being elder of the Dongfu sect, Du Bianing. He was the perfected being elder who was investigating Zi Chuanyu's death. The reason why Du Bianing sent his son to the Blue Cloud Mountains was because he felt that the Blue Cloud Mountains should be safe. With Du Bianqing's strength, the Blue Cloud Mountains should be safe. The Blue Cloud Mountains. Yixing constantly used star crystals to recover his star essence. He maintained the speed of engraving the runes without slowing down or stopping. Today Yixing felt very different when he was arranging the coiling snake array. Due to the sense of urgency in his heart, his mind was focused like never before. This was a level that was impossible to achieve under normal circumstances. This caused Yixing to increase the speed at which he set up the formation. Furthermore, his proficiency in formations also improved much faster than when he practiced in the past. Since Zi Chuanyu and the others were killed, the number of fierce beasts that rushed over had decreased. Most of the fierce beasts had turned around and left before they could reach here. Beasts had a keen sense of smell. Obviously, they knew that experts had died near the canyon and did not dare to come over. It was not until Yi Xing's coiling snake array was more than 50% complete, covering more than half of the canyon, that another strong enemy came. It was a level 2 demonic beast. As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow road. This was really true. The level 2 demonic beast that came was the winged flying snake that had fought with Old He yesterday. At that time, the winged flying snake was hit by Yi Xing's arrow and fled far away. Yi Xing did not let Old He chase after it. Now that a day had passed, the winged flying snake's injuries had healed. It had also sensed the aura of the star crystal spiritual milk and rushed here. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Old He and the winged flying snake fought as soon as they met. Yi Xing saw that the winged flying snake's injuries did not seem to have fully recovered. Old He could resist it, so he ignored it and focused on engraving the array runes. He wanted to complete the coiling snake array as soon as possible. As long as the coiling snake array was completed, Yi Xing would not care about an elementary martial sage. Although the coiling snake formation that Yi Xing had set up was an ordinary level 2 formation, it was a formation in the form of a formation base. As a level 2 formation, it was the strongest existence. It was far from comparable to the level 2 coiling snake formation in the form of a formation disc. It would not be difficult to kill a 3-star martial saint. This time, the winged flying snake and Old He fought fiercely for almost an hour before it was injured by Old He's claws. The new injury caused the old injury to flare up. With injuries on top of injuries, it fled again. During the battle between Old He and the winged flying snake, a team of 4 below the martial sage realm had come here. They observed from afar and chose to retreat, leaving far away. When the winged flying snake was defeated and left, Yi Xing's coiling snake array was 80% complete. It surrounded more than half of the canyon. When the coiling snake array was 90% complete, Yi Xing suddenly felt a fluctuation of star energy in the sky above the canyon. The scene above the canyon suddenly changed, turning into a starry sky. Among them, a star lit up and gradually grew bigger. It was a blue star. 80% of the star was endless water, forming a vast ocean. Yi Xing instantly realized that this was the awakening of astrology. Chu Jingyue had reached the last step of breaking through to the star vortex realm. As long as astrology was awakened, the starlight cluster compressed by the 9 star rings in the Dantian would rotate and form a starlight vortex. Then, one would step into the star vortex realm and be called a martial sage. No wonder junior martial sister Chu was able to cultivate water attribute martial arts so easily. So it turns out that her astrology is a water attribute star. Yi Xing muttered to himself as he looked at the vast ocean of blue stars. Chu Jingyue's astrology was not awakened for long. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was completed. The illusion of astrology disappeared. At this time, Yi Xing had finished engraving the last array pattern. The coiling snake array was finally completed, covering the entire canyon. Now, we don't have to worry about others snatching the star crystal spiritual milk, unless they are mid-level martial sages or second-level demonic beasts equivalent to mid-level martial sages. Yi Xing thought. Below the canyon, in the space between Chu Jingyue's eyebrows, a blue water-based star was suspended in the starry sky. The starlight cluster in the Dantian also slowly rotated the moment the astrology entered her body. Under the influence of the water-based astrology, Chu Jingyue's star vortex looked like a water vortex. After breaking through to the star vortex realm, Chu Jingyue stopped cultivating. Seeing that less than 1/3 of the star crystal spiritual milk in the pool had been consumed, she breathed a sigh of relief. After becoming a martial sage, Chu Jingyue was in a good mood. She soon came to the top of the canyon. Senior brother Yi, it's time for you to cultivate. Have you finished setting up the array? Congratulations, junior sister Chu. Yi Xing nodded and congratulated Chu Jingyue. There's no time to lose. Junior sister Chu, return to the sect on Old Black immediately and report the news. Oh, when you pass by Zishan County, inform Zishan Ho first. Okay. Senior brother Yi, be careful. Chu Jingyue knew that the most important thing now was to report the news to the sect. She did not refuse and left on Old Black. With the coiling snake array, Yi Xing was no longer worried and came to the bottom of the canyon. It's been 3 days, but the monthly votes have not exceeded 200. What a tragedy. I hope to see the Archer God's monthly votes exceed 200 tomorrow. Otherwise, I will have to write a single chapter and beg desperately. I don't want to write a single chapter all the time, but if I don't write a single chapter, the brothers will not vote. Brother, do you vote? Chapter 194. At the bottom of the canyon, Yi Xing stood beside the star crystal spiritual milk, feeling very happy. After paying so much, it was finally time to reap the rewards. 2/3 of the star crystal spiritual milk was left in the pool, which was more than enough for him to become a martial saint. Yi Xing sat cross-legged beside the pool of star crystal spiritual milk. He quickly adjusted his state of mind, calmed his mind, and began to cultivate the pure yuan technique, absorbing the star crystal spiritual milk. Star crystal spiritual milk was the purest star power, which could be directly absorbed to improve one's cultivation without any impurities or side effects. The process of a martial artist breaking through to the star vortex realm and becoming a martial saint was to accumulate the power of the stars. This was a long process, but with the help of the star crystal spiritual milk, this long process could be shortened to a very short period of time. As Yi Xing cultivated the pure yuan technique, the star crystal spiritual milk in the pool was attracted by an invisible force, turning into a pure white qi flow and drilling into Yi Xing's body. Yi Xing's cultivation increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Xing had never experienced such a fast cultivation speed. His star essence conversion soon reached 50%. 50% conversion of celestial essence was the limit of a half-step martial saint. After that, Yi Xing cultivated the pure essence art. Although his inner strength could no longer be converted into celestial essence, the 9-star rings in his dantian gradually became brighter and brighter. When the 9-star rings shone to the extreme, they began to compress. For a martial artist with a low heavens fate realm cultivation, this was an extremely difficult process, but Yi Xing was now doing it naturally. This had something to do with his astrology, but the star crystal spiritual milk was the main reason. Wisps of pure white qi flow flew out of the star crystal spiritual milk and were absorbed by Yi Xing's body. The 9-star rings in his dantian continued to compress, getting closer and closer. Soon, the 9-star rings would compress into a ball of starlight. At that time, he would usher in the final step of breaking through to the star vortex realm, which was also the most important step for martial artists: astrology awakening. That pillar of star force must have come from that canyon. There must be treasures inside. Senior Brother Gu, why did we retreat? Senior Brother Gu, you've cultivated the blood ghost eye, which can interfere with the thoughts of Class 2 demonic beasts. That black-feathered eagle and the winged flying snake are ordinary Class 2 demonic beasts, they can't threaten us. When Old Black and the winged flying snake's winged snake, the 4 martial artists who had appeared in the distance. Gu Yang was the main disciple of the Gu clan, which controlled the Blood Spectre sect. That was why he was able to cultivate the Blood Spectre eye when he was only a half-step martial saint. The Blood Ghost eye of the Blood Ghost sect was very effective in controlling demonic beasts. Gu Yang's Blood Ghost eye had not reached the level of controlling demonic beasts, but it could influence the thoughts of demonic beasts. He could protect himself against demonic beasts. Gu Yang was 17 or 18 years old, but he looked very mature. He sat on the back of the most powerful blue wind eagle among the 4. He glanced at the 3 9th-level martial artists and said, "Let's go. Because I've cultivated the Blood Ghost eye, my eyesight is stronger than yours. That's why I had to retreat." There are not only corpses of fierce beasts around the canyon, but also the corpses of 5 martial saints in the grass. If we go there, there will only be one result, and that is death. What? Corpses of 5 martial saints? How is this possible? Could it be that those 5 martial saints couldn't even escape? Martial saints appeared in the Kuan-Yin mountain range? Which country's martial saints are they from? The 3 martial artists of LV9 exclaimed. Gu Yang said, 2 of the martial saints were killed by arrows. As for the other 3, their deaths should also be related to arrows. You all ignored the young man who set up the formation beside the canyon. Although he is only a half-step martial saint, the arrow that killed the martial saints must have something to do with him. The 3 martial artists of LV9 were shocked. A half-step martial saint could kill a martial saint with arrows. This was absolutely shocking. Gu Yang continued, I know one of the 5 dead martial saints. He's Zi Chuanyu, an inner disciple of the Falling Star sect. He came to the Blood Ghost sect before. Zi Chuanyu? I've heard of him. He's an inner disciple of the Dong Fu sect. How could he die here? One of the martial artists of LV9 exclaimed. The Dong Fu sect is an ally of the Blood Ghost sect. Shouldn't we tell them about Zi Chuanyu's death? That's right. We're close to the Dong Fu sect. It won't take us more than a few hours on the Green Wind Eagles. The other 2 martial artists of LV9 agreed. Gu Yang nodded and agreed with the proposal. Thus, the four of them flew in the direction of the Dongfu sect. Before they left the Kuanyin mountain range, they bumped into Du Bianqing and the others who had come to investigate. Du Bianqing was the #1 inner disciple of the Dongfu sect. He was much more famous than Zi Chuanyu, so Guiyang naturally knew him. Senior brother Du Bianqing. Guiyang waved and shouted when he saw Du Bianqing and the others. You are? Du Bianqing was also riding on a green winged eagle. Guiyang knew him, but he did not know Guiyang. The other four inner disciples of the Dongfu sect were riding on two green winged eagles. They all looked at Guiyang. Guiyang controlled the green winged eagle and quickly arrived in front of Du Bianqing and the others. He said, I'm Guiyang, the #1 outer disciple of the Blood Ghost sect. I saw the corpse of your inner disciple, Zi Chuanyu, in the Kuanyin mountain range. I'm on my way to inform you. The inner disciples of the Dongfu sect were shocked. Du Bianqing's eyes flashed and he raised his eyebrows. What? Junior brother, you died in the Kuanyin mountain range? That's right. Guiyang nodded and told them what he had seen near the canyon. Du Bianqing heard that there was only a half-step martial sage setting up the formation and two ordinary LV2 demonic beasts fighting. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, Let's go and see who killed junior brother you. I'll make sure he dies without a burial place. With Guiyang and the other three leading the way, the 9 of them flew directly to the canyon where the star crystal lode was located. By the time the 9 of them arrived at the valley, Yixing had already finished setting up the formation and was cultivating beside the star crystal spiritual essence. Furthermore, the 9 rings in his dantian had already been compressed to the point where they were about to condense into a ball. He was close to awakening his star form. Outside the canyon, Blackie was no longer guarding. Yixing was at the bottom of the canyon, meditating and concentrating on breaking through to the star vortex realm. Therefore it was quiet both inside and outside the canyon. The 9 of them flew above the canyon. Because of the formation, the void below was distorted, so they could not see the situation inside the canyon. The corpses of Zi Chuanyu, Ishi Kong, and the other 4 were still beside the canyon, looking the same as when they died. When Du Bianqing and the others saw this, they were instantly enraged, especially Du Bianqing, who emitted a terrifying aura. Du Bianqing's eyes were as sharp as knives. He stared at the coiling snake formation that enveloped the canyon and shouted, Break the formation. I'll avenge junior brother you and junior sister Kong. I'll tear that bastard into pieces. His voice was so loud that it penetrated the formation. Yixing, who was at the bottom of the canyon, heard it clearly. An angry roar suddenly rang out in the quiet environment. It almost disturbed Yixing's state of mind, almost causing him to wake up from the state where he was fully focused on breaking through to the star vortex realm. Fortunately, Yixing's super brain reacted quickly and was calm enough. He calmed down in an instant. At this moment, no matter what happened outside, Yixing paid no attention to Yixing. He was fully focused on breaking through to the star vortex realm. Of the 4 inner disciples that Du Bianqing brought with him, 1 was a 3-star martial sage, 1 was a 2-star martial sage, and 2 were 1-star martial sages. Hearing Du Bianqing's order, the 4 of them immediately got off the green winged eagle. They each took out a spiritual weapon and attacked the coiling snake formation fiercely. They did not have any talent in formations and could not tell the level of the coiling snake formation that Yixing had set up. However, according to their common sense, a half-step martial sage could not set up a powerful formation. Therefore, the 4 martial sages expected that their joint attack should be able to break the formation in an instant. However, reality greatly exceeded the expectations of the 4 martial saints. When their attacks landed on the coiling snake formation, the coiling snake formation did not instantly break. Instead, the void that was enveloped by the formation shook and suddenly twisted violently. More than 10 star power snakes rushed out from it and attacked the 4 martial sages. Every martial saint was attacked by several astral force snakes. Unknowingly, the god of archery has a 6th leader, Midnight Breeze. Thank you very much. Chapter 195. The counterattack of the formation depended on the strength of the attack. The 1-star martial sage had the weakest attack. Therefore, the 2 1-star martial sages were counterattacked by 3-star force snakes each. The 2-star martial sages were stronger than the 1-star martial sages, so they were counterattacked by 5-star force snakes. As for the 3-star martial sages, their attacks were obviously the strongest, so they were counterattacked by 7-star force snakes. Each star force snake was as thick as a bucket and more than 10 feet long. They were lifelike and contained extremely terrifying power. This sudden change shocked the 4 martial sages. They exclaimed in unison, "A grade 2 formation? A Grade 2 formation could kill a martial sage. Even the most ordinary Grade 2 formation could kill a beginner martial sage. The cultivation of the 4 martial sages ranged from LV1 to LV3 Celestial Vortex Realm. They were all beginner martial sages. Facing the counterattack of a Grade 2 formation, they were shocked and even frightened. At this moment, the 4 martial sages operated their celestial essence with all their might and unleashed their strongest strength. They even used the power of astrology. In an instant, illusions of stars appeared in the sky above the 4 of them. They were all ordinary stars. Sword chi and saber radiance crisscrossed, fist shadows and palm prints bombarded. At the same time, the 4 martial sages launched their strongest counterattack against the star power serpent. Bah! 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 The fight between the 4 martial sages and the coiling snake formation ended in an instant. 4 explosions sounded and the 4 martial sages retreated at the same time. The 2-star martial sages and 3-star martial sages kept retreating. The 3-star martial sages retreated 5 steps and the 2-star martial sages retreated more than 10 steps. They both spat out blood and were obviously injured. Obviously, the 3-star martial sages were only slightly injured. As for the 2-star martial sages, their faces were pale and they almost fell to the ground. They relied on their spiritual weapons to support themselves. As for the 2 1-star martial sages, they flew backward and spat out blood in the air. Although they faced the least amount of attacks, their strength was the weakest. They simply could not withstand the counterattack of the coiling snake formation. The 2 of them flew back dozens of meters before falling to the ground. They could no longer get up. They had suffered fatal injuries. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of the 4 martial saints and the counterattack of the coiling snake formation injured the 4 martial saints. 2 of them were even in danger of losing their lives. A Grade 2 formation. Du Bianqing, Gu Yuyang and the other 4 exclaimed in shock. Who would believe that a 16 or 17-year-old half-step martial sage could set up a Grade 2 array? Du Bianqing gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His fists were trembling, which showed how furious he was at the moment. He had come to avenge Zi Chuanyu, but before he could even see his enemy, another 4 inner disciples of the Dong Fu sect were injured, and 2 of them were fatally wounded. How could he not be furious? He glared fiercely at Gu Yuyang. His meaning was obvious. Was this a formation set up by a young half-step martial sage? If it was a half-step martial sage who had studied formations for decades, it would be reasonable for him to set up a Grade 2 formation. But how could a 16 or 17-year-old half-step martial sage have so much time to study formations other than cultivation? Du Bianqing knew how difficult formations were. Without years or even decades of hard work, how could one become a Grade 2 formation master and set up a Grade 2 formation? Gu Yuyang and the other 3 felt their hearts skip a beat when Du Bianqing stared at them. Gu Yuyang hurriedly explained, "Senior brother Du Bianqing, I saw the person who set up the formation. He is indeed a 16 or 17-year-old half-step martial sage. There is no one else other than him. I'm not lying." Du Bianqing snorted and raised his hand. A purple spear appeared in his hand. This was Du Bianqing's weapon, the purple feather spear. There were strong and weak inferior spiritual weapons, and the purple feather spear was one of the top weapons among them. Du Bianqing held the purple feather spear and jumped down from the back of the green winged eagle. He glanced at the lightly injured 3-star martial sages and said, "Save them. I'll break the formation." As he spoke, Du Bianqing tightened his grip on the spear and his aura exploded. Before he made a move, there was already a terrifying aura that could collapse mountains and tsunamis. It was obvious that Du Bianqing was going to make a strong attack. Purple chi from the east, sun-piercing spear radiance. After 3 breaths, Du Bianqing made a move. His aura had accumulated to the highest level and he performed a killing move of the sun-piercing spear technique. Sun-piercing purple radiance. In the blink of an eye, all his aura and power were condensed in the spear. The spear radiance burst out and emitted a purple brilliance. Du Bianqing moved the purple feather spear in his hand and stabbed it at the snake coiling formation. The spear radiance was like a purple rainbow that streaked across the void. It seemed that even the sun in the sky would be pierced by this spear. In an instant, the purple spear radiance pierced the void enveloped by the snake coiling formation. Break. There was a cracking sound. A crack was torn in the void of the formation. Moreover, the crack was spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed as if it would be completely pierced by the spear. A 3-star martial sage, a 2-star martial sage and 2 1-star martial sages had joined forces to attack the coiling snake formation, but they had not been able to destroy it at all. Now that Du Bianqing had attacked, he had torn the coiling snake formation apart with one spear. This showed that Du Bianqing's strength was so strong that the other four martial sages' joint attacks were far inferior to his. Although Du Bianqing was strong, the snake coiling formation was a second-level formation. It could not be broken by his spear. The moment the void of the formation was torn, the snake coiling formation immediately launched a counterattack. In an instant, a total of 18 star power snakes rushed out of the snake coiling formation and attacked Du Bianqing's spear. Bang! In the blink of an eye, one of the star power snakes was destroyed by Du Bianqing's spear radiance. At the same time, Du Bianqing's spear radiance was forcibly broken by the 18 snakes. The collision between the two sides resulted in mutual damage. When 6-star power snakes were destroyed by the spear radiance, the rest of the spear radiance was also shattered by the numerous star power snakes and turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, there were still 12-star power snakes that came into direct contact with the purple feather spear. The power contained in the purple feather spear was more than twice as strong as the spear radiance's attack. It was almost unstoppable. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, the star power snakes were completely destroyed one by one. The purple feather spear pierced and destroyed the star power snakes in the blink of an eye. When there was only one star power snake left, the power of the purple feather spear was finally exhausted. The last star force serpent forced Du Bianqing to take 3 steps back before it was destroyed by Du Bianqing's second burst of celestial essence. If it had been a second-level coiling snake array in the form of an array disc, Du Bianqing's spear would have been enough to destroy it. Unfortunately, it was a second-level coiling snake array in the form of an array base. Even someone as strong as Du Bianqing could not break it in one breath. By the time Du Bian City unleashed the second wave of celestial essence and destroyed the last snake, the crack in the coiling snake array had already closed up. In the blink of an eye, another 18 snakes made of celestial essence appeared and attacked Du Bian City. Du Bianqing could not circulate his star power and immediately retreated 100 meters in the blink of an eye, avoiding the attacks of the 18 star power snakes. The first strike had almost completely broken the coiling snake array, but in the end it had failed. Each base of the coiling snake array was powered by star crystals. Unless the array was broken in an instant, the energy consumed by the array would be instantly replenished. Unless the energy was exhausted, the array could not be broken. However, Du Bianqing, who had suffered the first setback, was not discouraged. Instead, his fighting spirit soared and he once again erupted with terrifying power. Moreover, this time the scene above Du Bian City changed. A huge illusory star appeared. It was a pure golden planet. It was a pure metal star with the metal attribute. Du Bianqing's astrology was definitely different from that of ordinary people. It was much stronger than most people's astrology. Metal focused on killing. With a metal attribute astrology, any attack would contain powerful lethality, greatly increasing a cultivator's strength. As soon as Du Bianqing used the power of his astrology, his strength skyrocketed. It was in this state that he had defeated a 4-star martial saint once. Whoosh! Du Bianqing stabbed out with the purple feather spear in his hand. It was another purple sun piercing. It was the same person in the same move, but because he used the power of his astrology, the power was completely different. Hiss! This time there was almost no suspense. The entire coiling snake array was broken with one spear. The 18-star power serpents that had just appeared were instantly annihilated by this spear. The coiling snake array was broken. However, just as Du Bianqing was about to charge into the canyon, the sky suddenly darkened. When will the monthly votes exceed 200? I've been looking forward to it. Brothers, if it's not 200 yet, let's cast a few votes and get 20 votes today. Chapter 196. The sky darkened abruptly and completely. Just a moment ago it was still bright and sunny. However, in the blink of an eye the entire world had turned pitch black. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. The day had suddenly turned darker than the night. This had never happened in the star continent. Du Bianqing, who was about to rush into the canyon, was shocked. All the hair on his body stood on end and he didn't dare to act rashly. Du Bianqing immediately circulated his celestial essence to protect his body. The purple feather spear also took a defensive stance to protect his body. At this moment, Du Bianqing wasn't the only one who felt the world turn dark. Instead, it was the entire star continent. Everyone within the endless territories felt the world turn dark. They couldn't even see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. It was as if the entire star continent had suddenly turned from day to night. Whether it was mortals, martial artists, the weak, or the strong, everyone's heart skipped a beat at this moment. Everyone was shocked. Even the venerables and kings were shocked. They didn't know what had happened. Why had the bright day suddenly turned into pitch-black night? Darkness had shrouded the entire star continent. Yi Xing, who was in the midst of his astrology awakening, didn't know this. He only sensed the starry sky. Then the entire starry sky was shrouded by an incomparably huge dark star. In the past, Yi Xing had only sensed the rough outline of this dark star. However, this time he clearly sensed the specific shape of this dark star. To be exact, Yi Xing didn't know if his astrology awakening was a star. He had seen many martial sages use the power of astrology, and the astrology awakening was a solid spherical star. However, although his astrology awakening was also in the shape of a star, it wasn't solid. There was a hole in the center. Moreover, the stars that Yi Xing saw in other people's astrology awakening seemed to be solid. However, his astrology awakening wasn't. The dark star rotated slowly with the hole in the center as its center. Yi Xing could clearly sense the rotating patterns and was sure that this was a dark vortex. As for the hole in the center of the dark vortex, it was so dark that it was impossible to see or even sense any objects, or colors. Yi Xing quickly recalled that when he was severely injured by Dong Xianing and fell into a coma, his consciousness had been trapped in this dark vortex. So this really was his astrology. This kind of astrological sign was really strange. It was said that astrological signs were all stars, but his astrological sign was a dark vortex. This reminded him of the name of a celestial body on Earth, black hole. He didn't know if the star continent had the term black hole, but based on his knowledge of martial arts, Yi Xing really couldn't recognize what kind of astrology this black vortex was. Yi Xing called it the black hole astrology. Yi Xing was the only one who could sense the black hole astrology. The other martial artists could not sense it. Even the people in Dubian City who were very close to Yi Xing couldn't sense the awakening of Yi Xing's astrology at all. They couldn't even sense the fluctuation of star power. They could only feel that the world was pitch black. When Wei Qingxuan's astrology awakening, countless martial saints and perfected persons in the Qingyun region felt the fluctuation of star power. However, Yi Xing's astrology awakening didn't have any fluctuation of star power. The black hole astrology rotated slowly. There wasn't any fluctuation of star power. Instead, the power of the stars in the endless void was absorbed by the black hole astrology and gathered above Yi Xing, pouring into Yi Xing's body through the top of his head. This feeling was like being enlightened. Yi Xing's spirit was refreshed. Then, the endless star power and star power were instinctively absorbed by Yi Xing. The celestial essence in his body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Xing cultivated the spirit martial inheritance, the pure Yuan art. The celestial essence cultivated was extremely pure and strong. It required a huge amount of star power to cultivate a trace of pure celestial essence. However, when the black hole astrological manifestation awakened, it absorbed too much star force as well as a massive amount of star origin qi of higher quality. Naturally, the celestial essence within Yi Xing's body grew at an extreme speed. Every second, the celestial essence in Yi Xing's body would change greatly. In just a quarter of an hour, Yi Xing's internal strength had been completely transformed into celestial essence. Originally, when a half-step martial sage became a one-star martial sage, it would take a period of time to completely transform the internal strength in the body into celestial essence. Only then could one continue to cultivate, improve the quantity and quality of celestial essence, and continue to improve their cultivation. But now Yi Xing was only at the stage of astrology awakening. He had completed the steps that only one-star martial sages could complete. Moreover, his cultivation was rapidly improving. Half an hour later, Yi Xing's celestial essence had filled the meridians of his body. 3/4 of an hour later, Yi Xing's celestial essence had integrated into his flesh and blood. 40/4 of an hour later, Yi Xing's celestial essence had entered his bone marrow and reached his skin. In other words, in just half an hour, Yi Xing's celestial essence had reached every part of his body. This was a level that only one-star martial sages could achieve. This meant that once Yi Xing's cultivation broke through to the celestial vortex realm, he would be at the peak of celestial vortex realm level 1. He would be a one-star martial sage. From the initial stage of one-star martial sage to the peak of one-star martial sage, even if one had the mandate of martial sage, it would take 1 year or even several years to achieve it. Only a few geniuses could shorten the time to 1 year, but it would still take several months. However, Yi Xing had not completely broken through to the celestial vortex realm. He was only at the stage of astrology awakening, but he had already achieved it. After half an hour, the black hole vortex in the starry sky had become extremely clear. Except for the black hole in the center of the vortex, which Yixing could not see or feel, he could clearly sense the entire black hole astrology. Yixing guessed that his astrology awakening had succeeded and should be completed soon. The last step of astrology awakening was to absorb the entire astrology awakening into the space between the eyebrows. From then on, the cultivator would be able to use the power of the astrology awakening at will. However, the black hole astrology above Yixing did not fall into the space between his eyebrows. Instead, in the part of the starry sky that was almost occupied by the black hole astrology, another star lit up. Then a second star, a third star. What's going on? Yixing was shocked. The awakening of the black hole astrology was already beyond his understanding. The current situation was once again beyond his expectations. Could it be another astrology awakening? My astrology awakening is not only the black hole astrology, but also other astrology awakening? But how can a person have two astrology awakening? Yixing could not help but think. The conjecture in his heart almost made him scream out loud. Two astrology awakening? This was too unbelievable. Even Yixing himself felt that this was too absurd. Although his martial arts cultivation was not high and his knowledge was limited, he still knew the common sense. Although the astrology awakening was different, everyone's astrology awakening was unique. This was something that Zi Shanhou had told him before. If he had two astrology awakening, this would completely break the common sense of martial arts. Yixing could explain the black hole astrology awakening by saying that it was an astrology that he did not know of. How could he explain having two astrology awakening? Soon Yixing confirmed that he had indeed awakened a second astrology awakening. Moreover, his second astrology awakening was a multi-star astrology awakening. In the starry sky, stars awakened one after another, becoming bright and resplendent. They occupied half of the starry sky, competing with the black hole astrology awakening. After a full hour, Yixing's second astrology awakening was finally complete. Countless stars in the starry sky connected to form a complete shape, a bow. This was a huge bow formed by countless stars. It was incomparably huge, competing with the incomparably huge black hole astrology awakening. Each of them occupied half of the starry sky. The arrow on the huge bow was extremely long, extending far out of the bow. The bowstring leaned against the black hole astrology, while the arrow pointed in the other direction. This is the Sagittarius constellation astrology awakening? Yixing felt the bow and arrow astrology awakening in the starry sky. His heart was filled with shock. Regarding the multi-star astrology awakening, there was no record of it in the martial arts manuals that Yixing had read. These were all things that Zi Shanhou had mentioned to him before. Although Zi Shanhou was a martial saint, he was very knowledgeable. Many enlightened masters were not as knowledgeable as him. When he talked to Yixing about the multi-star astrology awakening, he had specifically mentioned the Sagittarius constellation astrology awakening. According to Zi Shanhou, the constellation astrology awakening was the strongest astrology awakening among the multi-star astrology awakening. It was also the strongest astrology awakening. And the Sagittarius constellation astrology awakening was undoubtedly the strongest astrology awakening for archers. The constellation astrology awakening was the strongest astrology awakening, but the two stars that Yixing had awakened just happened to occupy half of the starry sky. They were evenly matched and no one occupied half more. From this, it could be seen that the black hole astrology awakening was not inferior to the Sagittarius constellation astrology awakening. If it was divided according to the single-star astrology awakening and the multi-star astrology awakening, the black hole astrology awakening should be classified as a single-star astrology awakening. But how could a single-star astrology awakening compete with the strongest astrology awakening? Yixing felt that his martial arts knowledge had been completely disrupted. Even what Zi Shanhou said was not the truth. The Sagittarius constellation astrology awakening and the black hole astrology awakening stood side by side in the starry sky. However, because of the darkness caused by the black hole astrology awakening, no one in the entire star mainland was able to see Yixing's Sagittarius constellation astrology awakening. Even Du Biancheng and the others who were the closest to Yixing had never expected that the sudden darkness was actually caused by Yixing's awakening of his astrology. None of the martial artists in the entire star mainland would have thought that the darkness that enveloped the entire star mainland was actually related to someone's awakening. Following the complete awakening of the Sagittarius constellation astrology awakening, the entire starry sky began to fall. It was instinctively absorbed into the space between Yixing's eyebrows. The space between Yixing's eyebrows turned into a starry sky. However, it was occupied by a bow and arrow and a dark vortex, one on the left and one on the right. The two astrology awakening were evenly matched. Both astrology awakening were absorbed into the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows. Yi Xing's astrology awakening was complete. The starlight in his dantian began to revolve, turning into a vortex. Because of the black hole astrology, Yi Xing's vortex was also pitch black. It was a different kind of black hole vortex. I'm home. I've been tired from traveling for 2 days. I'll sleep early tonight and rest. I'll make up for it tomorrow. I'll continue to ask for monthly votes. Chapter 197. In the center of the starland, there was a huge palace floating in the void. Sitting on the throne was a middle-aged man with a towering figure and wearing a green dragon robe. He was the current supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Tai. The sky turned from dark to bright. The paramount king, Meng Tai, stood up from his throne. His figure was extremely tall. Just now the heaven and earth changed. The day was bright and the world was bright. Suddenly the night was shrouded in darkness. Why was that? Is there anyone among you who knows? The paramount king Meng Tai's eyes shone brightly as he swept his gaze across the many experts in the hall. The experts in the palace were all heroes of the current era. They could be the leaders of a sect or the overlords of a region. However, when faced with the gaze of the supreme king Meng Tai, all of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look him in the eye. The heaven and earth changed and the heroes did not know why. The supreme king Meng Tai's gaze turned towards a black-robed old man with white eyebrows. Imperial Preceptor Sikong, you're good at deduction and divination. You understand the changes of the sun, moon, and stars, and you understand the mysteries of the universe. Do you know the reason for the change in the world just now? In the Great Yuan dynasty, there was more than one imperial advisor. However, there was only one imperial advisor, Si Kongyan, who was the first imperial advisor. When Si Kongyan was called out by the supreme king Meng Tai, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He took a step forward and bowed. Your Majesty, just now when it was dark, this subject had a divination, but the result is not clear. This subject does not dare to make a conclusion. The supreme king Meng Tai stared at Si Kongyan for a while and said, with Imperial Preceptor Si Kong's divination technique, how could it not be clear since there's already a result? You don't have to have any misgivings, just speak your mind. Si Kongyan hesitated. The face of the supreme king Meng Tai froze, exuding a dignified aura. Si Kongyan immediately knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty, according to my calculations, the change in heaven and earth just now is an ominous sign for the Great Yuan dynasty. In less than 10 years, the Great Yuan dynasty's 10,000 years of foundation will. At this point, Si Kongyan's breathing quickened. He didn't dare to continue. Everyone's eyes were focused on Si Kongyan. Although Si Kongyan didn't finish his sentence, they could all guess that it wasn't anything good. The utmost king Meng Tai narrowed his eyes and asked, What will happen? Just say it and I'll pardon you. Si Kongyan took a deep breath and said, It will all be destroyed. What? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Although they had guessed that what Si Kongyan didn't dare to say was definitely not something good, they didn't expect it to be so serious. As the supreme ruler of the Star Continent, the Daryuan dynasty had been passed down for 10,000 years, and its foundation was extremely strong. Even if a calamity descended and its foundation was on the verge of collapse, its destruction wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single day. Especially the current utmost king of the Daryuan dynasty, Meng Tai, who had inherited the legacy of his ancestors and was extremely powerful. He swept across the Star Continent and was almost invincible. His lifespan was only 400 years, which was in the prime of his life. The Daryuan dynasty also produced many outstanding people and was extremely powerful. Under the governance of the utmost king, Meng Tai, it was a scene of prosperity and prosperity. There was almost no reason for it to be defeated. Even if it was defeated, it would take hundreds of years. As for its destruction, it should be after the utmost king Meng Tai passed away. It would take at least 500 to 600 years. How could the Daryuan dynasty be destroyed in a single day after 10 years? This was unbelievable. A bunch of nonsense. Deluding the crowd with lies. The Daryuan dynasty is like the sun in the sky. How could it be destroyed in a single day after 10 years? Many of the heroes in the hall shouted angrily and criticized Si Kongyan. However, they obviously did not pay attention to Si Kongyan's words. Si Kongyan did not say that the Daryuan dynasty would be destroyed in a single day after 10 years, but, within 10 years. Within 10 years it could be 3 to 5 years or it could be 7 to 8 years. The longest was 10 years. It was no wonder that although Si Kongyan had deduced the fate of the Daryuan dynasty, he did not dare to say it just now. When he said it, it was indeed shocking and caused him to be reprimanded. Especially the utmost king Meng Tai, who was furious when he heard it. He was one of the strongest utmost kings in the history of the Daryuan dynasty. He wanted to develop the Daryuan dynasty to an even more powerful stage. How could he believe that the Daryuan dynasty would be destroyed in a single day after 10 years? As the utmost king of the Daryuan dynasty, if he was still alive, how could the Daryuan dynasty be destroyed? On the other hand, if the Daryuan dynasty was destroyed in a single day after 10 years, wouldn't it mean that he, the utmost king, only had 10 years to live? Meng Tai thought that it was impossible. He was almost invincible in the Star Continent. Who could kill him? If Meng Tai was a fatuous ruler, Si Kongyan would probably die an unnatural death after saying what he said. Of course, since Si Kongyan dared to say that, Meng Tai was naturally not a fatuous ruler. Since the utmost king Meng Tai did not believe Si Kongyan's words, the anger in his heart dissipated quickly. He said, "Imperial advisor Si Kong, I know that you are proficient in the art of deduction and are loyal to the Daryuan dynasty. However, there are always times when people make mistakes. No wonder you said that the outcome was not clear. It seems that there was indeed a mistake. Next time, don't speak carelessly. The fate of the Daryuan dynasty is at its peak and will only become stronger and stronger. Even if there is a time when it will be destroyed, it will definitely be after I pass away. How could it be defeated by me?" Although the utmost king Meng Tai was talking about Si Kongyan, he was actually confirming his own confidence. A year ago, Imperial advisor Si Kong, you deduced that the demon star would wreak havoc and threaten the foundation of the Daryuan dynasty. However, the demon star was eliminated as soon as it was born. Who else can wreak havoc in the dynasty? The Dark Star sect? I doubt they have the ability to do so. Seeing that the utmost king Meng Tai and the other heroes did not believe him, Si Kongyan sighed in his heart. He was very confident in his deduction skills. However, it was a pity that no one believed him. He could not say too much. If he said too much, he might really anger the utmost king Meng Tai and his life would be in danger. Si Kongyan said, "Your Majesty is right. It was indeed my mistake." The utmost king Meng Tai nodded his head. "Get up. Imperial advisor, you don't have to worry about a mistake. In the future, I will have to trouble you to continue to contribute to the Daryuan dynasty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Si Kongyan got up. There were two thoughts intertwining in his mind. One was to protect himself and pretend to be deaf and dumb. Even if the fate of the Daryuan dynasty was about to be destroyed, he could only bury this news in his stomach. The other was to continue to talk about it and let the utmost king Meng Tai take this matter seriously. This was because the utmost king Meng Tai really valued him very much. This made him want to risk his life to serve the Daryuan dynasty. Of course, after thinking about it, the first thought prevailed. His own life was the most important. Clang. At this moment, there was a sudden rush of a bell from outside the hall. The faces of everyone in the hall changed. The bell had a special meaning. If it was not a major event, as if the sky was falling, the bell would not have rung so urgently. When the bell stopped ringing, a person rushed into the hall and knelt down before the utmost king Meng Tai. "Your Majesty, when the sky was dark, the ancestral mausoleum split open and the dragon vein collapsed. The fate of the Daryuan dynasty, which had accumulated for 10,000 years, dissipated." "What?" The utmost king Meng Tai shouted angrily. His face was instantly covered with a layer of murderous intent. All the heroes in the hall changed their expressions. The ancestral mausoleum and the dragon vein were the symbols of the Daryuan dynasty's fate. Fate, in particular, affected the rise and fall of the dynasty. Now that there was a problem, it was an extremely ominous sign. In an instant, everyone's eyes gathered on Si Kongyan. Previously, they thought that Si Kongyan was talking nonsense to mislead the crowd. But now, the facts had proven that Si Kongyan's words were not false. The utmost king Meng Tai was livid. But soon, his expression returned to normal. He did not show his emotions on his face as he looked at Si Kongyan. "Imperial advisor Si Kong, I have wronged you. Tell me, who is the one who is causing trouble and wants to destroy the foundation of our dynasty?" Si Kongyan bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, I think that the Fiend Star might not be dead. The one who is causing trouble is the Fiend Star who descended on the Star Continent a year ago." The utmost king Meng Tai said coldly, "The Fiend Star is not dead? In the entire Star Continent, All those with the surname Yi who were born in those 3 days have been eliminated. Why is the fiend star not dead? Si Kongyan said, Your Majesty, the star continent is so vast. There are countless families with the surname Yi. There are even many families with the surname Yi. How can we investigate them all? There are bound to be some that slip through the net. Furthermore, I have been thinking for the past year. The fiend star might not have been born in the star continent. Your Majesty, do you still remember what happened 2,000 years ago? The utmost King Meng Tai nodded. Are you saying that someone came directly from another world? How should we deal with it? Si Kongyan said seriously, I have 2 ideas. Chapter 198. The Supreme King Meng Tai nodded, Speak. Si Kongyan said, The first method is to ignore him. Although Fiend Star can threaten the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty in the future, as long as there is no enmity with him, he may not necessarily be the enemy of the Great Yuan dynasty. Hearing this, the Supreme King Meng Tai frowned. If he has the strength to destroy the foundation of our dynasty, how can he not replace us? We can't ignore him. We must find Fiend Star. As long as Fiend Star is alive, I won't be at ease. Si Kongyan had already expected that the Supreme King Meng Tai would say this. Even he himself did not agree with the first method, so he said, According to my prediction, the demon star is lush and full of vigor. Even if he wasn't born in the star continent and came from another world, he should still be a young man who is growing up. As the demon star in this chaotic world, he must grow up very fast. His strength must be far beyond ordinary people. He must be a genius. Si Kongyan's lips curled up slightly and he continued, The extraterritorial star continent will open in about 3 years. Your Majesty can use this as an excuse to hold a genius selection competition in the entire star continent. First, it will be held in each domain, then in each continent. The top contestants of each domain will participate. Finally, it will be held by the dynasty. The top contestants of each continent will participate. Every genius selection competition will be held a little longer to give Fiend Star enough space to grow. In this way, Fiend Star will definitely be one of the top contestants in every genius selection competition. Finally, he will come before your Majesty. As long as you know who Fiend Star is, you can kill him before he grows up. There will be no more worries. The Supreme King Meng Tai nodded and said, This is a good idea. However, how will I know which genius is Fiend Star? The number of outstanding geniuses in the entire star continent is not small. If I were to kill all of them, there would definitely be complaints everywhere. Furthermore, the Dark Star sect has always been eyeing my Great Yuan dynasty covetously, so I cannot do something that would cause people to lose their support. Even a year ago, the Great Yuan dynasty had secretly killed the baby with the surname Yi. Now, it was naturally impossible for them to kill all the genius juniors in the entire starland. Every single genius represented the hope of a certain force. Killing 1 or 2 would be fine, but if too many were to be killed, then all the forces in the entire starland would be in a state of panic, and complaints would be raised against the Great Yuan dynasty. At this moment, if the enemies of the Great Yuan dynasty raised their arms and called for help, all the forces of the starland would unite to overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty. It would definitely be a disaster for the Great Yuan dynasty. Therefore it was fine to kill 1 but not all. Si Kongyan said, Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. I have my ways to find the demon star. As he spoke, Si Kongyan waved his hand, and some starlight sand floated in front of him, finally transforming into the shape of a bow and arrow. Si Kongyan continued, The darkening of the sky and earth just now was related to Fiend Star. It should have been when Fiend Star's identity was exposed. However, when I made a divination, I discovered that there was a force that concealed the secrets of heaven. I didn't manage to divine Fiend Star's identity, but I managed to divine a bow and arrow. From this, it can be seen that Fiend Star is definitely related to bows and arrows. He should be an expert archer in the future. The Supreme King Meng Tai's eyes lit up. If that's the case, Fiend Star must be among the geniuses who use bows and arrows. Good. There aren't many martial artists who practice archery, and even fewer geniuses. Even if I were to kill all the geniuses who use bows and arrows, it wouldn't cause too much of a reaction. Si Kongyan said, Your Majesty's purpose for holding the genius selection is to find Fiend Star. Therefore we can't be too hasty. First, we have to spread the news and let everyone know. 1 year later, each domain will hold the first selection. 2 years later, each continent will hold the second selection. 3 years later, when the extraterritorial starland is about to open, the dynasty will hold the third selection. In this way, Fiend Star will have enough time to grow and shouldn't miss this selection. Moreover, Si Kongyan emphasized, Your Majesty, this genius selection must really be a selection of geniuses. The last selection must be held in the Starry Sky Arena, so that the geniuses who win will have the opportunity to enter the extraterritorial starland. Otherwise, if Fiend Star's guardians realize that the true purpose of the genius selection is not to select geniuses, our efforts will be in vain. At that time, even if we kill all the geniuses who use bows and arrows, we may not be able to eliminate Fiend Star. The Supreme King Meng Tai thought for a moment and waved his hand, approved. Yi Xing obviously did not expect that the first time he came to the Star Mainland, he would attract the attention of the Grand Yuan dynasty's imperial tutor, Si Kongyan, who had designated him as Fiend Star. This time, the awakening of the astrology had once again attracted the attention of Si Kongyan. He had even set up a genius selection for him with the goal of finding out who Fiend Star was. Furthermore, Si Kongyan had almost figured out Fiend Star's identity during the awakening of the astrology. Fortunately, the black hole astrology had concealed the heavenly mystery, preventing Si Kongyan from figuring out Fiend Star's identity. He had only figured out a bow and arrow. As a result, Si Kongyan only knew that it was related to Fiend Star's bow and arrow. However, he did not know that this bow and arrow was one of Fiend Star's astrology. At the bottom of the canyon in Kuanyun mountain range, Yi Xing opened his eyes. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he was in a very good mood. He had finally realized his initial dream when he first came to the Star Mainland, to become a martial sage. Furthermore, there were still 3 days before he arrived at the Star Mainland. It was only a year. In other words, his goal of becoming a martial sage within a year had been achieved. After becoming a martial sage, Yi Xing could feel the powerful force in his body. It was more than 10 times stronger than when he was a half-step martial sage. Every part of his body, whether it was his meridians, flesh, bones, or skin, contained a rich amount of pure star essence, which meant that his cultivation had reached the peak of the first-level star vortex realm. Although Yi Xing's physical body was exactly the same as when he was a half-step martial sage, which was the strength of the complete invincible golden body, now that his skin and flesh contained pure star essence, the defensive power of his physical body was much stronger than when he was a half-step martial sage. Compared to the integration of star essence into his flesh and blood, any top-grade body refining cultivation technique was not worth mentioning at all. Yi Xing scanned his body with the superbrain and suddenly found something in his mind. It was a ball of crimson flames, but there were 2 clusters of flames. He had a feeling that his body seemed to be related to this red flame, but he did not know what kind of flame it was. At the same time, Yi Xing was surprised. Why had he not noticed this red flame before, but now it had been scanned by the superbrain? Was it because he had become a martial sage that the superbrain had become stronger, or was it because he had become a martial sage that the flame had appeared in his mind? Yi Xing could not figure it out for the time being. Thief, how dare you kill? As the world returned to normal, Du Bianqing recovered from his shock and immediately rushed to the edge of the canyon and shouted angrily. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw the star crystal lode at the bottom of the canyon and the star crystal spiritual milk in front of Yi Xing. In an instant, Du Bianqing's scolding of Yi Xing was retracted and his tone turned into a cry of surprise. Star crystal lode? Star crystal spiritual milk? Following the exclamation from Du Bian City, the expressions of the other 8 people also brightened when they heard this. Star crystal lode? Star crystal spiritual milk? These were treasures that could only be found by chance. Star crystal lode was of great use to the sect, and star crystal spiritual milk was of great help to one's cultivation. Gu Yuyang and the other 4 disciples rushed to the edge of the canyon. Their eyes lit up when they saw the star crystal lode at the bottom of the canyon. The other 4 inner disciples of the East supporting sect also came to the edge of the canyon, supporting each other. Although the 2 one-star martial sages had suffered fatal injuries, they were treated in time and saved their lives. After 2 hours, their injuries had recovered a lot. Seeing the star crystal lode and star crystal spiritual milk at the bottom of the canyon, the other 8 people exclaimed. Compared to the value of the lode and star crystal spiritual milk, avenging Zi Chuanyu was just a small matter. Seeing that Yi Xing had become a 1-star martial sage, Gu Yuyang immediately knew that Yi Xing had broken through to the star crystal spiritual milk at the bottom of the canyon. Looking at the 5 inner disciples of the Dongfu sect, Gu Yuyang knew that the 4 of them could not compete with the 4 martial sages for the star crystal spiritual milk. As for the star crystal lode, if they sent the news back to the sect as soon as possible, the Dongfu sect might be able to get a share of it and earn a lot of contribution points. Gu Yuyang immediately gestured to the other 4 disciples of the Dongfu sect, indicating that they should leave immediately. Whoosh! At this moment, a purple spear light suddenly streaked across the void and stabbed toward Guiyang and the other three. Chapter 199. The purple spear radiance blossomed like fireworks, incomparably beautiful. However, beauty and danger were often proportional. Guiyang and the other three immediately felt a fatal danger. Poof, poof, poof. 3 flowers of blood blossomed as the purple spear radiance pierced through the throats of the 3 rank 9 martial artists in the blink of an eye. Du Bianqing had killed martial artists below the martial sage realm with ease. His opponents had no chance to retaliate. As for the half-step martial sage Guiyang, he also had no chance to retaliate. However, Du Bianqing had thrown out an array disc, giving him a chance to catch his breath. As a direct descendant of the Gu clan, Guiyang's status was obviously not ordinary. He was only a half-step martial sage, but the array disc he had thrown out was a grade 2 copper wall array. The second-level formation, the bronze wall formation, could completely defend against the attack of a beginner martial sage. Unfortunately, Guiyang only threw out a formation plate instead of the bronze wall formation in the form of a formation plate. Therefore, the bronze wall formed by the formation was still pierced through by Du Bianqing's spear. Poof! Guiyang was sent flying by the spear, blood splattering from his chest. Most of the spear's power had been blocked by the copper wall array. Although Guiyang was heavily injured, he had not been killed instantly. The Blood Ghost sect and the Dongfu sect are allied forces. Why did you kill us? Guiyang, who had fallen far away, covered the bleeding wound on his chest and shouted angrily at Du Bianqing. You wanted to go back and report to the Blood Ghost sect so that they could share the benefits of this star crystal load. Don't you deserve to die? Du Bianqing was in a good mood. With a happy smile on his face, he stabbed his spear again, nailing Guiyang to the ground. This star crystal load belongs to the Dongfu sect. Du Bianqing stared at Guiyang's corpse with a smile, but his voice was cold. At this moment, Yixing had already arrived at the other side of the canyon. He faced off against the 5 martial sages from Du Bian City and looked at them coldly. Du Bianqing wanted to silence him and the 4 Blood Spectre sect disciples so that the East Fu sect could obtain the star crystal load alone. Yixing also wanted the Falling Star sect to obtain the star crystal load alone. Therefore, he wanted to capture the 5 martial saints in one fell swoop to prevent them from leaking the news. 2 1-star martial saints, 1 2-star martial saint and 2 3-star martial saints. Yixing sized up Du Bianqing and the other martial sages and felt great pressure. These 5 people were much stronger than Zi Chuanyu's group. This was especially true for Du Bianqing, who was wielding the purple plumed spear. His strength was not weaker than a 4-star martial sage. Even the coiling snake formation had been broken by his spear. He was very difficult to deal with. Now Yixing had no outside help and could only rely on himself. The only thing he could rely on was the dual astrology he had awakened when he broke through to the celestial vortex realm. However, it was hard to judge the strength of his astral energy without going through an actual battle. While observing the 5 martial sages from Du Bian City, Yixing naturally scanned them with his super brain. A small discovery instantly lifted his spirits. Yixing also saw a ball of flame in the minds of the 5 martial saints. However, the color of the flames in their minds was different from his. They were all orange. Moreover, the size of their flames were different. The 2 1-star martial saints had 2 and 3 clusters of flames, the 2 2-star martial saints had 4 clusters of flames, and the 2 3-star martial saints had 6 and 9 clusters of flames, respectively. Red and orange? Yixing realized that the color of the heavens was very similar to the color of the blood fate stone. Moreover, Yixing was a 2-star heaven's will, which was the most common red life. The flames in his mind were red and there were 2 flames. Didn't this mean that he was a 2-star red life? As for the 5 martial saints, the 2 1-star martial saints had 2 and 3 flames respectively. This represented a 2-star orange life and a 3-star orange life. The 2-star martial saints had 4 flames, which represented a 4-star orange life. The 2 3-star martial saints had 6 and 9 flames respectively, which represented a 6-star orange life and a 9-star orange life. The more Yixing thought about it, the more he felt that his judgment was reliable. The flames in his mind should be the heaven's will, or the manifestation of the heaven's will. Others couldn't directly see the level of the heaven's will. Before Yixing became a martial saint, he couldn't see it either. It could be seen that after Yixing became a martial saint, the super brain had become one with his brain and had evolved. After the evolution, the super brain could scan the level of the heaven's will. This was an unexpected surprise. If others wanted to know the level of the heaven's will, they had to use the blood fate stone to test it. However, Yi Xing could directly scan it with his super brain. No matter if it was his or someone else's will, he could see it with a glance. After killing Gu Yuyang and the other three, Du Bianqing turned his fierce gaze to Yi Xing. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. After staring at Yi Xing for a few breaths, Du Bianqing said in a cold voice, "So it was you who killed junior brother Yu and the others." Du Bianqing obviously recognized Yi Xing. The other four martial saints also recognized him. They were all from sects, so they naturally recognized Yi Xing, who was on the East Fujian sect's blacklist. Yi Xing nodded. "It was me." Du Bianqing stared at Yi Xing as if he wanted to see Yi Xing's fear. Unfortunately, he failed. Yi Xing was still calm. "You relied on the star crystal spiritual essence to break through to the star vortex realm. Your cultivation isn't very high, but you have guts." Du Bianqing's voice was cold. Yi Xing's calm reaction in front of him made him very unhappy. Yi Xing nodded again. "That's right. Now I'm thinking about how to kill you." Haha. Du Bianqing was so angry that he laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. "Without the formation you are nothing but an ant. Senior brother Cheng, let me capture this little thief alive. Senior brother Cheng can torture him slowly to avenge junior brother Yu." Another three-star martial saint said loudly. He had been injured by Yi Xing's coiling snake formation, so he hated Yi Xing to the core. Without the formation, Du Bianqing regarded Yi Xing as an ant. Naturally, he was too lazy to do it himself. The other three-star martial saint, Zi Chuanjian, was the brother of Zi Chuanyu. It was reasonable for him to capture Yi Xing to avenge Zi Chuanyu. Du Bianqing nodded to Zi Chuanjian. "Junior brother Jian, don't worry about my opinion. Kill him however you want." "Okay." Zi Chuanjian's eyes were filled with excitement. As he spoke, Zi Chuanjian raised his hand. A long and narrow spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. He walked step by step toward Yi Xing. Zi Chuanjian stared at Yi Xing with murderous eyes and said word by word, "Boy, I will first cut off your arms, then your legs, then your head. You will die without a complete corpse." Yi Xing raised his hand. The spiritual inscription bow and the green sandalwood arrow appeared in his hands. He instantly knocked an arrow on the bow and said, "Your mind is too twisted. The fastest way to kill someone is to kill them with one shot. I only need one arrow to kill you. You, a mere one-star martial saint, wanna hurt me with a bow and arrow?" Zi Chuanjian's voice was filled with disdain. He also did not take Yi Xing seriously. Yi Xing did not say anything else. He activated the stacking wave arrow technique to the limit. The stacking wave arrow technique had reached 18 layers. The higher the layers, the harder it was to stack each layer. 18 layers was already the limit of the stacking wave arrow technique. In an instant, the green sandalwood arrow had already left the bow and shot toward Zi Chuanjian. Whoosh! The arrow broke through the air and made a loud sound. Yi Xing was not far away from Zi Chuanjian. The arrow left the bow and was already in front of Zi Chuanjian. "Break!" Zi Chuanjian shouted. His speed suddenly increased and he slashed down with his saber, bringing out a dazzling white saber light. Clang! With a loud sound, the green sandalwood arrow was sent flying. A three-star martial saint's strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Xing was confident that this arrow was enough to kill a two-star martial saint. However, it was still sent flying by Zi Chuanjian's saber. However, Zi Chuanjian did not feel good after sending the green sandalwood arrow flying. With that loud sound, the spiritual weapon in his hand trembled and buzzed. His forward speed suddenly came to a halt. The terrifying power almost made him take a step back. At this moment, his heart was incomparably shocked. A mere one-star martial saint's arrow was actually so powerful. It was really shocking. If the arrow hit his body, Zi Chuanjian's celestial essence would not be able to defend him. If the arrow hit his vital points, he would definitely be killed. "Damn it!" Zi Chuanjian roared. In an instant, the scene in the sky changed. A huge star appeared and he used the power of astrology. Although his astrology did not have any attributes, it was much bigger than the barren stars of ordinary martial saints. The star force that fell was more vigorous, causing his strength to increase by several times. Whoosh! Zi Chuanjian, who used the power of astrology, was as fast as lightning. In an instant he rushed in front of Yi Xing. Chapter 200. When Zi Chuanjian rushed over, Yi Xing shot another arrow. However, Zi Chuanjian, who had used the power of the astrology, was much more powerful and easily split the arrow apart. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual weapon brought out a dazzling blade radiance and chopped down on Yi Xing's head. If the saber hit its target, it might not be able to split Yi Xing's body in half, but it would at least split his head in half. Since Zi Chuanjian had used the power of the astrology, Yi Xing did not plan to block him with the arrow. The super brain had already scanned Zi Chuanjian's every move. Yi Xing had already predicted Zi Chuanjian's attack trajectory. Therefore, when the arrow left the bow, Yi Xing's body flashed and he used the Cloud Goose Flight to quickly dodge to the side. The Cloud Goose Flight was a top-grade lightness skill. Yi Xing's Cloud Goose Flight had been cultivated to the transformation realm. Moreover, after he became a martial sage, he used his celestial essence and his speed was much faster than when he was a half-step martial sage. Although Zi Chuanjian's blade radiance was as fast as lightning, Yi Xing had already predicted it and dodged quickly. He successfully dodged the blade radiance. Whether it was Zi Chuanjian or the people in Dubian City who were not far away, they were all shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that Yi Xing could dodge Zi Chuanjian's lightness skill with just a top-grade lightness skill. What Zi Chuanjian had used was a spiritual martial lightness skill. Especially Zi Chuanjian's blade radiance skill. Even a martial sage who had cultivated a spiritual martial lightness skill would find it difficult to dodge. However, Yi Xing had used a top-grade lightness skill to dodge the attack. It was really shocking. Die. Zi Chuanjian's blade radiance skill did not hit Su Mo and he became angry. He shouted loudly and the blade radiance swept out like a moon. Low-grade spiritual martial skill, falling moon blade technique. Move, half moon dash. It was very difficult to cultivate a spiritual martial skill. Zi Chuanjian's falling moon blade technique had reached the small success stage and it was very fast. The saber swept towards Yi Xing as he dodged. A martial artist's attack speed far exceeded his movement speed. Hence, even if Yi Xing's speed was faster than a normal person's, it was still difficult for him to continuously dodge Zi Chuanjian's attacks. Even if Yi Xing was able to predict the enemy's movements, Zi Chuanjian's moves were too fast. By the time Yi Xing scanned the trajectory of Zi Chuanjian's attack, the other's spirit weapon had already reached his waist. Unless Yi Xing was able to completely dodge out of the attack range of the spirit weapon blade in an instant, otherwise if he dodged in a small area, the opponent would be able to immediately change the trajectory of the attack and strike Yi Xing. After all, the strength of a 3-star martial sage was extraordinary. This saber strike had forced Yi Xing into a desperate situation. Black hole astrology. At this moment, Yi Xing immediately used the power of astrology. In an instant, the scene above his head changed and turned into a pitch-black whirlpool. In an instant, Zi Chuanjian's vision suddenly turned black. The whole world turned into darkness and he could not even see his fingers. The only thing he could see was a huge black whirlpool above him, which made his heart palpitate. This time, it was not the whole star continent that was shrouded in darkness. Only Zi Chuanjian felt the boundless darkness. Since he could not even see his fingers, how could Zi Chuanjian see Yi Xing? Naturally, he had become blind. What was more terrifying was that the black whirlpool in the sky seemed to have a strong devouring power. It made Zi Chuanjian feel that the star essence in his body was being forcibly sucked away and was about to leave his body. The sudden change made Zi Chuanjian's face turn pale. His heart was instantly filled with fear. The momentum of the saber strike suddenly weakened rapidly and its speed also stopped. When Yi Xing used the black hole astrology, he felt a little strange. He could feel every inch of space in all directions clearly. It was as if the darkness was his sense of touch. As long as it was in the darkness, there was nothing that he did not know. Seeing his opponent's momentum weaken and his speed stop, Yi Xing knew that his opponent had fallen into the darkness. He immediately leaned back. His legs were planted on the ground as if they were rooted. His body fell down and he immediately avoided the sweeping saber strike. Although it was said that he had avoided it, it was not completely avoided because Yi Xing's body was too close to the blade. As long as Zi Chuanjian could see it, he would have pressed the blade down slightly and it would still hit Yi Xing. Therefore, for a martial sage, such a dodge was almost useless. In the distance, Du Bianqing and the others did not feel the darkness of the black hole astrology. They only saw a black star suddenly appear above Yi Xing. It was blurry and they could only vaguely see the outline of it. They did not know what star it was. From their point of view, Yi Xing's dodging would only lead to his death. Zi Chuanjian pressed the blade down slightly and was about to slice off Yi Xing's stomach. However, to Du Bianqing and the others' surprise, Zi Chuanjian did not change the trajectory of the saber strike. The blade almost touched Yi Xing's clothes and cut above Yi Xing's stomach. The sharp saber chi even cut several cracks on Yi Xing's clothes on his stomach. However, Yi Xing's body was protected by the pure essence of the star essence. Moreover, his physical body had already cultivated the invincible golden body to the perfection realm. It was very tough. Even after being swept by the saber chi, he was not injured at all. Was Zi Chuanjian blind? Du Bianqing and the others were puzzled. However, what puzzled Du Bianqing and the others even more was yet to come. When the spirit weapon saber swept across Yixing's stomach, Yixing's body bounced back like a spring and his upper body instantly stood up. At the same time, a spiritual weapon short saber appeared in Yixing's hand. Whoosh! The spiritual weapon short saber instantly burst out a bright saber light and cut across the void. At the same time, Yixing took a step forward. His body suddenly rushed forward and the spiritual weapon short saber in his hand swept across Zi Chuanjian's neck. After the saber sweep, Zi Chuanjian suddenly retreated as if he could not see Yixing. However, when he retreated, Yixing advanced and did not pull away at all. The spiritual weapon short saber in Yixing's hand swept across Zi Chuanjian's throat in an instant. Not good. Du Bianqing and the others were shocked. Zi Chuanjian looked like he was really blind. He only knew how to retreat but did not know how to move his neck to avoid Yixing's attack. Yixing's attack on Zi Chuanjian's neck with the spiritual weapon short saber had no moves to speak of. It was just an ordinary slash. Logically speaking, Zi Chuanjian should not have been hit. However, the truth was that Zi Chuanjian's neck was instantly slashed with a deep wound. Blood spurted out and splattered out. Zi Chuanjian instantly let out a shrill scream. He covered his neck with one hand and waved the spiritual weapon saber in front of him in a flurry. However, Yixing had already circled around his body and stood behind him. Zi Chuanjian's attack was even aimed in the wrong direction. Naturally, it did not touch Yixing. The throat was a vital part of the human body. With a deep wound, Zi Chuanjian merely waved the spiritual weapon saber 5 or 6 times before his body fell backward and convulsed. He was already on the verge of death. Junior apprentice brother Jian. After Zi Chuanjian's throat was cut, while he was still waving the spiritual weapon saber in his hand, Du Bianqing roared and stabbed the purple quill spear in his hand towards Yixing. In an instant, a purple rainbow cut through the void and appeared in front of Yixing fast. The speed of this spear was so fast that Yixing could not even react in time. If Yixing had not paid attention to Du Bianqing, this spear would have already pierced his chest and killed him in one blow. However, even though Yixing had already expected this spear when Du Bianqing circulated his celestial essence and had already started to dodge, he still could not completely avoid this spear. Seeing that the purple quill spear was about to pierce his right chest, Yixing pushed the pure essence celestial essence in his body to the limit. The spiritual weapon short saber in his hand shone brightly and slammed against the spearhead, trying to push the spear away. Clang! With a loud bang, the spiritual weapon short saber in Yixing's hand flew out in an instant and burst into the distance. The purple quill spear in Du Bianqing's hand only slightly deviated from its trajectory and brushed past Yixing's shoulder, leaving behind a bright red wound that bled profusely in an instant. That spear strike was simply too terrifying. It had almost killed Yixing with that strike. If this spear had pierced through his chest, Yixing would never have been able to escape from Du Bianqing's killing move. Even if Du Bianqing had merged into the darkness of the black hole astrology at this moment, he could no longer see Yixing's figure, only a huge dark vortex in the sky. What the hell is this? Could it be that Yixing's astrology has the effect of making people fall into darkness, making people unable to see anything? Du Bianqing was shocked and his expression changed drastically. At this moment he finally understood why Zi Chuanjian looked like he was blind. In this situation, the surroundings were so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers. He was no different from a blind person. Du Bianqing's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately connected the current darkness with the darkness that he had felt earlier. He couldn't believe it. He immediately reacted. Gu Yuyang said that he was a half-step martial sage, but he is now a one-star martial sage and has an astrology that can make people blend into the dark world. Then, when the bright sun turned into darkness, could it be that his astrology had awakened? Although this was ridiculous, how could a person's astrology awaken cause the world to turn dark? Du Bianqing was very sure of his guess now that he was in the dark world. A sense of fear rose in Du Bianqing's heart at the thought that he couldn't see Yixing, but Yixing could see him clearly. Although Du Bianqing felt that his spear had pierced Yixing, he couldn't see Yixing's figure and didn't dare to attack blindly. He immediately retracted his spear and took a defensive stance. He circulated his celestial essence to his ears and listened to the sounds around him to determine Yixing's location. Du Bianqing's attack speed was extremely fast. After Yixing was stabbed by Du Bianqing's spear, Zi Chuanjian fell to the ground. At this moment Yi Xing retreated to the side. He didn't counterattack Du Bianqing at all. Instead he looked shocked. He felt a sudden surge of power coming from the black hole astrology infusing into his mind. Yi Xing immediately scanned his mind with his super brain and a shocking scene appeared. Chapter 201. In Yi Xing's mind. The red flame that symbolized destiny suddenly changed. It went from 2 flames to 3 flames. In the time it took for Yi Xing to snap his fingers in shock, the number of flames increased from 3 to 4. This meant that Yi Xing's destiny had increased from a 2-star red life to a 3-star red life, and then to a 4-star red life. What was destiny? Destiny was preordained by the heavens. Since it was destined, how could it be changed? Regardless of whether it was the martial arts manuals Yi Xing had read or the knowledge he had learned, destiny was something that could not be changed. However, at this moment, his martial arts knowledge was shattered once again. Yi Xing was completely shocked. In the blink of an eye, another flame appeared, and now there were 5 flames. Yi Xing's destiny was still increasing. The cause of this was some kind of power transmitted from the black hole astrology. According to the law of conservation of energy, Yi Xing immediately realized that the power transmitted from the black hole astrology had to have a source. It couldn't have been created out of thin air. Yi Xing's gaze immediately turned to Zi Chuanjian's corpse. The super brain scanned Zi Chuanjian's head. Just as Yi Xing had expected, the orange flame that symbolized destiny in Zi Chuanjian's mind was gradually shrinking. The black hole astrology had actually devoured the destiny in Zi Chuanjian's mind and absorbed it into its own, causing its own destiny to increase. Devouring other people's destinies? The black hole astrology actually has such a heaven-defying effect? Yi Xing thought to himself in shock. Yi Xing had discovered 3 effects of the black hole astrology so far. The first was to create a world of darkness where the opponent would be blind. The second was to merge with the darkness and turn it into one sense of touch, allowing one to sense everything in the darkness. The third was to devour other people's destinies to increase one's own destiny. These 3 effects didn't increase Yi Xing's attack power, but each of them was heaven-defying. In Yi Xing's opinion, the black hole astrology's effect was more valuable than any other astrology that could increase attack power. Although the black hole astrology didn't directly increase his attack power, it was enough for Yi Xing to defeat enemies who were stronger than him. Moreover, it could also increase his destiny. Such an ability was simply overpowered. Yi Xing watched as his heavens will continue to rise. He was overjoyed and excited. Destiny had always been his shortcoming. Fortunately, he had the support of his powerful astrology, which prevented him from reaching a bottleneck in the astral tempering realm. However, the star-quenching realm was the first realm of cultivation. It was the stage of laying the foundation and the beginning of martial arts. Yi Xing could cultivate in the star-quenching realm unimpeded by astrology, but what about the star vortex realm and the star gang realm? What about the astral reaching realm and star sea realm? If his destiny was too low, there would be a day when Yi Xing would reach a bottleneck on the path of martial arts. But now, the black hole astrology could devour destiny, so this worry was completely gone. Because the black hole astral projection was constantly devouring Zi Chuanjian's destiny, the red fireball in Yi Xing's mind was constantly expanding. More and more flames were added to the fireball. It didn't take long for Yi Xing's heavens will to reach the 9 stars' crimson fate. His crimson ball of fire burned with 9 flames. This was the limit of a mortal fate. As more and more destiny was devoured by the black hole astrology, the red ball of fire in Yi Xing's mind underwent a qualitative change. The 9 flames gathered together and continued to compress. Soon it became a single flame which was 1/9 of its original size. Although the ball of fire had shrunk, its color had changed from red to orange. Yi Xing's destiny had improved by leaps and bounds, evolving from a red life to an orange life. In other words, he had evolved from an ordinary mortal life to a martial saint destiny. After reaching the martial saint destiny, the orange ball of fire continued to grow bigger and bigger. Yi Xing's destiny continued to increase. 2-star orange life. 3-star orange life. Eventually, 6 flames burned on the orange ball of fire, which meant that Yi Xing's destiny was a 6-star orange life. At this point, the orange flame in Zi Chuanjian's mind had completely disappeared, leaving not a trace behind. Under the devouring of Yi Xing's black hole astrology, all of Zi Chuanjian's destiny had been transferred to Yi Xing's destiny, causing Yi Xing's destiny to reach the 6-star martial saint destiny. A 2-star destiny had become a 6-star martial saint destiny. Who would believe such a thing if it were to spread out? No one would dare to imagine such a thing. If Yi Xing hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that his destiny could still increase. Moreover, it had increased by so much in such a short period of time. A 6-star orange life was already the peak of a mid-level martial saint's destiny. Whether it was in the Falling Star sect or the Dongfu sect, a 6-star orange life was considered to be above average. Yi Xing's gaze shifted to Du Bianqing and the corner of his mouth curled up. Du Bianqing had a 9-star orange life. If he absorbed Du Bianqing's destiny, then his destiny would also reach the 9-star orange life. A 9-star orange life was already a top talent in the Falling Star sect. If our enlightened being Heaven's destiny didn't appear, then a 9-star orange life would be a top talent. As for an enlightened being Heaven's destiny, it would be hard for a single one to appear in the Falling Star sect in several decades. Most of the time, a 9-star orange life would be the #1 genius. Du Bianqing clearly didn't know that Yi Xing's astrology had the ability to devour heaven's wills. He had already considered Du Bianqing as his prey. Because Yi Xing didn't move, Du Bianqing couldn't hear Yi Xing's location. All he could feel was silence. The silence in this world of darkness was extremely uncomfortable. Du Bianqing tried his best to control his emotions, but he couldn't help but feel anxious. Yi Xing, if you have the guts, then fight me with real swords and spears. What kind of man are you to be hiding? Du Bianqing finally lost his patience after waiting for a while and seeing no movement from Yi Xing. Not far away, the other 3 inner disciples exchanged glances. They weren't affected by the black hole astrology and could clearly see Yi Xing and Du Bianqing. Yi Xing clearly wasn't hiding and was just 100 meters to the left of Du Bianqing. Why did Du Bianqing say that Yi Xing was hiding? It was really puzzling. Recalling that Zi Chuanjian seemed to have been blinded in his battle with Yi Xing, the 3 of them immediately reacted. Could it be that Du Bianqing had also been blinded? As long as he fought with Yi Xing, he would be blinded. What kind of situation was this? What kind of martial art could have such an effect? If it really had such an effect, could it still be called a martial art? It was simply a demonic art. Senior apprentice Brother Qing. Yi Xing is on your left, about 270 steps away. The 2-star martial sage of the 3 shouted. The other 2 1-star martial sages were severely injured. Although the 2-star martial sage's injuries were not light, they were not life-threatening. He still had the strength to shout. About 270 steps to your left? Du Bianqing didn't move at all. In this pitch-black world of darkness, there was no sense of direction or distance. There was a 90-degree range between the front and the left. Since he couldn't see the target, Du Bianqing couldn't determine the specific direction of Yi Xing. Moreover, even if he knew the specific direction, Du Bianqing couldn't pinpoint the exact distance of 270 steps. If he took 270 steps step by step, it would be too late. Du Bianqing still held the purple feather spear in his hand, maintaining a defensive posture and vigilance. At this moment, it should be better to retreat from this dark space, but Du Bianqing didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't know how far he had to retreat before he could leave this dark space. Secondly, Yi Xing's arrow could attack at any time. He had to defend with all his strength. If he relaxed his mind, he might face Yi Xing's arrow attack. In the distance, Yi Xing took out the spiritual pattern bow and the blue sandalwood arrow. He put the arrow on the bow and pointed it at Du Bianqing. Senior Brother Cheng, be careful. Yi Xing is pointing his arrow at you. The 2-star martial saint hurriedly shouted. Zi Chuanjian and Du Bianqing were both 3-star martial saints, especially Du Bianqing, whose strength was no less than a 4-star martial saint. Something happened when he went to kill Yi Xing. Although the 2-star martial saint shouted happily, he didn't dare to rush up to deal with Yi Xing. Moreover, he was seriously injured now. If he rushed up, he would definitely die. He couldn't block Yi Xing's arrow at all. Du Bianqing received the warning and became more vigilant. He ran his star essence to his ears and listened to every movement in all directions. At the same time he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Call for help." Hearing this, the 2-star martial saints and the 2 1-star martial saints fired signal flares into the sky. 3 light beams shot up into the sky and exploded thousands of meters high in the sky, turning into 3 sunflowers. Yi Xing didn't change his target to shoot the other 3 martial saints. Yi Xing still didn't understand the dark world effect of the black hole astrology. He didn't know if others would attack him and enter the dark world, or if he attacked others, others would enter the dark world. If he attacked the other 3 martial saints and caused Du Bianqing to leave the dark world, it would be terrible. He would be in fatal danger. Yi Xing didn't rush to shoot the arrow. His shoulder was still bleeding. Every time he drew the bow, the injury on his shoulder would be strained. Therefore Yixing wanted to reduce the number of times he drew the bow as much as possible. It would be best to kill Du Bianqing with one arrow. In that case, Yixing would raise the power of this arrow to the highest level before shooting it. Sagittarius astrology. Yixing's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, the bow and arrow rushed out from the space between his eyebrows and turned into a huge bow and arrow above Yixing. The black hole astrology couldn't increase Yixing's attack power, but the Sagittarius astrology could increase the attack power of Yixing's arrow. In the dark world, Du Bianqing could only see the dark vortex above Yixing. Nothing else could be seen, not even the huge bow above Yixing. However, the other three martial saints weren't shrouded in the dark world and could see everything clearly. Above Yixing there was not only a huge blurry dark star but also a huge bow and arrow. When the bow and arrow appeared, Yixing's aura suddenly increased by several times, especially the bow and arrow in Yixing's hand. It revealed a terrifying aura. How is this possible? Two kinds of astrology? A bow and arrow? What kind of astrology is this? The three martial saints' expressions changed and they exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 202. The arrow containing the power of 18 stacked forces and Sagittarius constellation shot out in an instant. The void was torn apart at this moment. Du Bianqing's expression changed. He immediately felt a terrifying murderous intent surging toward him, trying to drag him into the abyss of death. The arrow pierced through the air faster than the sound. It was impossible for Du Bianqing to determine the arrow's location through the sound. At this moment, the only thing Du Bianqing could rely on was his intuition. The stronger a martial artist was, the more sensitive their intuition was. Du Bianqing could roughly determine the direction of the arrow from the murderous intent he felt. The purple feather spear in his hand instantly shone brightly. Spear lifting mountains. In an instant, the purple feather spear trembled. This was a defensive move that could deflect even the attack of a 4-star martial saint. Du Bianqi's senses were indeed very sensitive. His spear actually managed to hit the arrow that was flying towards him. Unfortunately, Du Bianqing couldn't accurately determine the arrow's attack trajectory. Although he deflected the arrow, it only grazed the tail of the arrow. The arrow wasn't deflected by the spear. Instead, the tail of the arrow moved up and the arrowhead suddenly moved down. The arrow should have been aimed at Du Bianqing's heart, but it moved down a few inches and hit Du Bianqing's stomach. Du Bianqing used the power of Sagittarius constellation. His star power was extremely vigorous. Celestial essence covered his body and laid down layers of defense. However, Yixing's arrow was too powerful. Not only did it contain the power of 18 stacked forces, but it also contained the power of Sagittarius constellation. Especially the power of Sagittarius constellation, which made the arrow contain a terrifying murderous intent and lethality. Rip. Du Bianqing's celestial essence defense was instantly penetrated by the arrow. The arrow shot into his stomach more than a foot deep. Du Bianqing screamed. He covered his stomach with his hand and retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. However, the power contained in the arrow didn't just cut his flesh. It also caused great destruction in a large area, causing serious damage to Du Bianqing. Senior brother Cheng. The expressions of the other three martial sages changed drastically. Even Du Bianqi had been seriously injured by Yixing. This made them reveal a look of horror in their eyes as they exclaimed at the same time. Yixing pulled open the spirit pattern bow once, and the wound on his shoulder opened up even more, causing the blood to flow even faster. However, he still immediately took out a second blue sandalwood arrow and quickly shot it out. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air. This time, Du Bianqing was heavily injured and was unable to block the arrow. The arrow pierced through his throat. Blood immediately spurted out from Du Bianqing's throat. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He fell backward and died instantly. As the number 1 inner disciple of the Dongfu sect and the number 2 genius of the Dongfu sect, Du Bianqing had a glorious reputation in the Dongfu sect. He had never imagined that he would die at the hands of a martial saint who had just broken through to the star vortex realm. Even when he died, he still couldn't believe this fact. The expressions of the other three martial sages completely turned into horror. Even Du Bianqi had been killed by Yixing. How could they not be scared out of their wits? Even though Yixing's shoulder was also bleeding, and it was obvious that his injury was not light, the three martial sages regarded Yixing as a venomous snake and ferocious tiger. They were full of fear. Whoosh! The 2-star martial saint immediately turned and ran, leaving the other 2 severely injured 1-star martial saints behind. As for the 2 1-star martial saints, their injuries were too severe. Although they had been treated for 2 hours and their lives had been saved, it was still difficult for them to move. Seeing that the 2-star martial saints had abandoned them, their faces turned ashen. They supported each other and slowly retreated. Although he didn't know if the signal flare released by the 3 martial saints would attract more experts of the Dongfu sect, Yixing couldn't let them leave alive. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, Yixing instantly took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows, knocked them on the bow and released the 3 arrows together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whether it was the 2-star martial saints or the 2 1-star martial saints, not only were they seriously injured but they were also fleeing at the moment. How could they avoid the arrows shot by Yixing when he used the Sagittarius constellation? The 3 arrows accurately shot into the backs of the 3 martial saints, piercing through their hearts from the back. All of them died instantly. Du Bian City and the other martial saints like Zi Chuanyu and the other 2 were all killed by Yixing. So far, 10 inner disciples of the Dongfu sect had been killed by Yixing. Du Bian City was the number 1 inner disciple of the Dongfu sect, and Yixing was only a half-step martial saint and was only the number 1 outer disciple of the Falling Star sect. Before and after becoming a martial saint, he had killed 5 inner disciples of the Dongfu sect. Even Du Bian City, who had once defeated a 4-star martial saint, was killed by Yixing. No one would believe such a record. It was too shocking and beyond common sense. After killing the 3 inner disciples of the Dongfu sect, Yixing heaved a sigh of relief and put away the spiritual inscription bow in his storage ring. At this moment, the fire of destiny in Yixing's mind began to grow again, from 6 to 7 flames, and it was still growing. In the end, the flames grew to 9. 9 orange flames represented a 9-star orange fate. This was the fate of a peak martial saint, 1 star higher than Zi Shanxiu's 8-star orange fate. Yixing scanned the minds of Du Bian City and the other inner disciples and found that the fire of destiny in their minds had indeed disappeared. All of it had been devoured by the black hole constellation and turned into his own fate. However, the level of Yixing's fate didn't depend on the number of fates devoured by the black hole constellation, but on the highest number of fates devoured. The highest number of fates devoured by the black hole constellation was Du Bian City's 9-star orange fate. Therefore, Yixing's fate was also a 9-star orange fate. In terms of fate, Yixing would be a first-rate genius when he returned to the Falling Star sect. After putting the black hole constellation back into his forehead space, Yixing immediately consumed a top-grade medicinal herb with healing properties. He also squeezed another top-grade medicinal herb into juice and dripped it on the wound on his shoulder. After doing all this, Yixing moved the corpses of the Dongfu sect's inner disciples to the valley and collected their storage rings and spiritual weapons. These were all Yixing's spoils of war. Of course, among the 5 outer disciples of the Blood Ghost sect, Gu Yuyang also had a storage ring, so Yixing naturally collected it as well. Among the spiritual weapons, Yixing's favorite was the purple feather spear. He loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. This lower-grade spiritual weapon was clearly stronger than any other lower-grade spiritual weapon. With the purple feather spear in hand, Yixing had the idea of cultivating his spear skills. Although his archery skills were very good, if he lost his bow and arrow, his strength would be greatly reduced. The bow and arrow should be used as a trump card. Most of the time, one should rely on one's own strength to fight. Therefore, one's own strength was also very important. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have been stabbed by Du Bian City's spear today. Yixing's strength wasn't strong, mainly because he had just broken through to the martial saint realm and hadn't cultivated any spiritual level martial arts. If he had, with his talent in martial arts, even if he wasn't as strong as Du Bian City, he should be able to protect himself. Don't waste this good spear. After I become an inner disciple of the I must choose a good spiritual spear technique to learn. Yixing thought to himself as he collected all the spoils of war. Then Yixing began to repair the formation. Although the coiling snake formation was broken by Du Bian City, he had only damaged a small part of the formation's foundation. In just a quarter of an hour, Yixing had completely repaired the damaged formation's foundation. The coiling snake formation once again enveloped the entire valley. Yixing came to the bottom of the valley again. He had only consumed about half of the star crystal spiritual milk to break through to the star vortex realm. Including the star crystal spiritual milk that Chu Jingyue had absorbed, Yixing had absorbed about a third of it, so there was still about a third left. The star crystal spiritual milk was the purest form of star power and the best treasure to improve one's cultivation. Since there was still some left, Yixing certainly wouldn't miss it. He would only stop after absorbing all of it. Yixing sat down cross-legged beside the star crystal spiritual milk and soon calmed down. Unaffected by the previous battle, he began to cultivate the pure yuan technique. Yixing was surprised to find that after becoming a martial sage, the speed at which he absorbed the star crystal spiritual milk was much faster than when he was a half-step martial sage. It was more than 10 times faster. The star crystal spiritual milk in the pool almost turned into a large white airflow and was directly absorbed by Yixing into the star vortex in Yixing's dantian. This speed was simply too fast. While Yixing was surprised, he was also pleasantly surprised. The great increase in the speed at which he absorbed the star crystal spiritual milk meant that Yixing's cultivation speed had also become faster. Even if there was no star crystal spiritual milk to absorb, Yixing's cultivation speed in the star vortex realm would not be slow. Yixing scanned his body with his super brain and immediately discovered the reason why his cultivation speed had become faster. First, it was because his destiny had improved, which made his cultivation smoother. Of course, this was not the main reason. The improvement of his destiny alone was not enough to increase his cultivation speed to such an extent. The second reason, which was also the main reason, was that Yixing's black hole star vortex had a great effect on absorbing star power. It was more like devouring than absorbing. The black hole star vortex forcibly devoured the star power nearby. It would be strange if the absorption speed was not fast. Under the devouring of the black hole star vortex, the star crystal spiritual milk in the pool was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yixing's cultivation was also increasing rapidly and he was moving towards the second level of the star vortex realm. Chapter 203. Why Yixing's cultivation was already at the peak of the first level of the celestial vortex realm. As he continued to cultivate, it didn't take long for him to reach the critical point of the first level of the celestial vortex realm. Yixing felt that his whole body was filled with pure yuan celestial essence. His body felt like it was about to burst open. He had reached his limit. At this time, Yixing continued to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. He could no longer improve his celestial essence. Instead, he integrated it all into the black hole star vortex, making the star force in the black hole star vortex stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, the black hole star vortex absorbed the star force to a certain limit. A change occurred and it directly expanded. With the expansion of the black hole star vortex, Yixing felt that the capacity of his body had increased a lot. The feeling of his body being filled with celestial essence instantly disappeared. Instead, he felt that the celestial essence in his body was somewhat lacking. Of course, Yixing's celestial essence didn't change. What changed was the capacity of his body. For example, a liter of water could be filled to the brim in a 1-liter container. However, if a liter of water was placed in a 10-liter container, it would only fill 1/10 of the container, which seemed very little. The cultivation of the celestial vortex realm was the process of improving the star vortex. As the star vortex expanded, Yixing's cultivation reached the second level of the celestial vortex realm and became a 2-star martial sage. Of course, he could accommodate more celestial essence. Moreover, with the improvement of his cultivation, the quality of his celestial essence also had a qualitative breakthrough. The same amount of celestial essence, in terms of power, was much more powerful than when he was a 1-star martial sage. There was still a small part of the star crystal spiritual milk in the pool. Yixing continued to cultivate the pure yuan technique and constantly absorbed it. Yixing's cultivation speed was too fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had absorbed all the star crystal spiritual milk in the pool. His cultivation had already consolidated to the mid-stage of the second level of the celestial vortex realm. Once the star crystal spiritual essence was used up, Yixing stopped cultivating. Although his cultivation speed was very fast, without the star crystal spiritual essence, it was impossible for him to break through one level in a short period of time, so he was not in a hurry. Yixing stood up with an excited smile on his face. He had just broken through the celestial vortex realm and became a martial sage. Then his cultivation broke through again, becoming a 2-star martial sage. How could Yixing not be happy? He had just become a martial sage, yet he had already broken through to become a 2-star martial sage. Yixing had never heard of such a fast cultivation speed. Even a Taoist or heavenly mandate genius would need several months or even half a year to break through to the next realm in the celestial vortex realm. Zi Shanho was an 8-star martial saint and had broken through to the celestial vortex realm before the age of 17. However, when he entered the clear cloud ancient land at the age of 24, he was only at the 7th level of the celestial vortex realm. On average, he broke through 1 level per year. From this, one could see how fast Yi Xing had become a 1-star martial sage and a 2-star martial sage on the same day. Originally, even if all the star crystal spiritual essence was absorbed by Yi Xing, it would still be impossible for his cultivation to break through continuously. The reason why his cultivation could still break through to the second level of the celestial vortex realm even after Chu Jingyue had absorbed 1/3 of the star crystal spiritual essence was because of his black hole astrology. During the period when the black hole astrology was awakened, it had devoured too much astral energy, causing Yi Xing's cultivation to reach the peak of the first level of the celestial vortex realm. Moreover, the black hole astrology had also raised Yi Xing's heavenly mandate to a 9-star orange fate. There would be no bottleneck before he reached the 9th level of the celestial vortex realm. As a result, Yi Xing had absorbed a little more star crystal spiritual essence and naturally broke through to the second level of the celestial vortex realm. Yi Xing. A loud voice came from outside the canyon. Yi Xing was delighted to hear that it was his master, Zi Shanho's voice. Although he did not know that Du Bianqing was the #1 inner disciple of the Dongfu sect, he could tell from Du Bianqing's strength that he was definitely an important figure. After killing Du Bianqing, Yi Xing had been worried that the Dongfu sect would send more powerful martial artists and he would not be able to resist them. Now that Zi Shanho was here, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, Yi Xing's worries were not unfounded. Du Bianqing was a genius disciple who was more valued by the Dongfu sect than Zi Chuanyu. Of course, his body was also engraved with a formation that could detect life auras. The formation master of the Dongfu sect was already aware of Du Bianqing's death. In one day, 2 of the sect's most valued disciples had died, which shocked and angered him. Then, the formation master of the Dongfu sect passed the news to enlightened master Du Bianqing through the communication bead. The communication bead was a bead engraved with a sound transmission formation that could communicate with each other. However, not everyone could use the communication bead. Only enlightened masters who had transformed their celestial essence into astral energy could use it. The communication bead was useless in the hands of martial artists below the enlightened master level. Du Bianqing was Du Bianqing's father and the enlightened master who was in charge of investigating Zi Chuanyu's death. In the end, before Zi Chuanyu's death could be found, his genius son had already died. Du Bianqing was furious when he heard about Du Bianqing's death. He immediately brought several martial saints with him and charged towards the Kunyan mountain range. Yi Xing immediately came out of the canyon. After exiting the coiling snake array, he saw Zi Shanho on the back of the purple flame eagle. Chu Jingyue followed Yi Xing's advice and reported the news to Zi Shanho when they arrived at Zishan County. Zi Shanho knew that Yi Xing had found a star crystal lode. This was a big news and he immediately rushed to the Kunyan mountain range. The purple flame eagle was faster than the black feather eagle. Before Chu Jingyue returned to the Zi Shanho had already arrived at the Kunyan mountain range. Master. Yi Xing quickly stepped forward to greet him. Zi Shanho was looking at the snake coiling array with a surprised expression. He did not pay much attention to Yi Xing. This grade 2 snake coiling array was arranged by you? Yi Xing nodded, yes. The surprise in Zi Shanho's eyes deepened as he looked at Yi Xing. You have such a heaven-defying talent in array formations? Zi Shanho knew about Yi Xing's deeds in the Falling Star sect. He knew that Yi Xing would go to the Array Source Valley every other day. However, the Array Source Valley was Gu Tianshang's territory and Zi Shanho could not find out what happened there. Zi Shanho had always thought that Yi Xing was working for Gu Tianshang in the Array Source Valley. Who would have thought that Yi Xing had learned array formations and had become a grade 2 array master in such a short time? Zi Shanho looked at Yi Xing. In the blink of an eye, he was shocked again. You're already a 2-star martial saint? Yi Xing nodded again. Zi Shanho was completely shocked. He had always thought that Yi Xing would have a bright future. Because of Yi Xing's performance, his opinion of Yi Xing had improved again and again. However, he now realized that he had underestimated Yi Xing. Chu Jingyue had already told Zi Shanho about the situation here. Zi Shanho knew that Yi Xing had absorbed the star crystal spiritual essence to break through to the martial saint realm. However, Zi Shanho could tell from Chu Jingyue's description that the remaining star crystal spiritual essence was only enough for Yi Xing to break through to the star vortex realm. His cultivation might be consolidated to the late stage of the first layer or even the peak, but it was impossible for him to break through to the second layer, which meant that it was impossible for him to become a 2-star martial saint. However, Yi Xing had already become a 2-star martial saint. Yi Xing knew that the increase in his cultivation was very shocking, and Zi Shanho was someone he trusted. Perhaps he could ask Zi Shanho for advice. Yixing said, "Master, the astrology I awakened is a bit special. When I awakened my astrology, my cultivation soared rapidly. The moment I broke through to the star vortex realm, my cultivation reached the peak of the first level. Therefore, I absorbed the remaining star crystal spiritual essence and broke through to the second level of the star vortex realm. Master, is there any astrology that can speed up my cultivation and improve my cultivation?" Zishanho shook his head and said, "What astrology did you awaken? Show me." Yixing immediately released the black hole astrology. He felt that his surroundings had turned into a world of darkness, and the darkness was like his sense of touch. He could clearly feel any movement in all directions. He could even feel a few ants crawling on the ground. However, Zishanho, who was in front of Yixing, did not feel anything strange. In his eyes, the outline of a huge dark star above Yixing's head was unreal. Other than that, he did not feel anything else. "This is your astrology, a dark star. I have never seen or heard of it before. This astrology can actually increase cultivation. How strange." Zishanho observed Yixing's astrology for a while and sighed. This time it was Yixing's turn to be surprised. "Master, you can see me?" Zishanho said, "Of course I can. Did you think you were invisible?" Yixing said, "That's not right. When I was fighting with someone just now, I used the black hole astrology. My opponent could not see me. Master, why don't you try attacking me?" Zishanho's expression changed. "Let me try." Then he lightly struck out with his palm. Chapter 204. Who although it was a light palm, a strong wind blew, and the terrifying power was like an avalanche, slapping towards Yixing. Yixing scanned the trajectory of Zishanho's attack, but the latter's attack was too fierce and too fast. Even if he knew, he could not dodge it in time. In an instant, Yixing was sent flying by a terrifying force. However, Zishanho's palm strike was skillfully executed. Even though Yixing was sent flying by the force of the palm strike, he was completely unharmed. "Master, can you still see me?" Yixing flew back dozens of meters and asked immediately after landing. On the back of the purple flame eagle, Zishanho nodded, "I can see you." Yixing's eyes lit up and he instantly reacted. Since other people's attacks were not affected by the black hole astrology, it must be when he attacked others that others would be affected. Yixing raised his hand, and the spirit inscription bow and blue sandalwood arrow suddenly appeared in his hands. He knocked an arrow on the bow and pointed it at Zishanho. A sharp aura locked onto Zishanho. "Master, what now?" Yixing asked. In an instant, Zishanho's perception changed. Suddenly the sky seemed to be covered by a pitch-black curtain. The whole world turned into darkness, and he couldn't even see his own fingers in front of him. The surrounding dark world suddenly reminded Zishanho of the previous dark world, and Yixing had just broken through to the martial saint realm and awakened his astrology. Obviously, there must be a connection between the two. Perhaps it was because of Yixing's astrology awakening that the world turned dark. Yixing immediately channeled his celestial essence into his eyes, raising his eyesight to the limit. The eyesight of a peak martial saint was amazing, and he could see through the darkness. The surrounding scene was vaguely imprinted in his eyes, and even Yixing could see a hazy figure in the distance. Although the effect of Yixing's black hole astrology was heaven-defying, his own cultivation was still too low. He was only at the second level of the celestial vortex realm, a full 7 levels below Zishanho. Even the black hole astrology could not bridge the gap of 7 levels. Therefore, Zishanho pushed his vision to the limit and vaguely saw through the darkness caused by the black hole astrology. Immediately, a layer of azure light appeared in Zishanho's eyes. Using the azure cloud eye, his eyesight instantly increased by more than 10 times. The surrounding darkness could no longer obstruct Zishanho's eyes, and he could see everything clearly. Zishanho said, "Your astrology is indeed miraculous. It really did bring me into a world of darkness. Everything around me was pitch black." Obviously, the turning of the heavens and earth into darkness was related to the awakening of your astrology. However, the power of the astrology is closely related to the cultivation level of a martial artist. Although your astrology is powerful, your cultivation level is still too far from mine. Although the world of darkness can affect me, the effect is not very big. I can only vaguely see it if I push my eyesight to the limit, and if I use my green eyes I can see even more clearly. As he spoke, Zishanho's tone changed, "And, because your cultivation level is too far away from mine, even if my astrology is not as good as yours, it is enough to break through the effects of your astrology. After saying this, the azure light in Zishanho's eyes retreated, and his eyesight returned to normal. His surroundings once again turned into darkness, but suddenly, a flaming star drilled out from the space between his eyebrows and rose into the sky. This was Zishanho's astrology, a star of the fire attribute, and the flames were extremely fierce. Once the flaming star appeared, in an instant, the scorching light dispelled the darkness of the black hole astrology, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime. This was different from the green eyes seeing through the darkness, but the flaming star dispelled the darkness. When Zishanho used his green eyes to see the surroundings clearly, the darkness still existed, and Yixing could still feel everything in all directions through the darkness. However, once Zishanho's flame astral aspect was unleashed, the darkness disappeared, and Yixing also lost his sense of touch. Yixing tested the effects of the black hole astrology, and found that it would only appear when he attacked others. He then stored the black hole astrology into the space between his eyebrows. Although Zishanho had completely broken through his astrology, Yixing was not the least bit unhappy. He was in the second stage of the celestial vortex realm, while Zishanho was in the 9th stage. There was a difference of 7 stages between their cultivation levels. Not to mention the black hole astrology, even if the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius constellation were added together, it would still be impossible to make up for the difference of 7 stages. Being completely broken by Zishanho was a matter of course. It was not that Yixing's astrology was not strong enough, but that his cultivation level was too low compared to Zishanho's. Zishanho also stored the flaming star into the space between his eyebrows and continued, "Yixing, there is a principle that you should know. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If a person is too outstanding, there will be more disasters. Because in this world there are too many people who are jealous and envious of you. Your astrology is extraordinary and very special. I'm afraid it is not inferior to the constellation astrology, which is known as the strongest astrology. If people know about it, it is inevitable that there will be experts who will have evil intentions towards you. Therefore, your astrology must not be revealed to anyone. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it. Once you use it, do not leave anyone alive to prevent the other party from revealing your secret." Yixing nodded. This disciple understands. Of course, he knew that the black hole astrology was extraordinary. Because he trusted Zishanho, Yixing spoke bluntly to him. To other people, Yixing would not reveal the problem of his astrology. Furthermore, the black hole astrology's ability to devour heaven's will was too abnormal. With this ability, in theory, as long as there was a genius with a high heaven's will in the world, then Yixing would have the hope of obtaining that high heaven's will. This was an ability that could deprive others of their heaven's will. It could deprive all the geniuses of their heaven's will for their own use. It was truly heaven-defying. This was something that even Zishanho did not dare to say. Yixing asked again, "Master, is it possible for a martial artist to have 2 astrology? The same person having 2 astrology? This is unheard of." Zishanho smiled faintly. He originally wanted to say that it was unheard of, but suddenly realized that Yixing's question was a bit strange. Everything was fine, why would Yixing ask such a question? Could it be? Zishanho immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though he felt that it was impossible to have 2 astrology, he still rationally realized that since Yixing asked such a question, it was very likely that he had encountered such a situation. Seeing the change in Zishanho's expression, Yixing knew that the former had already guessed it. With a thought, Yixing moved the Sagittarius constellation out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, a bow and arrow floated in the air above Yixing. This was an incomparably huge bow and arrow, formed by the convergence of countless stars. It looked incomparably magnificent and shocking. Sagittarius constellation, you really have 2 astrology. Zishanho could no longer remain calm as he cried out in surprise. Yixing's body had produced too many miracles, again and again shocking Zishanho. Some things that were slightly difficult to accept, Zishanho was already used to Yixing. However, this time, Zishanho was still deeply shocked. Firstly, Yixing really had 2 astrology, which broke the common sense of martial arts. Secondly, Yixing's other astrology was actually a constellation astrology, and it was the strongest astrology for archery martial artists, Sagittarius constellation. Zishanho himself was an archery martial artist, and his archery skills were very high. The Sagittarius constellation was the ultimate desire of archery martial artists. To an archery martial artist, possessing the Sagittarius constellation was the best condition to learn archery. Zishanho looked at Yixing and exclaimed, Yi Xing, you will definitely become an archery expert in the future. You will definitely be an influential figure in the star continent. No, you will even be the overlord of the star continent. Recalling that Yi Xing had 2 astrology as well as a black hole astrology that did not increase attack power but had an incomparably heaven-defying supportive effect, Zi Shanho immediately changed his tone. Among the martial artists of the star continent, kings stood at the peak. What kind of existence was the overlord of the star continent? Dominating among kings, wouldn't that be the king of kings? Would Yi Xing become such an existence? In Zi Shanho's opinion, it was possible. The constellation astrology was already the strongest astrology in the legends. It was unknown how many years it would take for one to appear in the star continent. As long as it matured, the martial artist with the constellation astrology was already the strongest existence. As for the double astrology, that had not even appeared in the legends. A single astrology was already so abnormal. With 2 super strong astrology in one person's body, as long as there was enough time to grow, wouldn't he become the king of kings in the future? Absolutely. Zi Shanho's confidence at this moment was incomparably firm. Please brothers, please give me 10 monthly votes. Chapter 205. Yi Xing, you can't reveal your Sagittarius constellation astrology. If people know about your black hole astrology, most people won't know what kind of astrology it is. Maybe they won't have any evil intentions towards you. But if they know that you have Sagittarius constellation astrology, there will definitely be a large number of experts, even venerables and king-level experts, who will want to kill you. Zi Shanho solemnly warned Yi Xing constellation astrology was known as the strongest astrology. The number of martial artists who had constellation astrology was even rarer than those who had King's Mandate. In the star continent, although King's Mandate martial artists were extremely rare, 1 in 100 years, constellation astrology was 1 in 10,000 years. The difference between the two was 100 times. Even venerable realm cultivators would attract the killing intent of countless people. The situation of king realm cultivators was even more serious. As for constellation astrology martial artists, it was even more likely that countless experts would want to kill them in the cradle. Although there would also be experts who wanted to protect these martial artists who would have great achievements in the future, the number of experts who wanted to kill them in the cradle was much more. Therefore, constellation astrology must not be revealed. Yi Xing nodded. In his heart, he was even more determined to improve his hard strength. What was hard strength? It was the true strength of a martial artist without using the power of constellation. If constellation astrology couldn't be revealed, it meant that Yi Xing could only use hard strength in most cases, and not the power of constellation. And if one wanted to be strong, the first thing was to have a strong celestial essence. Yi Xing did well on this point. The spiritual martial inheritance he cultivated was the pure Yuan technique. The strength of his pure Yuan celestial essence was far stronger than ordinary celestial essence. It was even stronger than celestial essence. Yi Xing was now at the middle of the second level of the celestial vortex realm, but the strength of his celestial essence was enough to defeat all 2-star martial saints. He could even compete with 3-star martial saints. However, his martial arts were somewhat inferior. He had not cultivated any spiritual level martial arts. The extreme level martial arts were still considered normal ordinary martial arts. Even if he cultivated it to the transformation realm, it would not be comparable to spiritual level martial arts. At most, it would be comparable to beginner spiritual martial arts. If it was at the initial completion stage, it would be enough to easily crush a transcendent stage martial arts. If it was at the great completion stage, its power would be even more terrifying. Therefore, Yi Xing wanted to strengthen his cultivation of martial arts. He would be qualified to learn it once he became an inner sect disciple of the Starfall sect. Furthermore, as long as he could protect this starry crystal lode, it would belong to the Falling Star sect in the end. He would receive 10,000 sect contribution points. By then, he would be able to learn any spiritual martial arts he wanted. Zi Shanho dismounted from the purple flame eagle's back and walked towards Yi Xing, his wooden legs making thumping sounds on the ground. Walking in front of Yi Xing, Zi Shanho raised his hand and a secret manual appeared. With your talent in archery, I will not teach you the low-level spiritual martial arts. I will teach you the middle-level spiritual martial arts 4 symbols arrow technique. While speaking, Zi Shanho handed the secret manual in his hand to Yi Xing. The words 4 symbols arrow technique were written on the manual. Thank you, master. Yi Xing took the 4 symbols arrow technique and said with joy. This was a middle-level spiritual martial art. Its power was unimaginable. Zishanho explained, the four symbols arrow technique, other than the basic arrow moves, only has 4 arrow moves. They are the Azure Dragon arrow move, White Tiger arrow move, Vermilion Bird arrow move, and Black Tortoise arrow move. Among them, the Black Tortoise arrow move is a defensive arrow move and the Vermilion Bird arrow move can be used at the entry level. The Vermilion Bird arrow move is an offensive arrow move. To train this arrow move, you need to absorb the star power of the fire attribute. The White Tiger's arrow style and the Azure Dragon's arrow style were both offensive arrow styles. The White Tiger's arrow style required the user to cultivate the 4 symbols archery technique to minor accomplishment before it could be used. The Azure Dragon's arrow style required the user to cultivate the 4 symbols archery technique to great accomplishment before it could be used. The Azure Dragon arrow move shot from the completion level of the 4 symbols arrow technique could even force a true master who had just entered the astral realm to retreat. Its power is even stronger than an entry-level upper-level spiritual martial art. Yi Xing said with surprise. The difference between the middle-level spiritual martial art and the upper-level spiritual martial art is so big. Only the completion level of the middle-level spiritual martial art is slightly stronger than an entry-level upper-level spiritual martial art? If it was a normal ordinary martial technique, a middle-rank martial technique at the great accomplishment stage would be equivalent to a upper-rank martial technique at the small accomplishment stage. Compared to a upper-rank martial technique at the entry stage, it was much stronger. Zishanho said, that's right, the difference in power between the different grades of spiritual martial force is huge. Because the 4 symbols arrow technique is an archery technique, only after reaching the great completion stage can it surpass a beginner upper spiritual martial force. If it were a normal middle spiritual martial force, the great completion stage can only match the power of an upper spiritual martial force. After a pause, Zishanho concluded, an upper-tier spiritual martial force is equivalent to an upper-tier spiritual martial force at the entry level. An upper-tier spiritual martial force at the completion level is equivalent to an upper-tier spiritual martial force at the entry level. An upper-tier spiritual martial force at the completion level is equivalent to an extreme-tier spiritual martial force at the entry level. The difference between the spiritual martial force and the Shen martial force is even greater. Even a complete stage of the extreme-tier spiritual martial force may not be comparable to a lower Shen martial force at the entry level. Hearing this, Yi Xing understood. It seems that above ordinary martial arts, every time a martial art is one level higher, its value will be many times more valuable. It is on a completely different level. Take the lower-tier spiritual martial force and the middle-tier spiritual martial force as an example. 2 martial saints of the same level, one of them practiced the lower-tier spiritual martial force for many years and finally reached the upper-tier spiritual martial force. The other one practiced the middle-tier spiritual martial force and reached the initial-tier spiritual martial force in a few years. If these 2 martial saints of the same level were to fight, regardless of their astrological power, the martial saint of the initial-tier spiritual martial force would beat the martial saint of the upper-tier spiritual martial force to the initial-tier spiritual martial force, spending less time at a lower level but possessing more power. This was the advantage of higher-level martial arts. Most martial saints only had the opportunity to learn the lower-tier spiritual martial force at the first few levels of the Star Vortex realm. Yi Xing had just become a martial saint and could already learn the middle-tier spiritual martial force, 4 symbols arrow technique. Most warriors did not have such an opportunity. Naturally, Yi Xing was very happy. Just as Yi Xing was about to open the 4 symbols arrow technique, Zishanho stopped him. Don't look at it now. Trouble is coming. Zishanho's eyes shone with a layer of green light as he looked into the distance. Yi Xing put away the 4 symbols arrow technique, and looked into the distance. Following Zishanho's gaze, a layer of green light also appeared in his eyes. With the evolution of the super brain, Yi Xing could see further and further. Even his green eyes had improved a lot. About 20 miles away, 6 birds were flying towards them. The leading one was a purple flame eagle and the other 5 were black feather eagles. On the back of the purple flame eagle sat a middle-aged man who looked to be about 30 years old. His aura was overwhelming. Even from afar, Yi Xing's heart could not help but jump. This was definitely a terrifying expert. As for the other 5 black feather eagles, their auras were also surging. Obviously their strength was not ordinary. Yi Xing felt that each of these 5 people was stronger than Du Bian City. Zishanho glanced at them and said, "Don't use the green eyes to look. The enlightened master's vision is very strong and his senses are very sensitive. Don't let him find out that you have the azure cloud eyes. As he spoke, the green light in Zishanho's eyes disappeared. Yixing was surprised. Enlightened master? The enlightened master Zishanho was talking about was obviously the middle-aged man who looked to be about 30 years old. This was the first enlightened master Yixing had seen. The green light in Yixing's eyes disappeared. Even without the green eyes, he could still see into the distance and pay attention to the traces of the other party. Yixing said worriedly, "Master, there is an enlightened master and the other 5 must be extremely powerful martial saints. How can we stop them?" "Don't be afraid." Zishanho simply spat out 2 words, his tone was very confident. He moved forward and stopped the group 2 miles away from the canyon. Yixing followed closely behind. "Hua Tianfeng?" Du Bianing obviously knew Zishanho. When he saw Zishanho, he said his name. "It was you who killed my Cheng'er?" His voice was filled with anger and his eyes were fierce as if he wanted to bite someone. Zishanho did not see the corpses of Du Bian City and the others in the coiling snake array. He only knew from Chu Jingyue that Yixing had used the level 2 coiling snake array to kill Zi Chuanyu, an inner disciple of the Dongfu sect. With the help of the black feather eagle, he had also used his archery skills to kill 4 other inner disciples of the Dongfu sect. Hearing Du Bianying's words, Zishanho was surprised again. Did Yixing also kill Du Bianing? Du Bianing was the #1 inner disciple of the Dongfu sect. He was considered a famous genius in the entire Qingyun area. Zishanho naturally knew about him. "Today is the wedding of my comrade, so I'm a little busy. I'll make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 206. Du Bianqing had defeated a 4-star martial saint before. Although he had defeated a 4-star martial saint who was in the early 4th level of the celestial vortex realm, it was enough to prove his strength. An ordinary level 2 coiling snake formation could only kill a 1st-level martial saint. However, Du Bianqing had the strength of a middle-level martial saint. It was impossible for him to be killed by the coiling snake formation. Therefore, if Du Bianqing had died here, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed by Yixing. Zishanho thought that Yixing had killed Du Bianqing after becoming a 2-star martial saint. This was already shocking enough. If he knew that Yixing had killed Du Bianqing after becoming a martial saint, he would be even more shocked. Zishanho's shock lasted for a moment before he felt relieved. Yixing had the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology. The black hole astrology could allow people to enter a dark world and lose sight of their surroundings. The Sagittarius astrology could increase the power of the bow and arrow, and kill the opponent when they could not see their surroundings. In that case, it was only natural for Yixing to kill Du Bian City. Of course, even so, Zishanho did not expect that Yixing had killed Du Bianqing when he was only a 1-star martial saint. Zishanho knew Yixing's astrology, so he felt that it was reasonable. However, if those who did not know Yixing's astrology knew that Yixing had killed Du Bianqing, they would be extremely shocked. If the East Fu sect knew that Yixing was so powerful, they would not have allowed Yixing to grow. Zishanho did not want Yixing to be listed as a must-kill person by the East Fu sect. He said, "Yes, I killed him." Yixing was stunned. Then he understood that Zishanho had taken the blame for him to protect him and help him divert the hatred. "You're courting death." Du Bianing was furious. The hatred in his heart exploded as he roared. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Bianing jumped down from the purple flame eagle's back. A pair of astral wings appeared on his back as he rushed toward Zishanho at lightning speed. Even though Yixing was not the target of Watanabe Ying's attack, just because he was standing next to Zishanho, he could feel a terrifying aura suppressing him. That terrifying aura was formless, but it was real. It made Yixing feel as if there was an incomparably heavy object pressing down on him. He felt as if he was about to be crushed to the ground. Zishanho was the first to bear the brunt of Watanabe Ying's oppressive aura. The pressure he felt was definitely 10 times heavier, but Zishanho's expression was as calm as ever. "Get the hell back." Zishanho gave a loud shout, and in an instant the celestial essence in his entire body began to revolve. Using his body as a bow, the celestial essence condensed into a dazzling bow. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted. Zishanho waved his hand, and an arrow shot out from his sleeve, bringing with it an incomparably resplendent light. Logically speaking, once an arrow was shot, there would be a process of power growth. Within a certain range, the arrow's power would not be strong and could be easily blocked. Especially when the distance was too close, the bow was not as convenient as other weapons. Therefore, the bow was classified as a long-range weapon. In close combat, it was certainly not as good as swords, knives, spears, swords, staffs, and other close-range weapons. However, this was not the case for Zishan. First of all, although he shot the arrow, he did not use a bow. Instead, he used his body as the bow and his celestial essence as the string. Secondly, the arrow contained a terrifying power as soon as it was shot. Just as Du Bianing rushed in front of Zishan, an arrow suddenly shot toward him. The angle was extremely tricky, the speed was extremely fast, and the power was extremely terrifying. Even if Zishan killed the invincible Marquis of Dongfu, Du Bianing, as a celestial realm enlightened master, did not put Zishan in his eyes. There was a huge gap between a martial saint and an enlightened master. But at this moment, Du Bianying's face instantly changed. This arrow came so suddenly that Du Bianing did not have time to block it. However, as an enlightened person, how sensitive was his reaction? He could control his body as he pleased. The speed at which he charged forward instantly changed. The astral wings on his back shook, and his body was like a stream of light as he suddenly flew backwards. Although the arrow's speed was faster than Du Bianying's retreating speed, it also extended the time it took for the arrow to hit his body, giving him enough time to dodge. While retreating, Du Bianying's body flashed to the side. Whoosh! The arrow changed direction in an instant and followed Du Bianying's body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Du Bianying changed 4 directions in an instant and completely avoided the arrow. The arrow followed Du Bianying's body and changed 3 directions in a row. Only then did it turn back and was kept in Zishan sleeve. Your archery has reached the level of 3 changes at will? Du Bianing stopped in the distance, his voice was full of shock. If Zishan was not only a peak martial saint, but a 1-star enlightened master like Du Bianing, he would be able to kill Du Bianing with his archery attainment of 3 changes at will. Even if Zishan was a half-step enlightened master, Du Bianing might not be able to dodge this arrow and might even be injured by it. The first realm of archery was change, and the second realm was follow your heart. Yi Xing had heard Zishan mention this before. The archery of the change realm focused on strength and skill. When the arrow was shot, the trajectory was already determined. And the archery of the follow your heart realm could move according to your thoughts. It was much more advanced and powerful than strength and skill. After the arrow was shot, it could move according to one's thoughts. What kind of abnormal arrow attack was this? It was almost unavoidable. Especially the arrow shot by Zishan, it changed the direction of the attack 3 times according to his thoughts. If Du Bianing was not an enlightened master, he would definitely not be able to dodge this arrow. Du Bianing no longer dared to underestimate Zishan. With a flash of light in his hand, a treasure sword appeared. The body of the sword shone with a cold light, bright and resplendent. It was not an ordinary spirit weapon, but a middle-grade spirit weapon. Zishan also raised his hand at the same time, and a spirit bow appeared in his hand. It was also a middle-grade spirit weapon. A middle-grade spirit weapon was easier to guide star essence than a low-grade spirit weapon. It could increase a martial artist's attack power to a higher level. A low-grade spirit weapon could only increase a martial artist's attack power by 30% at most, but a middle-grade spirit weapon could increase a martial artist's attack power by 60% at most. The difference between the two was double. Of course, this was only the attack power that could be increased at most. As a martial artist's cultivation increased and their own level surpassed the level of the spirit weapon, the attack power increased by the spirit weapon would become less and less. In the end, it could not increase the attack power at all. It could only be regarded as a sharp weapon. For example, Du Bianing, as an enlightened master of the astral realm, using a low-grade spirit weapon could not increase his attack power. It could only increase the sharpness of his attack. A middle-grade spirit weapon corresponded to martial artists below the 9th level of the astral vortex realm. In the hands of Du Bianing, it could not increase the attack power to the highest level, only about 20%. In short, if 2 martial artists of equal strength fought, one with a low-grade spirit weapon and the other with a middle-grade spirit weapon, the result was obvious. The martial artist with a middle-grade spirit weapon would have a huge advantage. But now, both Zishan and Du Bianing were using middle-grade spirit weapons. However, the middle-grade spirit weapon in Du Bianying's hand could only increase his attack power by a limited amount. On the other hand, Zishan, as a peak martial saint, could maximize the effect of a middle-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, his weapon was a bow, so its power was even more terrifying. Therefore, with both of them using middle-grade spirit weapons, Zishan had a bigger advantage. However, with just this advantage it was far from enough to kill an enlightened master. In order to protect this star crystal vein, Du Bianying and the others had no choice but to kill. Moreover, if they did not kill their opponents they would very likely be killed by them. Whoosh, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose sharply, and in the air above Zishanho, a huge flaming star suddenly rose, using the power of astrology. Superior astrology, Earth Fire Star. In an instant, countless fire attribute star power fell from the Earth Fire Star, enveloping Zishanho's entire body. Zishanho seemed to be covered in a layer of flame armor, like a messenger of fire. The powerful force formed a terrifying aura, spreading in all directions, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Seeing how powerful Zishanho's astrology was, Du Bianying's eyes narrowed. A hint of seriousness appeared on his face, but he still revealed a look of confidence. In an instant, a similar astrology appeared above Du Bianying, and a huge star rose. This star did not have any attributes. It looked similar to a barren ordinary astrology, but it was definitely not an ordinary astrology because this astrology contained a terrifying killing intent. Chapter 207. Watanabe Ying's astrology was also a superior astrology, Tua Luo Star. Tua Luo Star contained a strong murderous intent. When a martial artist sensed Tua Luo Star, their star essence would contain a terrifying murderous intent, greatly increasing their power. In terms of nature, Tua Luo Star was an ominous star. Martial artists who sensed this star could almost be classified as demon stars in troubled times. However, demon stars in troubled times were at least equivalent to extreme astrology. Tua Luo Star was not at that level. What was a demon star in troubled times? At the very least, it had to have the strength of a demon star in troubled times. Martial artists who could become kings all had extreme astrology. Therefore, without reaching the extreme level, even if it was an ominous star, it could not be considered a demon star in troubled times. Yi Xing's black hole astrology could swallow people's fate. It was the nemesis of almost all geniuses. Such an astrology was the real demon star in troubled times, and also the most terrifying one. As soon as Watanabe used the power of his astrology, Zishanho made his move. A mid-grade spiritual weapon, Purple Firmament Bow, shot out a black arrow. The black arrow was made of spiritual metal that could be used to forge spiritual weapons. When it was shot out, it carried a strong flame star power, burning with raging flames. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was completely engulfed in flames, and the flames turned into a huge vermilion bird. 4 symbols arrow art, vermilion bird arrow style. Although the vermilion bird arrow style was an arrow style that could be used at the entry level of the 4 symbols arrow art, its power would increase with the strength of the archer. Moreover, the power of the vermilion bird arrow style was affected by the flame star power. Zishanho's Earth Fire Star provided endless flame star power, increasing the power of the vermilion bird arrow style to the limit. The vermilion bird arrow style shot out by Zishanho was more powerful than the white tiger arrow style of the 4 symbols arrow art. Sword slashing the heavenly river. Watanabe shouted. The endless murderous intent of Tua Luo Star was integrated into his sword aura, and he swung his sword. In an instant, a sword light like a waterfall shot out from the spiritual weapon in his hand and soared to the sky. The sky-slashing sword art was one of the East supporting sect's ultimate techniques. It was an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Only enlightened masters or the most outstanding core disciples were qualified to learn it. This sword slashed out as if it was going to split the heavens and earth, even the heavenly river in the sky. Crush. The terrifying sword light instantly cleaved the flaming vermilion bird apart, revealing the arrow within. Following a crisp clang, the arrow was instantly sliced in half. Go to hell? Du Bianying roared. Boundless killing intent from the Tualuo constellation gushed forth, merging into Du Bianying's body, causing him to transform into a devil of slaughter, exuding a terrifying aura. Whoosh, the sword radiance was resplendent, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. It was another move of the sword severing heavenly river. Although Watanabe Ying's sky-slashing sword technique was only at the entry level, the power of the upper spiritual martial force was terrifying and extraordinary. It was no less than a middle spiritual martial force at the great success stage. The sword light slashed towards Zishanho, wanting to cut him in half like the Milky Way. In that instant, a layer of green light suddenly appeared in Zishanho's eyes. Moreover, the green light began to revolve, transforming into 2 green whirlpools. Supreme grade spiritual martial art, Eye of Clear Cloud. Although Zi Shanho had only trained the upper half of the Blue Cloud Eyes, which was only equivalent to a middle-tier spiritual martial force, he had already trained the Blue Cloud Eyes to the Great Completion stage. It was impossible for the Azure Eyes to control an enlightened being at the Great Success stage. However, for enlightened beings at the first and second stage of the Astral Star Realm, it could still affect their thinking a little bit, especially those at the first stage of the Astral Star Realm. Du Bianying's cultivation was at the first stage of the Astral Star Realm. He did not know that Zi Shanho had the Azure Eyes, so he was caught off guard. Moreover, Zi Shanho suddenly used the Azure Eyes attack, so Du Bianying was instantly hit. His vision blurred and his mind went blank for a moment. The sword-severing heavenly river lost Du Bianying's control and could not circulate his celestial origin qi, causing its power to rapidly decrease. Whoosh! In that instant, Zi Shanho decisively drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow was like a meteor, exploding towards Du Bianying. As an enlightened being, Du Bianying's thinking could not be affected by the Azure Eyes for too long. If he missed this moment, when Du Bianying was prepared and alert, the Azure Eyes would not affect him at all. The black arrow was shot out, containing terrifying celestial origin qi. In an instant, the celestial origin qi surged and turned into a roaring dragon. 4 Symbols Arrow Art, Azure Dragon Arrow Style. This was the ultimate arrow style of the 4 Symbols Arrow Art. Only those who had cultivated the 4 Symbols Arrow Art to the Great Success stage could use it. Its power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, because of the Earth Firestar phase, a layer of flame burned on the Azure Dragon, increasing its power by 30%. Break, 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 break. The Azure Dragon Arrow style was like a hot knife through butter. The sword momentum created by Du Bianying's sword severing heavenly river was destroyed layer by layer. In an instant, the sword severing heavenly river was completely destroyed by the Azure Dragon Arrow style. The Azure Dragon Arrow style was like a thunderbolt, and an Azure Dragon instantly rushed towards Du Bianying. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Du Bianying's mind went blank and in an instant, his hair stood on end. His whole body trembled and in the blink of an eye, his mind and consciousness returned to normal. But in the blink of an eye, the situation of the battle had changed dramatically. His offensive was gone, and he was already under Zi Shanho's attack, unable to escape. Du Bianying's expression instantly turned into panic. His celestial origin qi circulated rapidly, and the spirit sword in his hand instantly waved, chopping at the arrow. However, in a hurry, how could Du Bianying resist the powerful blow of the Azure Dragon Arrow style? Just by breaking a hole in the Azure Dragon Arrow style, the spirit sword in Du Bianying's hand had been shaken off a little, and a defensive gap had appeared. Whoosh! The arrow was still as fast as a stream of light, and in an instant, it flashed through the defensive gap and shot towards Du Bianying's throat. The penetrating power of this arrow was terrifying. The Star Dipper defense was instantly penetrated, and the arrowhead shot into his throat and came out from the back of his neck. The powerful force forced Du Bianying to retreat a few steps. Clang! The spirit sword fell to the ground. He grabbed the arrow that pierced his throat with one hand and pointed at Zi Shanho with the other, his eyes full of disbelief. You, actually, Yin. Du Bianying uttered a few words with difficulty, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Before he could finish his words, his body fell backward and he was already dead. Zi Shanho was also not feeling well at the moment. His body retreated, his face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corners of his eyes. How difficult was it to affect the thoughts of a spiritual master with the Azure Eyes? Zi Shanho had forcibly operated the Azure Eyes to the limit. Although it affected Du Bianying, he also suffered a serious backlash. For a long time he could not use the Azure Eyes again. Moreover, there was only one chance to kill Du Bianying. In order to seize this opportunity, Zi Shanho used the Azure Dragon Arrow style to the highest level, and forced his celestial origin qi to the limit. Shooting this arrow, his strength was almost exhausted. Master! Yixing saw Zi Shanho retreat and his face was shocked. Suddenly, his figure flashed and he appeared behind Zi Shanho, supporting the ladder. At this time, Du Bianying's body had just fallen to the ground with a bang. Du Bianying was shot dead, and the 5 martial saints who came with him were completely frightened. Until now, they were awakened by the sound of Du Bianying falling to the ground, and they were all frightened out of their wits. Eldering! The 5 martial saints exclaimed at the same time, but none of them dared to go to Du Bianying's side. Instead, they all controlled the black-feathered eagles to soar into the sky, seizing the time to escape. Although Zishanho's face was pale and his strength was almost exhausted, at this moment, he forcibly operated his celestial origin chi and pulled the bow again. The 5 martial saints knew that he had used the azure eyes, and he could not let them escape. Whoosh, the arrow broke through the sky like a flash of light. Zishanho shot the arrow, and the power of the arrow was so terrifying that it could easily kill a martial saint. Moreover, the arrow made several turns in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it killed 2 martial saints and 2 black-feathered eagles. However, the other 3 black-feathered eagles, carrying 3 martial saints, rushed into the sky far away. Without saying a word, Zishanho swallowed a pill to quickly recover his celestial origin chi, and jumped up on the back of the purple flame eagle. Guard here. As the purple flame eagle soared into the sky, Zishanho's voice came, and he chased after the 3 martial saints on the black-feathered eagles. Whether it was the purple flame eagle or the black-feathered eagles, they were very fast, especially when fleeing for their lives. The black-feathered eagle's speed was pushed to the limit. In just more than 20 breaths, the purple flame eagle and the black-feathered eagles had flown to the limit of Yixing's vision, and turned into several black dots in the sky. In the distance, Yixing felt that one of the 3 black dots in front of him fell from the sky, and the other 2 black dots fled in 2 different directions. After another 20 breaths, in the distant sky, even the black dots could not be seen. Yixing withdrew his gaze. Although the purple flame eagle was fast, the black-feathered eagles were not slow either, especially when they fled in 2 different directions. Zishanho wanted to kill the 2 martial saints, and he would not be able to return in a short time. East Fu sect. First, Zi Chuanyu, the sect's key disciple, died. Not long after, the sect's second genius disciple, Du Biancheng, died. Now even the sect's perfected person elder, Du Bianying, died. The detection array that represented Du Bianying's life was destroyed. 3 consecutive incidents shook the East Fu sect's upper echelons. Even the East Fu sect's supreme elder, Du Biantan, received the news. Du Biantan was incomparably furious, and personally led 2 perfected person elders and several high-level martial saints to the Kunyan mountain range to investigate. Du Biantan was once the East Fu sect's patriarch, a top expert in the 6 sects of the Green Cloud Mountain range. He was a 3-star venerable. With such a person he could almost run amok in the 6 countries of the Green Cloud Mountain range. Kunyan mountain range. Zishanho had chased after the East Fu sect's martial saints for more than 100 breaths. Yixing looked into the distance every 10 breaths, observing the surroundings. At this time in the distant sky, a purple flame eagle suddenly appeared in Yixing's field of vision. Yixing was shocked. Although Zishanho was also riding on a purple flame eagle, the direction of this purple flame eagle seemed to be the opposite of the direction Zishanho was chasing. For updates, please read the accounts. Chapter 208. Zishanho could not have made a big detour and come back in the opposite direction in such a short period of time. Therefore, the purple flame eagle in Yixing's sight was not Zishanho's purple flame eagle. Therefore, the martial artist behind the purple flame eagle was not Zishanho. From what Yixing had seen, the martial artist who could ride the purple flame eagle was either an enlightened being or a peak martial sage. If the martial artist was from the Dongfu sect, he had no hope of defending the star crystal vein. A peak martial sage, an enlightened being. Yixing did not have the ability to fight against such an existence. He decisively retreated from the canyon and hid in a nearby mountain. Soon the purple flame eagle approached. Yixing saw the person riding on the back of the purple flame eagle. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a dignified face and looked gentle and elegant. Although he did not emit any fierce aura, Yixing had a feeling that this person was more terrifying than Watanabe-ing. This feeling was not because this person was stronger than Watanabe-ing, but because of an instinctive premonition. As for where this premonition came from, Yixing did not know. It seemed to have nothing to do with martial arts. The middle-aged man controlled the purple flame eagle and flew directly to the canyon where the star crystal vein was located. When the distance was closer, Yixing's eyes lit up. There was a second person on the back of the purple flame eagle. It was a young lady in red who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. When Yixing saw her, he was stunned. He recognized this lady in red. In the past, he and Wei Qingxin had been blown into an underground cave by the wind. They had walked for a long time before coming out. In the end, they had reached the depths of the Blue Cloud Mountain range. It was this lady in red who had used the black feather eagle to send him and Wei Qingxin out of the Blue Cloud Mountain range. Although they had met once and she had helped him, Yixing did not dare to show himself. If she was from the Yixing would have no problem showing himself. If she was not, for the star crystal vein she might kill him. He and the red-robed woman had only met once. They didn't have much of a relationship, which wasn't as important as a star crystal load. The purple flame eagle landed on the ground outside of the valley. The middle-aged man and the lady in red got down from the back of the eagle. They looked around and frowned. Especially when the middle-aged man's eyes fell on Watanabe Ying's body, he was shocked. He quickly walked over to Watanabe Ying's body. He obviously recognized Watanabe Ying. After observing the cause of his death, the middle-aged man walked into the canyon. Yixing was surprised. He had already set up a coiling snake formation around the canyon, but this middle-aged man didn't even try to break it. Instead he just walked past it. Every step the middle-aged man took was in the blind spot of the coiling snake formation. The coiling snake formation was completely useless against him. It was as if it existed in name only. Yixing instantly reacted. Why did he feel that this middle-aged man was more terrifying than Watanabe Ying? Now he knew that this middle-aged man was an array formation master. Moreover, he was an array formation master whose attainments in array formation far surpassed his. Therefore this feeling came from the threat of array formation masters. The middle-aged man entered the canyon and soon came out. The red-robed woman had already picked up Watanabe Ying's mid-grade spiritual sword. She walked toward the middle-aged man and said, "Father, who is this man?" He actually used a mid-grade spiritual weapon. The middle-aged man said, "Elder of the Dongfu sect, Watanabe Ying. He was a one-star sage." The red-robed woman said in surprise, "A one-star sage was killed here? Who did it?" The middle-aged man slowly shook his head and said, "I'll set up the array first. Tongyu, pay attention to the surroundings." The red-robed woman nodded. The middle-aged man waved his hand and the astral energy swept out like a blade. It slashed out dozens of feet and destroyed the coiling snake formation set up by Yixing in an instant. Then the middle-aged man began to set up the array. His method of setting up the array was very brilliant. Moreover, he used array formation materials to greatly increase his speed of setting up the array. Yixing observed in the dark and even used his superbrain to scan. The middle-aged man's method of setting up the array clearly appeared in Yixing's mind. With a comparison, Yixing could tell that this middle-aged man's attainments in array formation were much higher than Gu Tianshang's. Gu Tianshang was a second-level array grandmaster, so this middle-aged man was obviously a third-level array master. There was only one third-level array master in the entire Falling Star sect. Yixing had heard Gu Tianshang mention that he seemed to be called Lin Fenghua. Yixing could not help but guess. Could this middle-aged man be Lin Fenghua? If so, then he and the red-robed woman were both from the Falling Star sect. When Lin Fenghua's array covered half of the canyon, Zishanho returned. Yixing. From afar, Zishanho saw that there was an additional purple flame eagle near the canyon, and there were also 2 more people. He shouted loudly. Once Zishanho returned, Yixing felt relieved. He walked out from his hiding place and in a flash he arrived at the peak of the mountain and waved to Zishanho, "I'm here." The red-robed woman's gaze was attracted by their voices. She looked over and the middle-aged man also stopped what he was doing. Both of them were slightly surprised. Obviously, they did not expect that there would be a martial artist hiding in the nearby mountain. Zishanho arrived on the purple flame eagle and waved to Yixing. He landed on the side of the canyon and jumped down from the eagle's back. He immediately bowed to the middle-aged man in front of him. Zishanho Huatianfeng greets Elder Lin. Elder Lin? This middle-aged man was an elder of the Falling Star sect? Moreover, his surname was Lin, and he was a level 3 array master. Yixing, who was rushing over, instantly understood that he was the level 3 array master Lin Fenghua that Gu Tianshang had mentioned. After Zishanho bowed, he said to Yixing, "This is Elder Lin Fenghua, our sect's level 3 array master. This red-robed woman is Elder Lin's beloved daughter, Lin Tongyu, our sect's #1 inner disciple and your senior sister." Before Yixing could speak, Lin Tongyu looked at Zishanho and exclaimed, "Zishanho, that Dongfu sect's elder Watanabe Ying, was it you who killed him?" Zishanho nodded, "I risked my life and was lucky enough to kill him. If I could do it all over again, Watanabe Ying would not have underestimated me, but would have been more vigilant. He might not have died by my hands and I might have been the one who died." Zishanho was telling the truth, but Lin Fenghua and Lin Tongyu's eyes were filled with surprise. A martial saint killing a perfected person? What kind of achievement was this? The southern part of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range had not had such a heaven-defying character for many years. Regardless of whether it was luck or luck, a martial saint killing a perfected person was an amazing thing. At this time Yixing walked forward and bowed to Lin Fenghua and Lin Tongyu. Disciple Yixing greets elder Lin and senior sister Lin. Lin Fenghua sized up Yixing and said, "You're Yixing?" Lin Fenghua had long heard of Yixing's name. In the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, he had brought his daughter Lin Tongyu to hunt down a spirit beast, helping Lin Tongyu break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex realm and become a mid-level martial saint. Spirit beasts were extremely rare demonic beasts. Rather than demonic beasts, they were more like medicinal herbs, because spirit beasts could help cultivators increase their cultivation and break through to the next level. However, spirit beasts were extremely fast and difficult to catch. Lin Fenghua and Lin Tongyu had chased a spirit beast in the Blue Cloud Mountain Range for several months before finally trapping it with a formation. At the most critical moment of the hunt for the spirit demon, Lin Fenghua received a message from Gu Tianshang. He heard that among the new disciples of the sect, there was a peerless genius with a monstrous talent in formations. Gu Tianshang said that his attainments in formations weren't enough to be the master of that genius, so he wanted Lin Fenghua to return to the sect as soon as possible and personally teach that genius. However, Lin Fenghua was at a critical moment in the hunt for the spirit beast, so he was not in a hurry to return to the sect. In the end, Lin Fenghua captured the spirit beast, allowing Lin Tongyu's cultivation to break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex realm. According to the rules of Thea, 4-star martial saint could be promoted to a core disciple. At this time Lin Fenghua brought Lin Tongyu back to the sect. However, before he left the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, he received a message from the sect saying that a disciple had found a star crystal spiritual vein in the Kunyan Mountain Range and wanted him to quickly set up a formation around the star crystal spiritual vein and capture it in the hands of the Falling Star sect. Therefore Lin Fenghua brought Lin Tongyu over. They were not far from the Kunyan Mountain Range, and the purple flame eagle was fast. Not long after receiving the message from the sect, they arrived here. In the message, Gu Tianshang had repeatedly emphasized that Yixing was a peerless genius in formation skills and had the potential to become a 4th or even 5th grade formation master. Therefore the name Yixing had left a deep impression on Lin Fenghua. Yixing nodded. Yes. Lin Fenghua's eyes were filled with shock. You're Yixing, the one who learned formation skills from Gu Tianshang? Yixing nodded again. Yes. The shock in Lin Fenghua's eyes deepened. You were the one who set up the 2nd grade coiling snake formation? Yixing nodded again. Yes. The shock in Lin Fenghua's eyes turned into shock. You've never learned formation skills before, but you've become a 2nd grade formation master after learning from Gu Tianshang for 2 months? Seeing elder Lin Fenghua's shock, Yixing felt a little smug and happy. Of course he did not show it. It was normal for people to feel smug and happy, but it was a different story if they showed it on their face. Every time the communication pearl sent a message, it would consume a lot of astral energy. Gu Tianshang was only a half-step perfected person, and he did not have enough astral energy in his body. Therefore he did not explain Yixing's talent and formation skills to Lin Fenghua. He only emphasized that Yixing was a genius in formation skills, a peerless genius with monstrous talent. However, Lin Fenghua did not see it with his own eyes, so he did not take it to heart. Now that he learned that Yixing had become a 2nd grade formation master in 2 months, he was shocked. As a 3rd grade formation master, Lin Fenghua was a formation genius himself. He knew very well what it meant to become a 2nd grade formation master in 2 months. It was much faster than him. In the entire Qingyun district, there had never been such a monstrous formation genius. In fact, he had never heard of such a person in his life. Lin Fenghua exclaimed, "You really are a formation genius." Gu Tianshang was right. Yixing smiled embarrassedly. Zishan Ho also revealed a knowing smile. The more outstanding Yixing was, the happier he as his master would be. At this moment, Lin Tongyu was staring at Yixing with a strange expression. No matter how she looked at him, he looked a little familiar. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly votes. I want to say, the more the merrier. Chapter 209. After looking at Yixing for a while, Lin Tongyu revealed a look of realization. She exclaimed, "So it's you?" Obviously, Lin Tongyu recognized Yixing. Lin Tongyu's impression of Yixing was very shallow. At that time, Yixing was only a 5th-level martial artist. To Lin Tongyu, who was a martial saint, he was completely insignificant. Lin Tongyu was only kind enough to help Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian out of the Azure Cloud Mountain range. Lin Tongyu had a deeper impression of Wei Qingxian because Wei Qingxuan's beauty was simply too stunning. Lin Danyu herself was a beauty. Many disciples of the Falling Star sect even called her the #1 beauty of the Falling Star sect. However, she felt that her appearance was slightly inferior to Wei Qingxuan's. Women were very concerned about their appearance. Therefore, the stunning Wei Qingxian left a deep impression in Lin Tongyu's mind. As for Yi Xing, although he was also very handsome, he definitely could not be considered stunningly handsome. Therefore, Lin Tongyu did not take it to heart. Therefore, when Lin Tongyu first saw Yi Xing, she did not recognize him at all. However, Lin Tongyu had brought Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian out of the Azure Cloud Mountain range more than half a year ago. Lin Tongyu still remembered that because she was attracted by Yi Xing's talent and formations, she focused on Yi Xing for a while. In the end, the more she looked at him, the more familiar he looked. She finally remembered. Only then did Lin Tongyu remember Yi Xing. However, Yi Xing had already recognized Lin Tongyu. He said, "Thank you for saving me in the past, senior sister Lin. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. That person left with you." Lin Tongyu had a deep impression of Wei Qingxian. Just as she was about to ask about Wei Qingxuan's whereabouts, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Only then did she realize that Yi Xing's current cultivation had undergone an unbelievable change compared to half a year ago. Lin Tongyu's voice suddenly became louder and filled with shock. "You're already a 2-star martial saint? In just half a year, you actually cultivated from the 5th level of the Star Tempering Realm to the 2nd level of the Star Vortex Realm?" There was a gap of 5 levels between the 5th level of the Star Tempering Realm and the 2nd level of the Star Vortex Realm. Moreover, there was also a huge leap from the Star Tempering Realm to the Star Vortex Realm. Even though Lin Tongyu was a 9-star Orange Fate disciple, she was still shocked by his cultivation speed. Lin Fenghua, who was standing to the side, also revealed an astonished expression. Even as an enlightened being in the astral realm and a 1-star Yellow Fate Realm genius, he couldn't help but be shocked. Zishanho obviously didn't want Yi Xing to stand out too much, so he said, Yi Xing also had many opportunities and good fortune to reach this step, especially when he broke through the celestial vortex realm and became a martial saint. It was because he absorbed the star crystal spiritual essence from this star crystal lode that he became a martial saint. Moreover, his cultivation broke through to the 2nd layer of the celestial vortex realm in one go, which is what happened today. Zishanho's meaning was obvious. The reason Yi Xing's cultivation rose so quickly was because of opportunities, especially breaking through the star vortex realm and becoming a 2-star martial saint. It all happened today. Therefore, in half a year, Yi Xing had only cultivated from the 5th level of the Star Tempering Realm to the half-step Martial Saint Realm. It was also because of other opportunities that he rose so quickly. Zishanho paused and explained, Yi Xing's heavenly fate is very low. He's only a 2-star heavenly fate. It's all because of opportunities and hard work that he was able to grow so quickly. With that said, Lin Tongyu and Lin Fenghua no longer felt that Yi Xing was a monstrous genius. It turned out that he had opportunities and was only a 2-star heavenly fate. It could be seen that without those opportunities, Yi Xing's martial achievements would be very low. If they knew that Yi Xing's heavenly fate had already risen to a 9-star orange fate, what would they think? 2-star heavenly fate is indeed too low. It seems like his martial talent is far from his talent in the Array Dao. He should focus on the Array Dao. Lin Fenghua sighed. He had the same opinion as Gu Tianshang. However, he was much more open-minded than Gu Tianshang. He didn't force Yi Xing to focus on the Array Dao. It depended on the individual's interest. Therefore, Lin Fenghua's sigh wasn't a rule for Yi Xing. It was just a sigh and an opinion. With that, Lin Fenghua changed his tone and looked at Zishanho. Zishanho knows a lot about Yi Xing? Zishanho, ever since he was sent out by the hat, always kept a low profile. Although Lin Fenghua looked to be about the same age as Zishanho, he was actually twice as old. When Zishanho was still a disciple of Lin Fenghua was already an inner sect elder of the Falling Star sect. He was very clear about Zishanho's matters. Logically speaking, Zishanho shouldn't know so much about Yi Xing. Yi Xing's growth was due to his opportunities. If he didn't have a close relationship with Yi Xing, he wouldn't know about these things. Zishanho didn't hide his relationship with Yi Xing from Lin Fenghua and said, Yi Xing is from the Purple Mountain County and is proficient in the Tao of archery. When he was in the Purple Mountain Academy, I took him in as my successor. So the two of you are master and disciple? Lin Fenghua nodded and said, Hua Tianfeng, you have a good eye. However, his talent in the Tao of arrays is even more monstrous. If I take him in as my disciple, you won't have any objections, right? In the sect, the identity of master and disciple didn't necessarily mean that one was an elder and the other was a disciple. As one grew older and their cultivation increased, the disciple would also become an elder. Enlightened being elders had the same seniority in the sect. However, in private their seniority wasn't the same. It was possible that an enlightened being elder was the master of another enlightened being elder. Therefore, in private, Lin Fenghua was one generation higher than Zi Shanhou. This was because when Zi Shanhou was a disciple of Lin Fenghua was already an inner elder. However, in terms of the sect, Zi Shanhou was now also an elder of the sect. His disciple could still be taken in as a disciple by Lin Fenghua. This wasn't considered a mess of seniority. However, the master-disciple relationship was a very important relationship for warriors. If a disciple wanted to acknowledge another master, the original master would have to agree. Zi Shanhou was also surprised by Yi Xing's talent in arrays. Lin Fenghua was the only level 3 array master in the Falling Star sect. If he was willing to teach Yi Xing arrays, Zi Shanhou couldn't possibly object. Although Lin Fenghua was only a 1-star sage, as the only level 3 array master his status in the sect was very high. Even the sect master had to receive him politely. Moreover, Lin Fenghua was the son of the Grand Elder of Thelen Shiyuan. This identity made him very prominent in the Falling Star sect. If Yi Xing was accepted as a disciple by Lin Fenghua, he would also become an important figure in the Falling Star sect. This was a great guarantee for Yi Xing's safety. Zi Shanhou cupped his fists and said, "Elder Lin is willing to teach Yi Xing arrays. This is Yi Xing's blessing. How can I have any objections? Of course I will fully support you." After that he said to Yi Xing, Elder Lin is the only level 3 array master in our sect. His attainments in arrays are extremely high. If you want to have achievements in arrays, it is the best way to learn from Elder Lin. Of course, whether you want to learn arrays or not depends on your own wishes. If you are unwilling, then decline Elder Lin's good intentions. If you are willing, then worship Elder Lin as your master. From now on, listen to Elder Lin's teachings. In a martial artist's life, it was not necessary to worship only one master. Some genius martial artists surpassed others in cultivation and eventually even surpassed their master's cultivation. In order to reach the peak of martial arts, they needed to worship a master with a higher cultivation and continue to learn. Therefore, it was normal for a martial artist to worship multiple masters. Conventionally speaking, the first master's position was close. A master for a day, a father for life. If a master was like a father, then the first master would be the biological father, and the future masters would be the adoptive father. If the first master and the second master had a disagreement, then logically speaking, the disciple should listen to the first master. Of course, who the disciple would listen to would depend on the disciple's intentions. Some people didn't even listen to their own parents, let alone their master. However, if they didn't listen or even went against their master, then they would be labeled as disobedient and disobedient. It was the same as being unfilial to one's parents, and would be spurned by martial artists. Yi Xing was naturally willing to learn arrays from Lin Fenghua. Only with Lin Fenghua would he be able to learn level 3 arrays. However, if he was like Gu Qianshang wanting him to abandon martial arts and wholeheartedly study arrays, this was something that Yi Xing would never agree to. Therefore, Yi Xing wasn't in a hurry to greet Lin Fenghua as a disciple. He said, "This disciple is honored that Elder Lin is willing to teach me arrays. However, this disciple is wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts. If Elder Lin agrees to let me spend half of my time studying arrays, then this disciple is willing to respect Elder Lin as his master and learn arrays from Elder Lin. If Elder Lin wants me to spend all my time studying arrays before teaching me, then this disciple doesn't need to learn." Lin Fenghua heard this and laughed. "Yi Xing, you must be frightened by Gu Qianshang, this array fanatic. Not all array masters are like him, spending their entire lives studying arrays. He's called an array fanatic. Learning arrays from me doesn't depend on how much time you have. It depends on whether you put your heart into it, whether you have the talent, and whether you have the interest. A powerful array master needs time to learn, but time isn't the most important factor." Since Lin Fenghua had spoken so straightforwardly, Yi Xing naturally no longer hesitated. He glanced at Zi Shanhou, and after seeing Zi Shanhou nod, he knelt before Lin Fenghua, performing the ceremony of becoming a disciple. Disciple Yi Xing greets Master Lin. The second master was also called master, but when the first master was present, master was the first master's special title. This was a form of respect for the first master. 4 other masters. One could only call them by their surname and add the word master behind it. However, Lin Fenghua's surname was Lin, so he was called Master Lin. Lin Fenghua waved his hand and a powerful force lifted Yi Xing up. He said, "Good. I still need to set up a formation here to defend against the experts from the East supporting sect. You stay here and watch. Once I'm done, you, Tong Yu, and Zishan Ho will immediately leave this place. In the next few days, I will stay here to defend against the East supporting sect and won't return to the sect. Once the sect completely obtains the celestial crystal spirit vein, I will accept you as a direct disciple of the Falling Star sect. There's more tonight." Chapter 210. Not long after Lin Fenghua had finished setting up the Tiangang formation. As a defensive formation, the Tiangang formation could withstand strong attacks. Beginner true masters could not break it. In order to protect the Star Crystal Mine, it was not necessary to kill people, but to keep it in one's hands and not let the Dongfu sect take it away. Therefore, the defensive formation had to be set up. After setting up the defensive formations, Lin Fenghua would also set up killing formations, illusion formations, and other formations. Just one formation wasn't enough to stop the entire Dongfu sect. She had to set up a chain of formations that could be used for both offense and defense. With the Tiangang formation, Lin Fenghua did not let Yi Xing and the rest stay here. A star crystal mine would definitely attract a large-scale invasion from the Dongfu sect. This place would not be peaceful for a long time. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to get away for a long time. The Dongfu sect could not break the formation and take the star crystal mine for themselves. However, they could cut off the connection between the mine and the Fallen Star sect. By then, no one would be able to travel between the mine and the Fallen Star sect unless they were the top figures in the sect. With the Tiangang formation, Yi Xing and the rest knew that Lin Fenghua was safe. They left on the Purple Flame Eagle with Zishan Ho and Lin Tongyu. Lin Fenghua's Purple Flame Eagle was brought into the Heavenly Dipper formation. Although the Heavenly Dipper formation was unlikely to be broken by a beginner true master, the Dongfu sect had the advantage of numbers. If they were strong enough to break the Heavenly Dipper formation, Lin Fenghua would have to escape on the Purple Flame Eagle. The Purple Flame Eagle was very fast. In less than 4 hours they had returned to the Zishan County city. It was already dusk. Lin Tongyu stayed a night at the Zishan Ho's palace and left for the Fallen Star sect the next day. Yi Xing stayed at the Zishan Ho's palace. Lin Fenghua would take some time before returning to the Fallen Star sect. Yi Xing could use this time to learn archery from Zishan Ho. The cultivation of the spiritual martial force was extremely difficult. Although Yi Xing had a super brain and his learning ability was 1,000 times faster than other warriors, if he had a master to teach him, he would be able to avoid many detours and save a lot of time. Especially since Yi Xing had never learned spiritual martial arts archery before. Now that he had learned a middle spiritual martial arts archery, it was extremely difficult. At this time, the experience of his master was extremely important. The reason why the spiritual martial arts was so difficult was that it was not only about martial arts skills, but also about martial arts comprehension. The super brain could help with martial arts skills, but it could not help with martial arts comprehension. Every day, Zishan Ho would teach Yi Xing the 4 elements arrow art. At first, Yi Xing's progress was slow and he could not comprehend it. But after 2 days, Yi Xing had a flash of inspiration. When he was learning the 4 elements arrow art, he released the Sagittarius constellation. The Sagittarius constellation was the ultimate constellation for archers. Under the cover of the Sagittarius constellation star power, Yi Xing's comprehension of archery had greatly increased. In this way, the super brain increased the skill of the 4 elements arrow art. The Sagittarius constellation increased the comprehension of the 4 elements arrow art. Yi Xing's learning of the 4 elements arrow art was progressing by leaps and bounds. In just half a month, Yi Xing had successfully learned the 4 elements arrow art and reached the entry level. He could use the defensive archery moves Black Tortoise Arrow Style, Vermilion Bird Arrow Style. Zishan County Wangqing Slope. Zishan Ho's eyes were filled with astonishment. In just half a month, Yi Xing had learned the 4 elements arrow art. This truly shocked him. When he had first obtained the 4 elements arrow art, he was already an intermediate martial saint. However, he had used half a year to reach the entry level of the 4 elements arrow art. The difference between half a year and half a month was simply too great. After Yi Xing used the Sagittarius constellation, his cultivation of the 4 elements arrow art progressed by leaps and bounds. This made Zishan sigh in admiration at the power of the Sagittarius constellation. Of course, what he didn't know was that the super brain in Yixing's head was the main reason why Yixing was able to reach the entry level of the Four Elements arrow art in just half a month. If he only had the comprehension and not the skill, he wouldn't be able to shoot the vermilion bird arrow style and black tortoise arrow style. Therefore, the super brain's ability to increase the speed of the skill was also very important. Yixing, your cultivation of archery has exceeded my expectations. I originally thought that you would need 2 to 3 months to reach the entry level of the Four Elements arrow art. In the end, you only used half a month. Zishan walked in front of Yixing and said with a surprised tone, "The master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. I can only teach you the entry level of the Four Elements arrow art. I've already taught you everything I need to teach. In the future, you just need to practice like you are doing now. As for the final result, it will depend on your perseverance." Yixing said humbly, "It's all because of the master's good teaching." Zishan smiled lightly. Yixing's words sounded like flattery, but he was very happy to hear it. At least, it proved that Yixing was not someone who was proud and arrogant just because of a little achievement. After a smile, Zishan changed the topic. "Yixing, do you know the origin of the Falling Star sect?" As a disciple of the Yixing naturally knew the answer to this question. "I heard that 700 years ago, a falling star smashed into the current location of the Falling Star sect. The falling star brought along a secret space. Inside, the founder of the sect obtained the upper-level spiritual martial art inheritance Falling Star Incantation, and became a 4-star sage. He established the sect and built the Falling Star sect on the land of the fallen stars." Zishan nodded, "That's right. The reason why the sect was established was because of the upper-level spiritual martial art inheritance Falling Star Incantation. And the Falling Star Incantation came from the Falling Star secret space. Therefore, the Falling Star secret space is the reason why the sect was established." Yixing nodded and listened quietly. There must be a reason why Zishan talked about the Falling Star secret space. Zishan continued, "The Falling Star secret space is one of the treasured lands of the sect, just like the Blue Cloud ancient land to the Blue Cloud sect. Because every time the Falling Star secret space is opened, it consumes a large amount of energy. If the energy is used up, the Falling Star secret space will disappear completely. According to the research of the ancestors of the sect, the Falling Star secret space needs to be supplied with energy by the star-gathering formation. Every 3 years, the Falling Star secret space can only be opened once. After 2 months, the Falling Star secret space will open again. There are powerful spiritual martial arts inheritances, powerful spiritual level martial arts, spiritual weapons, and various treasures inside." Yixing understood. "Teacher, you mean you want me to enter the Falling Star secret space?" Zishan nodded. "That's right, the benefits inside the Falling Star secret space are not inferior to the Blue Cloud ancient land. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 3 years before you can enter. Therefore this time you must fight for it. However, the Falling Star secret space is not that easy to enter. According to the sect's rules, only core disciples can enter the Falling Star secret space. This is the cultivation of core disciples. However, as Elder Lin's personal disciple, if you can defeat a core disciple before the Falling Star secret space opens, it won't be difficult for Elder Lin to allow you to enter the Falling Star secret space. Only by becoming a 4-star martial saint could one become a core disciple. Defeating a core disciple meant defeating at least a 4-star martial saint. Yixing felt a lot of pressure. He had never fought a 4-star martial saint before. Although Yixing had defeated a 4-star martial saint when he killed Du Bianqing, Du Bianqing had only defeated the weakest 4-star martial saint. Moreover, Yixing had used all his trump cards to kill Du Bianqing, including 2 types of astrology. However, if he defeated a core disciple in the sect, he could not expose his astrology. Therefore Yixing could not use the power of his astrology. This greatly limited Yixing's strength. Without using the power of his astrology, Yixing's strength was still far from Du Bianqing's. It was almost impossible for him to defeat a 4-star martial saint. However, if he wanted to enter the Falling Star secret domain, he had to defeat a core disciple. Otherwise, the sect had set a rule that only core disciples could enter. If he was weaker than a core disciple, what right did he have to enter? Moreover, the sect's rule stated that a 4-star martial saint could become a core disciple. It did not mean that a 4-star martial saint could become a core disciple. Therefore, even if Yi Xing had the strength of a 4-star martial saint, he was not a core disciple. Entering the Falling Star sect was a violation of the sect's rules. If Yi Xing did not have a backer in he would not be able to enter the Falling Star secret domain even if he defeated a 4-star martial saint and a core disciple. However, Yi Xing now had a backer. Zishanho was his master. This was not considered a backer in the Falling Star sect. However, Lin Fenghua was his master. This was definitely a powerful backer. The Grand Elder's son was the only grade 3 array master in the Falling Star sect. In the other than the Grand Elder Lin Shiyuan who could suppress Lin Fenghua, the rest could not be compared to Lin Fenghua in terms of status and prestige. Even the Falling Star sect master could not suppress Lin Fenghua. He had to be polite to Lin Fenghua. As Lin Fenghua's personal disciple, as long as he could defeat a core disciple, even if he was not a 4-star martial saint, wouldn't it be easy for Lin Fenghua to enter the Falling Star secret domain? Therefore, the key to whether Yi Xing could enter the Falling Star secret domain was whether he could defeat a core disciple. If Yi Xing did not have the strength, even if Lin Fenghua had a high status in the Shi could not break the sect's rules for Yi Xing. In just 2 months, could he defeat a 4-star martial saint without using the power of the astrology? It was indeed difficult. Yi Xing also felt a lot of pressure. However, Yi Xing was confident and full of fighting spirit. At least, he had the beginner level of the 4 symbols arrow technique. This was equivalent to the power of a lower-rank martial artist in the greater success stage. Even if he did not use the power of the astrology, the arrows he shot out were extremely powerful. Moreover, he had discovered the starry crystal mine. After half a month, the starry crystal mine had been taken. Under Lin Fenghua's layers of formations, the East supporting sect did not manage to take over the starry crystal mine and retreated. The starry crystal mine now belonged to the Falling Star sect. Therefore, Yi Xing had 10,000 contribution points. These 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for spiritual martial arts. If he could exchange for a middle-rank spiritual martial art and learn it to the beginner level, he would have a greater chance of defeating a 4-star martial saint. Moreover, the most important thing was that the black hole astrology could help him cultivate and increase his cultivation speed. Now that he had a 9-star orange fate, if he had cultivation resources, his cultivation speed would be very fast. He had obtained some spiritual medicine in the Green Cloud Mountain. If he could get the alchemists of the sect to refine the elixirs for him, his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. If he could break through to the 3rd-star vortex realm before the Falling Star secret domain opened, he would have no problem defeating a core disciple. I'm going all out today. I'll write another chapter tonight. Chapter 211. Now that the 4 symbols arrow technique had reached the beginner level, Yi Xing left Zishan County and returned to the Falling Star sect. In the past half a month, although Yi Xing was in Zishan County, his name had spread throughout the Falling Star sect. Even in the inner gate he had become a celebrity. This was because Yi Xing had found a star crystal lode and the Falling Star sect had guarded it. Therefore, Yi Xing had received 10,000 contribution points. Chu Jingyue had also received 10,000 contribution points. Like Yi Xing, she was also famous in the inner gate of the Falling Star sect. 10,000 contribution points was a lot. According to the rules of the sect, 500 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 lower-grade spiritual martial art. 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 20 lower-grade spiritual martial arts. Therefore, 10,000 contribution points was indeed a huge sum of money. Not to mention the inner gate disciples, even the core disciples did not have 10,000 contribution points. Not to mention having 10,000 contribution points, there were not many core disciples who had accumulated more than 10,000 contribution points. However, Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue, 2 outer gate disciples, had obtained 10,000 contribution points so easily. In their eyes, it was like a pie falling from the sky onto their heads. They thought that Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue had obtained 10,000 contribution points easily, but they did not think about it. If they had found a star crystal lode in the Kunyan Mountains, which was very close to the Dongfu sect but very far from the wood, they have been able to keep it. Most people had always been jealous of the windfall. 10,000 contribution points was a huge sum of money. In the eyes of the disciples, Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue had obtained a huge windfall. Moreover, Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue had broken through to the star vortex realm because of the star crystal spiritual essence in the star crystal lode. They had reached the martial sage realm in 1 step and became inner gate disciples of the Falling Star sect. This made the disciples feel that the 2 of them had gotten lucky. The disciples were envious and jealous of the 2's windfall. They believed that the reason why the two had become martial sacred realm was due to luck. Therefore the disciples despised Yi Xing and Huang Xiaolong. Yi Xing was in Zishan Prefecture, so he naturally could not feel the contempt of the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, Chu Jingyue, who was the first to return to the sect, could clearly feel it. Of course, beautiful women had their advantages. Many inner disciples turned into fans when they saw Chu Jingyue in person. These were all male disciples. The female disciples didn't like Chu Jingyue's beauty. This could even be one of the reasons for their jealousy, because Chu Jingyue was very unpopular among the female disciples. That was until something happened that changed everything. The elder of the Hua Tianshu, the wife of the headmaster, had taken Chu Jingyue as her personal disciple. In an instant, Chu Jingyue's status had risen above that of an inner sect disciple. Being a personal disciple of an elder was a treatment that only core disciples could enjoy. Among hundreds of inner sect disciples, there were very few who could become a personal disciple of an elder. Only the top 10 inner sect disciples had this hope. Outside of the top 10, those who could become a personal disciple of an elder were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Although Chu Jingyue was only a one-star martial sacred realm, she had become a personal disciple of an elder. Naturally, her status was far beyond that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. Most of the inner sect disciples could only look up to her. There was a limit to people's jealousy. When a person's status reached a level that some people had to look up to, jealousy could easily turn into envy. Chu Jingyue had completed the transformation from being envied to being envied. As for why she was accepted as a personal disciple by Hua Tianshu, Chu Jingyue was confused. Hua Tianshu only accepted 2 personal disciples. The eldest disciple, He Hongjiao, had an 8-star orange fate. The second disciple, Zhen Qiuxi, had a 7-star orange fate. Chu Jingyue, on the other hand, had an ordinary 9-star fate. She was not even a 1-star orange fate. With such a fate, it would be difficult for her to cultivate in the Star Vortex realm in the future. Every time she advanced to the next realm, she would need to put in many times more effort than others, resources, and even opportunities. Logically speaking, with her aptitude, she should not have been accepted as a personal disciple by an elder. Firstly, she had no talent. Secondly, she was not a relative of Hua Tianshu. Therefore, when she became a personal disciple of an elder, not to mention the other inner sect disciples, even Chu Jingyue herself was surprised. Regardless, being accepted as a personal disciple by an elder was a joyous occasion. Chu Jingyue was very happy in her heart. Because Chu Jingyue had become an existence that all the inner sect disciples looked up to, of the 2 who had made a windfall and gotten lucky, only Yi Xing was left. He continued to be despised by the other inner sect disciples. Yi Xing did not return to the sect. Because Lin Fenghua had just obtained the star crystal lode and the Shi was still in the lode. Therefore, none of the inner sect disciples of the Falling Star sect knew that Yi Xing had been accepted as a personal disciple by Lin Fenghua. When Yi Xing returned to he first returned to the second peak of the outer sect. Because his cultivation had broken through the Star Vortex realm and he had become a martial sage, he was promoted to an inner sect disciple as soon as he returned to the sect's personnel hall to register. On the same day, Yi Xing moved into the inner sect of the Falling Star sect. There were 2 most lively halls. One was the affair hall, and the other was the sect affair hall. Inside the affair hall, all the affairs of the Falling Star sect were basically handled by the affair hall. Outside the sect affair hall, all the sect's missions were basically handled by the sect affair hall. Yi Xing had to go to the affair hall to receive his sect's contribution points. In the affair hall of the inner sect, many inner sect disciples came and went. When Yi Xing, an unfamiliar face, walked in, many inner sect disciples sized him up before looking away. There were hundreds of inner sect disciples, and it was impossible to know all of them. Every small group of people had their own small circle, and they rarely interacted with those they did not know. After Yi Xing entered the affair hall, he chose a line with fewer people and lined up at the back. Not long after, the disciple in front finished his business and left. A few new inner sect disciples lined up behind him. "What's the matter?" The deacon inside glanced at Yi Xing and asked indifferently. Yi Xing looked at the deacon's badge. His name was Fan Gang and he scanned his cultivation. He was a 5-star martial sage. Yi Xing handed over his inner sect badge and said, "Receive your contribution points." Fan Gang took the badge and asked subconsciously, "Name how many contribution points are you receiving?" The name was on the badge and the amount of contribution points could also be found through the badge. Therefore, Fan Gang asked an unnecessary question. However, since the other party asked, Yi Xing did not pretend that he did not hear. He said, Yi Xing received 10,000 contribution points. Swish. When Yi Xing said this, all the inner sect disciples in the affair hall looked at Yi Xing in unison. When they first saw Yi Xing, none of the inner sect disciples looked at him because they did not know him. Now that they heard him call himself Yi Xing, everyone's eyes were focused on him. It could be imagined that there were very few inner sect disciples who did not know Yi Xing. Yi Xing's senses were extremely sensitive, and he immediately sensed everyone's gazes. He turned his head and swept his gaze over them, and he realized that everyone was looking at him with contempt. There was also envy and jealousy. It was because of envy that they were jealous, and it was because of jealousy that they despised him. He is Yi Xing? He doesn't look that old. Didn't he just become a martial sage because he swallowed the star crystal spiritual essence? How come he is already a 2-star martial sage? 10,000 contribution points. This kid is really lucky. TSK. That's right. What a lucky bastard. The inner sect disciples suddenly whispered to each other. Yi Xing's hearing was very sensitive, and he could hear most of the whispers. He could not help but laugh in his heart. Lucky bastard? Lucky bastard? It was luck, but it was a big mistake to attribute it to luck. If it were any other inner sect disciple who discovered the star crystal mineral vein, the Dongfu sect would have taken it away. That was because even Zi Chuanyu and the other 4 who were the first to arrive at the mineral vein could not be killed by any inner sect disciple of the falling star sect. Once one of them escaped, it would not be long before a large number of experts from the Dongfu sect came. If the Dongfu sect had taken the star crystal mineral vein before Lin Fenghua arrived, the falling star sect would have no hope of taking it back. That was because the Dongfu sect was stronger than the falling star sect. Like the spiritual moon sect, they also had 2 3-star spiritual masters. The falling star sect only had Lin Shiyuan and he was already old. The falling star sect had no other way to take the star crystal mineral vein, other than using the array to protect it first. Yi Xing ignored the inner court disciples. Instead, he waved his hand at Deacon Fan Gang, who had a surprised look on his face. Fan Gang was also an inner sect disciple. He knew very well how valuable 10,000 contribution points were. It was enough to exchange for 20 types of lower-grade spiritual martial arts. It could even be exchanged for 2 types of middle-grade spiritual martial arts. For a sect like the upper-grade spiritual martial arts were extremely rare. They were basically the treasures of the sect, and very few people were qualified to learn them. Therefore, the highest martial arts that could be exchanged with contribution points were middle-grade spiritual martial arts. One middle-grade spiritual martial art was enough to make countless martial saints go crazy. 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts were priceless. None of the inner sect disciples had learned middle-grade spiritual martial arts. Even among the core disciples, there were not many who had learned middle-grade spiritual martial arts. And Yi Xing, who had just entered the inner sect, could use contribution points to exchange for 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts. How enviable was that? Even the core disciples were very tempted by 10,000 contribution points. Of course, no one thought that Yi Xing would spend 10,000 contribution points to exchange for 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts. Normally, Yi Xing's current cultivation was too low. It would be extremely difficult for him to learn a middle-grade spiritual martial art. If he could not even enter the entry level of a middle-grade spiritual martial art, he would not be able to use it. It would be a waste of time. Therefore, according to the thinking of a normal person, they would first exchange for lower-grade spiritual martial arts and cultivation pills. They would only leave 5,000 contribution points for when their cultivation was higher and their lower-grade spiritual martial arts were higher. They would exchange for middle-grade spiritual martial arts to learn. Obviously, Yi Xing was different from most people. After he had received 10,000 contribution points from the affair hall, he headed towards the Falling Star Sect's martial pavilion. His goal was to choose a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Third update. Yesterday's update has been made up. Today's update is 2. However, it still counts as owing 1. The extra 1 is a gift. Monthly votes ranking crisis. Please give me 10 monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 212. Martial Pavilion. When the Martial Pavilion elder Gu Yingzhao saw Yi Xing again, his face was full of shock. First, it was because Yi Xing had mastered the Pure Yuan technique. Second, it was because Yi Xing had become a 2-star martial saint. Third, it was because Yi Xing had discovered a star crystal mine and was famous for it. Last time when Yi Xing had chosen the pure yuan technique, the martial pavilion elder had advised Yi Xing against it, saying that it was difficult to master the pure yuan technique and that only 1 in 100 years could master it in the falling star sect. Thinking about it now, the martial pavilion elder felt ashamed. The martial pavilion elder had a smile on his face and appeared to be more amiable than last time. Yi Xing, are you here to choose a spiritual level martial technique? Yi Xing nodded. The martial pavilion elder handed a book to Yi Xing. Our sect has a total of 23 types of lower-grade spiritual martial techniques. Among them there are 5 types of Qigong and 18 types of martial techniques. Which one do you want to learn? This was a book that recorded the low-tier spiritual martial force. The spiritual martial force manual was extremely precious and could not be read by anyone. When the disciples chose the spiritual martial force, they would first look at the introduction of the spiritual martial force. After choosing the spiritual martial force, they would then receive the corresponding manual. Yi Xing flipped through the book that recorded the 23 types of lower-grade spiritual martial techniques and returned it to the martial pavilion elder, saying, "Elder, I would like to see the introduction of the middle-grade spiritual martial techniques." The martial pavilion elder was slightly surprised. The difficulty of cultivating a middle-grade spiritual martial technique was much higher than that of the lower-grade spiritual martial technique. Normal martial saints would only start to come into contact with middle-grade spiritual martial techniques when they reached the 6th level of the star vortex realm. Although he was surprised, he did not say anything. The martial pavilion elder took out another book and said, "There are only 7 types of middle-grade spiritual martial techniques in our sect. One of them has never been successfully cultivated, and one of them is extremely rare. Only 5 of them are relatively common. You should read them first." The martial pavilion elder said it very tactfully. He did not say that he wanted Yi Xing to learn first. The book that recorded the middle spiritual martial force was much thinner than the book that recorded the lower spiritual martial force. There were only 7 types of middle spiritual martial force. Yi Xing quickly went through it. Purple flame sword technique, middle class spiritual martial arts, fire attribute martial arts. The Clear Breeze Shadowless Blade was a middle-level spiritual martial art of the wind attribute. The Big Dipper Dragon Breaking Blade was a middle-class spiritual martial art with no attributes. The Sky Water Whirlpool Palm was a mid-level spiritual martial art of the water attribute. Sky Bat Steps, middle-level spiritual martial force, light body technique with no attributes. Purple Lightning Thunder Fist, middle-class spiritual martial art, thunder attribute martial arts. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, middle-class spiritual martial art, dark attribute martial arts. Among them, the Purple Flamesword Technique, the Clear Wind Shadowless Blade, the Big Dipper Dragon Breaking Blade, the Sky Water Whirlpool Palm, and the Sky Bat Steps were the most commonly used. Most of the upper echelons of the Falling Star sect had learned these 5 middle spiritual martial techniques. As for the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist and the Dark Spirit Spear Technique, they were extremely rare. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist required one to have the thunder attribute or to have understood the power of thunder and lightning. There would not be 1 in 100 years in the Falling Star sect. Right now, there was only one person who had learned the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist. That was the head Lu Tianyuan. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist was only a middle-class spiritual martial art. However, with the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist, Lu Tianyuan was able to suppress all the enlightened masters of the same stage who had learned the upper-class spiritual martial arts. The thunder attribute martial arts were extremely powerful but also extremely difficult to learn. Only a few special people could learn it. Therefore, to most people this martial art was of little value. However, there were still people who could learn the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist. However, ever since the Falling Star sect had obtained the Dark Spirit Spear technique, no one had ever learned it. There were 2 conditions to learn a certain martial art. One was the innate condition and the other was the acquired condition. As long as one met one of the conditions they could learn it. The innate condition was the martial artist's physique. Based on the attribute of the physique, one could learn the inheritance and martial arts of the same attribute. This was determined from birth. The acquired condition was the martial artist's understanding. There were different types of forces in the heavens and earth. The forces were the essence of different attributes. When one understood the force of the heavens and earth, naturally, one could learn the inheritance and martial arts of that attribute. This was the condition obtained through hard work. It was the acquired condition. For example, Yi Xing had comprehended the wind force. He could learn the inheritance and martial arts of the wind attribute. Among the martial artist's physique, the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes were the most common. Next was wind, then thunder, then light, darkness, and other special attributes. A lightning-attributed body was 1 in a million among martial sages. A body with a special attribute was even more so 1 in a trillion. It was simply too rare. In the 700 years of the Falling Star sect's history, there had never been a martial artist with the dark attribute. Therefore, no one had learned the dark spirit spear technique. Not to mention that even in the entire Qingyun area, it was rare to see a martial artist with the dark attribute. After Yi Xing finished reading the introductions of the 7 middle-tier spiritual martial techniques, he made a decision. Elder, I want to exchange for the dark spirit spear technique and the sky bat movement technique. Light body techniques were a must-learn. Among the 7 middle-tier spiritual martial techniques, there was only one light body technique. Therefore, Yi Xing had to choose the sky bat movement technique. As for the dark spirit spear technique, Yi Xing had thought it over. Firstly, special attribute martial arts were extremely powerful. The power of the dark spirit spear technique was even stronger than the purple thunder fist. Secondly, although he did not know if his physique had the dark attribute, Yi Xing believed that he had a chance to learn the dark spirit spear technique. It was because he had the black hole astrology. Once he used the black hole astrology, he could create a world of darkness. Yi Xing felt that with the help of the black hole astrology, he had a great chance of learning the dark spirit spear technique. Didn't the Sagittarius constellation allow him to learn archery by leaps and bounds? The black hole astrology stood side by side with the Sagittarius constellation between his eyebrows. Since the black hole astrology had the dark attribute, why couldn't he learn the dark spirit spear technique? Furthermore, the Sagittarius constellation was an attack-type astrology, while the black hole astrology was a support-type astrology. The Sagittarius constellation was useful for Yi Xing's martial arts training. The black hole astrology should be even more useful. The dark spirit spear technique was powerful and he had a great chance of learning it. Of course, Yi Xing would choose it. However, the martial pavilion elder furrowed his brows. The dark spirit spear technique was described as powerful, but in reality, no one in the Falling Star sect had ever learned it. Learning the dark spirit spear technique didn't depend on one's martial talent, but on one's ability. If you did not have the conditions, you would not be able to learn it even if you trained for your entire life. The martial pavilion elder said, Yi Xing, with your cultivation, it is still too early to learn a middle-tier spirit martial technique. If you must learn a middle-tier spirit martial technique, you can learn the sky bat steps as the only middle-tier spirit martial technique. But this dark spirit spear technique, I don't think you should waste your sect contribution points on it. Learning a middle-tier spirit martial technique required 5,000 contribution points. Yi Xing only had 10,000 contribution points, which was just enough to learn 2 middle-tier spirit martial techniques. If Yi Xing did not learn the dark spirit spear technique, then the 5,000 contribution points would be wasted. 5,000 contribution points were enough to learn 10 middle-tier spirit martial techniques. Many core disciples did not have that many contribution points. It would be a pity if it was wasted. In response to the martial pavilion elder's dissuasion, Yi Xing still smiled indifferently. Elder, I choose these 2 options. The martial pavilion elder's expression froze. He remembered the last time when he tried to persuade Yi Xing. In the end, Yi Xing still wanted to learn the pure yuan technique and he had even succeeded. This made him feel ashamed. However, the dark spirit spear technique was not the pure yuan technique. The pure yuan technique was only difficult to learn and very few people had succeeded. However, the dark spirit spear technique was something that no one had learned in the 700 years since the establishment of the Falling Star sect. In the past 700 years, the Falling Star sect had many outstanding disciples, but none of them had succeeded. Could it be that Yi Xing had succeeded? The martial pavilion elder did not believe it as he said, Yi Xing, you should reconsider. The reason why you obtained 10,000 contribution points at once was because you were lucky enough to discover a star crystal lode. In the future, it will be difficult to obtain so many contribution points again. It is not wise to waste 5,000 contribution points at once. Yi Xing's expression was normal as he said, I have made up my mind. Even if I can't learn it, I will not regret it. The martial pavilion elder was speechless as he shook his head. The admiration he had for Yi Xing had receded quite a bit. In his opinion, Yi Xing was clearly too stubborn and didn't know his own limits. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not long after, the martial pavilion elder sent someone to bring the dark spirit spear technique and the sky bat movement technique martial arts manuals to Yi Xing. 1 month later, you must return the manuals. Within 1 month you are not allowed to leave the sect. You are not allowed to divulge the contents of the manuals. Otherwise you will be punished according to the sect rules. After the martial pavilion elder finished speaking, he said again, Yi Xing, if you change your mind now and want to learn other martial arts, I will still do it for you. Thank you, elder. I will only learn these two. Yi Xing declined and left the martial pavilion. I wish my brothers and sisters a happy new year. I sent a small red packet in the group. I don't know which brothers and sisters got it. I apologize for not updating well during the new year. Thank you, brothers, for your understanding. Chapter 213. As soon as Yi Xing left the martial pavilion, he bumped into Zhen Qiuxi. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. The two looked at each other and their eyes were filled with anger. Yi Xing looked at Zhen Qiuxi with confidence in his eyes. When he left the Falling Star sect 2 months ago, Zhen Qiuxi was a 3-star martial saint who was ranked in the top 10 among the inner disciples. He was someone that Yi Xing had to look up to. He could only trap Zhen Qiuxi with his level 2 bronze wall array. Now Yi Xing was a 2-star martial saint and had killed Du Bianying, the top inner disciple of the Dongfu sect who was comparable to a 4-star martial saint. If he used all his trump cards, killing Zhen Qiuxi would be a piece of cake. In Yi Xing's eyes, Zhen Qiuxi was not worth mentioning. He could kill him anytime. When he saw Zhen Qiuxi, he was very confident. Yi Xing, you really came to the martial pavilion? Zhen Qiuxi stared at Yi Xing with a fierce gaze and a fierce voice. From his words, it was clear that it was not a coincidence that he met Yi Xing. He came to the martial pavilion on purpose to look for Yi Xing. Yi Xing looked at Zhen Qiuxi with a faint smile. You're looking for me? Zhen Qiuxi said coldly, Of course I'm looking for you. Yi Xing, you're also an inner disciple now. Come to the life and death arena with me. Let's end this grudge. My brother has been waiting for you in the underworld for a long time. When Yi Xing was an outer disciple, Zhen Qiuxi, as an inner disciple who was ranked in the top 10, was naturally embarrassed to challenge Yi Xing to the life and death arena. He also could not go to the outer disciples to bully Yi Xing. It was beneath his status. Therefore he could only deal with Yi Xing with the help of an outer disciple or wait for Yi Xing to leave the Falling Star sect to settle his grudge. However, things were different now that Yi Xing had become an inner disciple. It was normal for inner disciples to challenge each other. Even though Zhen Qiuxi, as one of the top 10 outer disciples, challenging an inner disciple who had just been promoted to an inner disciple was clearly bullying, no one could say anything about it since there was a grudge between the two of them. The martial pavilion was also a place that disciples frequented. At this moment, there were a few inner court disciples who were either heading to or coming out of the martial pavilion who were watching from afar. They were all secretly astonished. They did not know about the grudge between Zhen Qiuxi and Yi Xing, but they knew that Zhen Qiuxi was the 10th inner disciple. Among the 3-star martial sages, his strength was top-notch. On the other hand, Yi Xing had only broken through to the martial saint realm with the help of the star crystal spiritual essence. He had just been promoted to an inner disciple. If he were to enter the life and death arena, wouldn't Yi Xing only die? He might even be instantly killed by Zhen Prison Temple. Yi Xing smiled indifferently. Enter the life and death arena? This was exactly what he wanted. As one of the top 10 inner court disciples, Zhen Qiuxi was a reputable figure among the inner court disciples. Of course, Yi Xing could not kill him casually. However, in the life and death arena, it was a matter of course to fight to the death. There were 2 ways to kill Zhen Qiuxi. One was to fight to the death on the life and death arena. The other was to secretly assassinate Zhen Qiuxi after he left the Falling Star sect. Compared to the latter, Yi Xing preferred to kill Zhen Qiuxi openly on the life and death arena. You can enter the life and death arena. Yi Xing nodded and changed the topic. However, today is not the day. Today I have learned a middle-tier spiritual martial art in the martial pavilion. I need to practice it first. Do you dare to wait for me for a month? After a month, I will use this middle-tier spiritual martial art to take your life on the life and death arena. At this moment, other than the 4 symbols arrow technique, Yi Xing did not know any other spiritual martial arts. He had to rely on his astrology to fight with Zhen Qiuxi on the life and death arena. Regardless of whether it was the Sagittarius constellation or the Black Hole constellation, Yi Xing did not want to reveal them in front of everyone. Thus, the best way was to kill Zhen Qiuxi without using the power of the astrology. If he could master the middle-tier spiritual martial art, the Dark Spirit Spear technique, killing Jin Qiuxi would be a piece of cake. Therefore Yixing wanted to postpone the battle to a month later. Although the Four Symbols arrow technique was also a middle-tier spiritual martial art and its archery skills were powerful, it was not inferior to the Dark Spirit Spear technique. However, archery skills needed space to be used. The life and death arena was only 100 meters in radius. For a martial saint it was almost a square foot. It would be difficult for him to use his archery skills. Furthermore, Yixing believed in his talent. If he could master the Four Symbols arrow technique in half a month, then he should be able to master the Dark Spirit Spear technique in the same amount of time. Yixing had given himself 1 month, which was twice the time to master the Four Symbols arrow technique. It should be more than enough time. Jin Qiuxi's eyes flashed as he thought quickly. Although Jin Qiuxi could not wait to tear Yixing into pieces, Yixing did not reject his challenge. He had only postponed the battle for a month. As one of the top 10 inner sect disciples, he had to accept Yixing's suggestion. Or else, if word got out, wouldn't people say that Jin Qiuxi did not dare to give Yixing a month's time? This was an extremely embarrassing matter. How could he not dare to do it? What could he do in a month's time? Even if Yixing practiced in lower-tier martial art, it would be difficult for him to master it in a month's time. Furthermore, Yixing had just said that he had learned a middle-tier spiritual martial art in the martial pavilion. He wanted to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art in a month? What a joke. Even if he had a year or even a few years, he would not be able to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art at the initial stage of the Star Vortex realm. In Jin Qiuxi's eyes, Yixing wanting to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art in a month's time was a complete joke. Now that there were other inner sect disciples watching from the side, Jin Qiuxi could not let others look down on him. Although he was unwilling, he could only say with hatred, "Fine. Yixing, I'll give you a month's time. I want to see how far you can go with the middle-tier spiritual martial art you just learned. Next month on this day I'll take your life in the life and death arena." After saying this, Jin Qiuxi looked at Yixing with murderous intent and turned to leave. Cold laughter could be heard. In Jin Qiuxi's eyes, Yixing only set the life and death duel a month later because he was afraid and wanted to buy time to find a way out. Jin Qiuxi sneered in his heart. He did not think that Yixing had a way out. If Yixing stayed in he would have to go to the life and death arena in a month's time. If he escaped from Theet would be even better. He would die even faster. Yixing also had a faint smile on his face. In his eyes, a month's time was enough for him to learn the Dark Spirit Spear art. By then, taking Jin Qiuxi's life would be a piece of cake. Moreover, even if Yixing did not learn the Dark Spirit Spear art, Yixing still had the ability to kill Jin Qiuxi. By then he only needed to use the black hole astrology to cover Jin Qiuxi in a world of darkness. Then he would use the Four Symbols arrow art to kill Jin Qiuxi. Although Yixing did not want to reveal his astrology, he had no choice but to use it in a life and death situation. If he had no other choice he would have to use the power of the astrology. Comparing the two, only the black hole astrology could be used. The Sagittarius astrology was too obvious and could be easily recognized. However, the black hole astrology was too rare. Basically, no one could recognize it. They could only see a black star and could not judge anything. As for the world of darkness and the dark vortex, they could only be seen when Yixing attacked. As long as he used the black hole astrology he would not leave the target alive. Outsiders would not know the secret of the black hole astrology. When Jin Qiuxi and Yixing left one after another, the inner disciples near the martial pavilion immediately burst into an uproar. There was a lot of discussion and the news quickly spread. In a month's time, the 10th inner disciple Jin Qiuxi would fight the new inner disciple Yixing on the life and death arena. This news quickly spread throughout the entire inner sanctum. All the inner disciples, deacons, and even elders were shocked when they heard the news. On the life and death arena, there was only life and death, no victory or defeat. There were too few people who went up. As disciples of the same sect, there were very few who would fight to the death on the life and death arena. When someone went up to the life and death arena, it was a big deal. Moreover, both Jin Qiuxi and Yixing were famous among the inner disciples. Jin Qiuxi was ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect. As a direct disciple of an elder, there was no inner disciple who did not know him. Yixing was originally an outer disciple. Not long after he entered he became the #1 outer disciple. He even found a star crystal mine and obtained 10,000 contribution points. With the help of the star crystal spiritual essence in the mine, he broke through the star vortex realm and became a 2-star martial saint. Such an experience filled the hearts of countless inner disciples with envy. But more than that, they were jealous. Therefore, when Jinqiu and Yi Xing dueled, there was no doubt that the majority of the inner disciples would stand on Jinqiu's side. In a month's time, Yi Xing would become a dead man. Those who could become inner disciples were all martial saints. They were already the backbone of the sect. Although the sect allowed disciples to resolve conflicts on the life and death arena, every pair of disciples who went up to the life and death arena would be dissuaded. Yi Xing and Jinqiu were no exception. As a result, the grudge between Yi Xing and Jinqiu was dug out by the sect and everyone knew about it. Originally, the majority of the inner disciples stood on Jinqiu's side. Now that they knew that Jinqiu was avenging his brother's death at the hands of Yi Xing, their stance became firmer and they collectively placed Yi Xing on the opposite side. As long as Yi Xing kneels every 3 steps, kowtows every 9 steps, and cuts off one of his arms in front of my brother's grave as an apology, we will let him live and cancel the duel on the life and death arena. Under the mediation of the sect, Jinqiu made a public announcement. Jinqiu's words were quickly conveyed to Yi Xing by a deacon of the sect. When Yi Xing heard it, he smiled faintly. Yi Xing replied, "As long as Jinqiu slaps himself and apologizes to me in front of all the inner disciples, the duel on the life and death arena can be cancelled. Otherwise, I will take his head a month later." The two of them did not give in to each other. Instead, the smell of gunpowder was even stronger. Everyone could see that the duel between the two of them was inevitable. The mediation of the sect was ineffective. Everyone was looking forward to the duel between Yi Xing and Jinqiu in a month's time. During the Spring Festival, I was busy in my hometown and basically did not go online. I was busy and had fun, but I did not update for 10 days. I'm sorry, very sorry. With Archer God's previous monthly votes, as long as I updated during the Spring Festival, I would definitely be in the top 10. However, because I did not update for 10 days, my monthly votes fell out of the top 10. What a pity. I can only blame myself for this. When I write, I need to integrate my spirit into the fantasy world of the book. However, during the Spring Festival, I went to visit my relatives every day. I lived a very realistic life. So realistic that my spirit did not have the time to look into the world of the book. Therefore, I did not have the intention to write for 10 days. In March, I will make up for the missing chapters. Last month, I did the math once. 1 chapter a day, I owed 21 chapters. Now that I have another 10 days, plus the 2 days I did not update on the 16th and 17th, I owe another 12 chapters. Therefore, I owe a total of 33 chapters. Brothers, don't worry. I will definitely pay back these 33 chapters in March. I will drive from my hometown to Liaoning on the 3rd of March and arrive at Lighthouse City in Liaoyang on the 5th. I will first stay at my wife's grandfather's house for a day. On the 6th, I will go to Shenyang to meet my friends. On the 10th, I will start to make up for the missing chapters in February. I will definitely pay it back by the end of the month. Chapter 214. Back Mountain. Yi Xing held the purple feather spear and brandished it according to the moves in the dark spirit spear art. Purple light flashed and the spear shot out like a dragon. However, although the moves were displayed in a decent manner, it was just an empty shell. In any case, it could not reach the terrifying power described in the secret manual. When Yi Xing displayed the dark spirit spear art, it did not look like a middle-grade spirit martial art. It was even worse than a low-grade spirit martial art. It seemed to be an ordinary martial art that paid attention to the changes in moves. Of course, the dark spirit spear art was not that bad. However, Yi Xing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear art was not even at the entry level. As such, he could not display the slightest power of the dark spirit spear art. Yi Xing followed the moves in the secret manual and practiced several times in a row. However, he did not make any progress. Although he circulated his celestial essence according to the dark spirit spear art, there was no special effect. It was no wonder that after the Falling Star sect obtained the dark spirit spear art, no one had been able to successfully cultivate it for more than 700 years. It was simply impossible to practice the dark spirit spear art. With Yi Xing's martial arts talent, he had no clue how to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. One could imagine that without any conditions, it would be impossible to practice the dark spirit spear art. The sun rose and set and the day quickly passed. Yi Xing did not use the power of the black hole astrology. Cultivating for a day did not have the slightest effect. Although the black hole astrology looked like a huge dark star to outsiders, Yixing did not want others to know that he could use the astrology to cultivate dark-attributed martial arts. After returning to his residence and having dinner, Yixing went to the back mountain to cultivate. It was not until night fell that Yixing used the black hole astrology. At this moment, darkness shrouded the area. Although it was not so deep that one could not see their fingers, it was still difficult to see 3 feet. At this time Yixing used the black hole astrology. Everything above him was pitch black and no one could see anything. As soon as he used the black hole astrology, Yixing felt that his surroundings had turned into a world of darkness. It was much darker than a normal night, and he could not even see his own fingers in front of him. At this time Yixing was like an emissary of darkness. The darkness in all directions had become his sense of touch. Everything in the darkness, even the slightest change in a radius of several miles, Yixing could clearly sense it. This was even clearer than a superbrain scan. Whoosh! With a flash of purple light, the purple feather spear appeared in Yixing's hand. Undercurrents were surging. A thought flashed through his mind: Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing immediately started cultivating according to the moves recorded in the Dark Spirit Spear art. At the same time, the celestial essence within his body also started circulating according to the method recorded in the secret book. As expected, although Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear art was still powerless, Yixing felt completely different from during the day. During the day he did not feel anything. No matter how many times he cultivated, it was like he was doing something useless. But now he felt that he was going in the right direction. Yixing was overjoyed. The black hole astrology was indeed useful for cultivating the Dark Spirit Spear art. In this way he could definitely master the Dark Spirit Spear art. Now there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to master the Dark Spirit Spear art within a month. He needed to at least reach the entry level. The entry level of the middle level spiritual martial art was equivalent to the great completion level of the lower level spiritual martial art. Yixing was very sure that as long as he mastered the Dark Spirit Spear art, he would definitely be able to defeat Jin Qiuxi. Jin Qiuxi was only a 3-star martial saint. The possibility of him reaching the great completion level of the lower level spiritual martial art he had learned was very small. At that time, in terms of martial arts, he would not be able to compete with Yixing. In terms of celestial essence strength, although Yixing's cultivation was 1 realm lower, he cultivated the pure essence technique. Therefore he was not inferior to Jin Qiuxi, who was 1 realm higher. His celestial essence was not inferior, his martial arts were better, and his weapon was also stronger than Jin Qiuxi's. On the life and death arena, killing Jin Qiuxi would definitely be a piece of cake. The Dark Spirit Spear art did not have many moves, so Yixing quickly finished practicing it. Although he had finished practicing the moves, there were still a lot of lingering feelings in his heart, which made Yixing recall a lot. Even in this state, the difficulty of cultivating the Dark Spirit Spear art was still very high. However, Yixing was 100% confident that he could master the Dark Spirit Spear art and reach the entry level within a month. Yixing did not rush to practice the first time. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, keeping the black hole astrology unchanged. He felt the lingering feelings of the previous cultivation. After comprehending the lingering feelings, Yixing still did not rush to practice the second time. Instead, he continued to feel the darkness around him. Yixing's purpose was obviously not just to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear art to the entry level. What he pursued was the minor accomplishment, the great accomplishment realm, and even the perfection realm one day. It was easy to cultivate to the entry level, but the minor accomplishment realm was 10 times more difficult. The great accomplishment realm was 10 times more difficult. Therefore, the hope of reaching the perfection realm was very slim. If one wanted to have achievements in martial arts, diligence was only one of the reasons. Comprehension was more important. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's perception of the darkness could be said to be insightful. Under such a state, comprehending the power of darkness could be said to be the most suitable. If he could comprehend the force of darkness, then Yixing's cultivation of darkness attribute martial arts would be twice the result with half the effort. He would be able to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear art to the minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and even perfection realm. To others, darkness was like a prison that prevented a martial artist from exploring the world. But to Yixing, who possessed the black hole astrology, the darkness was like his eyes. It was like his sense of touch. He could feel any changes in the darkness. Although the range of darkness that Yixing could sense was limited, Yixing believed that as his comprehension of the force of darkness increased, the range of darkness that he could sense would also expand. If he could control the darkness, he would become a true emissary of darkness, the king of darkness. The force of darkness was not something that could be comprehended just because one said so. Even if Yi Xing had excellent conditions that others did not. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The east was white and the sky was about to brighten. Yi Xing had a lot of feelings about darkness. But he was still far away from truly comprehending the force of darkness. Yi Xing withdrew the black hole astrology and returned to his residence from the back mountain. At this time the sky was already bright. Yi Xing rested for a while in his residence. After breakfast he lay on his bed and slept. Since he was cultivating at night, he naturally had to rest during the day. Although Zhen Qiuxi did not think much of Yi Xing, he was very concerned about Yi Xing's performance on the life and death arena. After all, it was a battle of life and death. When he first heard that Yi Xing was cultivating martial arts in the back mountain, Zhen Qiuxi did not think that Yi Xing could reach a high level in 1 month. Later on, when he heard that Yi Xing had exchanged the dark spirit spear art for the middle spiritual martial art from the martial pavilion, Zhen Qiuxi was even more disdainful. Who did not know that the dark spirit spear art was a martial art that no one had successfully cultivated since the establishment of the Falling Star sect? Who did Yi Xing think he was? Did he think that he could surpass all the talents of the Falling Star sect since its establishment? Zhen Qiuxi was very disdainful of this. He did not think that Yi Xing could cultivate the dark spirit spear art, especially in 1 month. It was absolutely impossible. As a result, Zhen Qiuxi looked down on Yi Xing even more and was even more disdainful. Today, Zhen Qiuxi heard that Yi Xing did not come out of his residence after breakfast. According to the deacon who was checking the room, Yi Xing was sleeping in his residence. Zhen Qiuxi laughed even more loudly. It seems that he knows that he can't cultivate the dark spirit spear art no matter what. He might as well daydream. Ha ha ha. The trace of vigilance and caution towards Yi Xing disappeared with a laugh. In Zhen Qiuxi's eyes, Yi Xing had completely become an ant that he could step on at any time. Yi Xing slept for the entire morning and woke up punctually at noon. After lunch, he went to the back of the mountain and pretended to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. However, he did not cultivate much and had more time to rest. It was not until night fell and darkness shrouded Yi Xing did he begin his real cultivation. On the second night, Yi Xing was still comprehending the darkness. On the third night? In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed and it was the 10th night. For 10 consecutive nights, Yi Xing had been comprehending the darkness in the dark world of the black hole astrology. The darkness around him was like his sense of touch, allowing him to sense everything around him clearly. As time passed, Yi Xing's perception range in the darkness became wider and wider. His spirit and the darkness became more and more harmonious, and his understanding of the darkness became deeper and deeper. Finally, on this night, Yi Xing's perception of the darkness underwent a qualitative change. His perception range in the darkness suddenly doubled. Moreover, Yi Xing could sense everything in his perception range more clearly. Even the movement of the antennae on the head of an ant, Yi Xing could clearly see it. Yi Xing was overjoyed. He had finally taken the first step. He had comprehended the dark force. Everything in the world had its own force. Even a genius martial sage who could comprehend the force of heaven and earth was very impressive and rare. As for Yi Xing, he had comprehended the wind force by chance before becoming a martial sage. Now, with the help of the dark world formed by the black hole astrology, he had comprehended the dark force. In the entire world, it was unknown whether it was unprecedented or not. At least it was unique in the current era. Yi Xing had a smile on his face as he immediately withdrew the black hole astrology. The dark world formed by the black hole astrology naturally disappeared along with it. However, Yi Xing's perception of the darkness did not disappear. The darkness around him was still like his sense of touch and he could sense everything. However, the clarity and range of his perception were much smaller than when he had been under the black hole astrology. However, this already proved that Yi Xing had comprehended the dark force and had a certain degree of control over the power of darkness. Of course, compared to the entire dark force, what Yi Xing had comprehended was only a very small part. In the future, he still had a very long way to go in terms of comprehending the dark force. However, even if it was a very, very small trace of dark force, it was still an incredible existence. If one did not have an innate darkness constitution, even an enlightened being would not be able to comprehend dark force. In this regard, Yi Xing was ahead of countless warriors. Most importantly, Yi Xing had comprehended the dark force. Even though it was not inferior to the black hole astrology, he still had the conditions to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. Even during the day, Yixing could cultivate the dark spirit spear art effectively. It's March and I will continue to update at the beginning of the month. On the 10th, I will start to make up for the 33 chapters 10 in February. It's almost Monday. I'm asking for a recommendation ticket and a guaranteed monthly ticket from my brothers. Thank you. Chapter 215. Even though he had comprehended the dark force, Yixing still rested most of the time during the day. Even in the afternoon, when Yixing was practicing the dark spirit spear art, Yixing was just putting on a show. Most of the time he was sitting cross-legged and practicing the dark spirit spear art in his super brain. At night, Yixing wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivating the dark spirit spear technique. As a middle-grade spiritual martial artist, the dark spirit spear art was not something that could be successfully practiced from the aspect of the art. Proficiency in the art was only a prerequisite. The real advancement of the art depended on the comprehension of the soul. The reason why martial arts were called martial arts was not because of the word martial, but because of the word Tao. This was because martial arts had the Tao realm. Without the Tao realm, martial arts were just ordinary martial arts. Above the spiritual martial artist, all martial arts had their own Tao essence. Only by comprehending the Tao essence could one improve their martial arts attainment. Only after becoming a martial sage could a martial artist cultivate the spiritual martial artist and comprehend the Tao essence of martial arts. Therefore, breaking through the star vortex realm and becoming a martial sage was the true beginning of martial arts. As for the star tempering realm, ordinary martial artists could only cultivate ordinary martial arts. They could not even be considered to have entered the door of martial arts. The super brain could quickly improve one's skills, but it could not improve the Tao essence. Yixing needed to comprehend it through practice. Of course, the super brain was still very useful in comprehending the Tao essence. This was because Yixing's brain was much better than other martial artists. Therefore, Yixing's comprehension ability was also very outstanding, far surpassing that of ordinary people. No one in the Falling Star sect knew that the dark spirit spear art, which no one had been able to cultivate in the past 700 years, was being practiced by Yixing. Moreover, Yixing had already comprehended the Tao aura and opened the door. It was only a matter of time before he mastered the dark spirit spear art. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts was already much easier. After comprehending the dark force, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In just one night, Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts had made qualitative progress, reaching the entry level. Yixing had used 10 nights to comprehend a trace of the power of darkness. But because he had comprehended a trace of the power of darkness, he had only used one night to master the dark spirit spear art. If he had not comprehended the power of darkness, Yixing estimated that he would have needed at least half a month to master the dark spirit spear art. There was a difference of 4 days. If the difference of 4 days was not big, then he had only reached the entry level. What if he had reached the entry level? The difficulty would be 10 times higher. If Yixing needed half a month to master the dark spirit spear art to the entry level, then he would need at least a year to master it to the entry level. Perhaps he would need at least 10 years to master it to the entry level. And after comprehending the dark force, this time could be shortened by more than 10 times. It was not just a difference of 4 days but a difference of several years or even 10 years. Sharpening a knife would not delay the cutting of firewood. This saying was indeed true. The entry-level dark spirit spear art was not weaker than the entry-level lower spiritual martial art. With his current strength, Yixing was more than 80% sure that he could kill Jin Qiuxi. Even if there was a difference of 1 level between them and Yixing did not plan to use his astrology, he was still very confident. However, he and Jin Qiuxi had already agreed to fight in a month. This matter was known to all. Naturally, there was no need to change it. There were still 19 days left. Yixing planned to continue practicing the dark spirit spear art and increase his attainment. 1 month later, on the life and death arena, it would be either life or death. Yixing did not only have 80% confidence, he had to have absolute confidence in winning. Therefore, he had to continue consolidating his attainment in the dark spirit spear art. It would be best if he could cultivate it to the level of minor accomplishment. It would be a surefire way to kill Jinqiu Temple. However, even if he couldn't reach the level of minor accomplishment, he had to try his best to reach the level of minor accomplishment in order to maximize his chances of winning. It was not easy to be reborn in the Starland. Yixing did not want his life to end in the hands of Jin Qiuxi so soon. In this life and death battle he had to survive. Therefore he could only let Jin Qiuxi die. He had to kill Jin Qiuxi. Time passed by day by day. Every day Yixing would sleep in the morning and practice the dark spirit spear art at the back of the mountain in the afternoon. It seemed that there was no progress and few people paid attention to him. During this period of time, the Falling Star sect and the Dongfu sect had fought twice because of the star crystal load. However, Lin Fenghua had set up layers of level 3 formations around the star crystal load. Moreover, Lin Shiyuan, the Grand Elder of the had come out of seclusion and participated in the battle. He had defeated the Grand Elder of the Dongfu sect, Du Bianshan, so the Falling Star sect had the upper hand in both battles. However, at the same time of victory there were some people who were puzzled. Because in the battle over the star crystal load, the Dongfu sect's supreme elder Du Bianxiong had not appeared. Du Bianxiong was also a 3-star venerable. If Du Bianxiong took action, the Dongfu sect would have 2 3-star venerables working together. Even if the Falling Star sect had the advantage of formations, it would be difficult for them to gain an advantage over the Dongfu sect. Because of the 2 victories, the Falling Star sect's disciples were intoxicated with the victory of their sect. No one had the time to pay attention to Yixing. No one had expected that the dark spirit spear technique that no one in the Falling Star sect had been able to successfully learn since the establishment of the sect 700 years ago, had already been learned by Yixing. Moreover, Yixing's attainment in the dark spirit spear technique was still improving at a rapid speed. From the initial stage to the initial stage, it seemed that there was not much difference. However, for a middle-stage spiritual martial force, it was an extremely difficult gap to cross. Many martial saints would remain at the initial stage for their entire life after they had started cultivating the middle-stage spiritual martial force. Only marquis martial saints had the hope of reaching the initial stage. For marquises, perhaps it was not difficult to cultivate a middle-tier spiritual martial art to the small success stage. However, for middle-tier martial saints, it was extremely difficult. For beginner-tier martial saints, it was simply impossible. For example, it wasn't difficult for an adult to carry something that weighed more than 50 kilograms. However, for a 13 or 14-year-old child, it was extremely difficult. For a 7 or 8-year-old child, it was simply impossible. A martial artist's comprehension ability would increase as their cultivation level increased. It was just like how a normal person's strength would increase as they grew older. Therefore, for some advanced martial techniques, martial artists could not learn them at the beginning. However, when their cultivation level reached a certain level, they could learn them. Even if the cultivation level was much higher than the martial technique realm, it would not be difficult to learn them. For example, when a perfected person cultivated a middle-stage spiritual martial force, it would be a matter of course. However, there would always be exceptions. For example, some 13 or 14-year-old children would have strength that far surpassed their peers and could carry 100 pounds of weight. Some of the more talented ones could even carry 100 pounds of weight at the age of 7 or 8. If Yixing could reach the initial stage of the dark spirit spear technique when he was an initial stage martial saint, it would be as shocking as a 7 or 8-year-old normal child carrying 100 pounds of weight. It would be extremely rare in the world. It was the last day of the 1-month deadline. Yixing's attainment of the dark spirit spear technique had already reached the limit of the initial stage. He was only half a step away from the initial stage. It was like there was a thin barrier between them. After breaking through this barrier, Yixing's attainment of the dark spirit spear technique would reach the next level and reach the initial stage. Its power would greatly increase. Although Yixing was almost certain that he could kill Jin Qiuxi with his attainment of the dark spirit spear technique, Yixing still hoped that he could reach the initial stage of the dark spirit spear technique before the battle of life and death. As long as the dark spirit spear technique reached the initial stage, even if there were any accidents during the battle of life and death, Yixing would not need to use the power of the astrology. He would be able to crush all the initial stage martial saints. Yixing would not even be afraid of a 4-star martial saint. Without using the power of the astrology, he would dare to fight with the spear in his hand. That night, Yixing was not in a hurry to cultivate the dark spirit spear technique. Instead, he sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. More haste, less speed. Blindly cultivating might not be the best path. At certain moments, an appropriate pause might lead to unexpected results. Yixing sat quietly. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when he first arrived at the Star Continent. In the past year or so, he carefully recalled his journey in the Star Continent. Faces, events, battles, all of them appeared in Yixing's mind. His experiences in the past year or so were really complicated and changed. They surpassed his life and his previous life. Until now, Yi Xing's memories of his previous life had become fainter and fainter. 9 out of 10 of his memories were his experiences in the past year or so in the Star Continent. In these experiences there were joys, sorrows, people he missed, people he cared about, people he respected. Of course there were also enemies he hated. Every experience he recalled gave Yi Xing a different kind of emotion. Different experiences flashed in his mind, but the emotions generated by Yi Xing did not end with the end of the scenes in his mind. They changed one after another, settling down and intertwining with each other. At this moment, Yi Xing could be said to be filled with a myriad of emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, concern, melancholy. All kinds of emotions intertwined, causing Yi Xing's mind to fluctuate to a level that he would not normally be able to feel. At this moment, Yi Xing felt a wave of anger in his heart that needed to be vented. Although his heart was not calm and his mind was restless, Yi Xing's mind flashed with a light. He did not forcefully calm his mind, but followed the anger in his heart. He stood up, raised his hand and took out the purple feather spear. A set of dark spirit spear arts was naturally displayed. At this moment Yi Xing practiced the dark spirit spear arts. He felt that there was something more compared to the past month of practice. After a set of dark spirit spear arts was displayed, Yi Xing did not withdraw the purple feather spear. Instead he maintained the posture of the spear like a statue standing still. He felt that the dark spirit spear arts was a whole new world, but the feeling was still very hazy. He needed some time to slowly understand it. Yi Xing maintained the posture of the spear. After more than 2 hours, when half the night had passed, he suddenly moved. The corner of his mouth had a trace of a smile as he displayed the dark spirit spear arts once again. However, this time it was completely different. Yi Xing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts had broken through to the small success stage. Author's note: in the process I can only update once. I owe 36 chapters. In short, after the 10th of this month, I will go into seclusion to write. Chapter 216. Inner Gate Life and Death Ring. Today was the day of the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhen Prison Temple. All the Inner Gate disciples in the sect had rushed over. Many Outer Gate disciples even came to the Inner Gate Square through their connections to watch the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhen Prison Temple. Moreover, a few of the high and mighty core disciples also showed up one after another. Core disciples were the true elites of the younger generation in the Falling Star sect. There were not many of them, only about 20 of them. Each of them was a personal disciple of an elder and had a respected status. Core disciples were very talented. In the future they would at least be marquis or even half-step to sage. There were even a few who would reach the sage realm and become Inner Gate elders. Therefore, even some Inner Gate deacons with high cultivation were respectful to the core disciples. The appearance of the core disciples showed that the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhen Prison Temple had attracted a lot of attention in the Falling Star sect. Senior Brother Ma Ji. Senior Brother Lu Ju. Senior Brother Gu Ming. Wherever the 3 core disciples passed, all the Inner Gate disciples made way for them and bowed respectfully. Ma Ji, Lu Ju and Gu Ming had arrogant looks on their faces. They nodded slightly at the crowd and walked straight to the life and death ring. Among the 3 of them, Ma Ji was in the middle and stood slightly in front. Lu Ju and Gu Ming were half a step behind. It was obvious that Ma Ji was the leader of the 3. Although the 3 of them were 4-star martial saints in terms of cultivation, Ma Ji was the highest. He was at the peak of the 4th level Star Vortex stage and was not far from becoming a 5-star martial saint. Moreover, in terms of strength, Ma Ji was the strongest among the 3 of them. Moreover, Ma Ji was the youngest. This showed that Ma Ji's potential was greater than theirs and his achievements in the future would be greater than theirs. Senior Brother Ma, the life and death battle between an Inner Gate disciple who became a martial saint by luck and Zhen Prison Temple is not worthy of your attention. You're giving them too much face by coming to watch the battle. Gu Ming scanned the surroundings and then looked at the empty life and death ring. They had arrived a little earlier. He said unwillingly and flattered Ma Ji at the same time. Core disciples were the future leaders of the sect. When they were young they had already started forming circles. Ma Ji himself was the direct disciple of the Falling Star sect's law enforcement elder. His brother Ma Ren was the direct disciple of the sect master. Lu Ju and Gu Ming walked together with Ma Ji and had always respected him. Lu Ju was a man of few words, but he nodded at Gu Ming's words. Ma Ji said indifferently, "If not for giving senior sister he face, Why would I come to watch such a boring battle? An ant-like existence, relying on luck to become a martial sage, relying on luck to obtain 10,000 contribution points. Yet he thinks that he is infallible, arrogant, and complacent. He thinks that by relying on the astral crystal spiritual essence to become a 2-star martial sage, he can do whatever he wants in the inner sect. He had just become an inner disciple, yet he dared to accept the challenge to the arena of life and death with Zhenqiu Si, one of the top 10 inner disciples. The time limit was only 1 month. Did he think that he could enter the top 10 just by cultivating for a month? What a joke. Ma Ji obviously did not like Yi Xing and did not think highly of him. He saw him as an ant. As for the senior sister He that he mentioned, it was naturally He Hongjiao, the direct disciple of the sect master's wife. He Hongjiao was an 8-star martial sage Tianming. Her cultivation was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm level 5. Among the core disciples she was a well-known existence and was ranked at the top. Moreover, there were rumors that she and Ma Ren were a couple. Since there were rumors, they were naturally not groundless. He Hongjiao and Ma Ren were indeed close. Because of this, Ma Ren's younger brother, Ma Ji, brought Lu Ju and Gu Ming to support Zhenqiu Si. Zhenqiu Si obviously did not have such great influence. This was all because of He Hongjiao. As soon as Ma Ji finished speaking, there was a commotion at the side. Senior sister He Hongjiao. One after another, excited voices could be heard. It was He Hongjiao who had arrived. She was extremely popular in the Falling Star sect and was the goddess in many disciples' hearts. There were 2 female disciples who were the most popular. One was He Hongjiao and the other was Lin Tongyu. The former was the number 1 beauty among the core disciples while the latter was the number 1 beauty among the inner disciples. However, Lin Tongyu had become a core disciple half a month ago and no longer had the title of the number 1 beauty among the core disciples. The 2 of them were known as the Falling Star Duo. He Hongjiao was 22 years old this year. She had an 8-star orange life and was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm level 5. It was impossible to determine He Hongjiao's age from her appearance. She wore a pink long dress and looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her skin was smooth and white and her skin was like snow. She looked extremely pleasing to the eye and made countless female disciples feel ashamed of themselves. Zhenqiu Si arrived together with He Hongjiao. Although Zhenqiu Si was the main character of today's life and death battle, he was obviously ignored by the other disciples because he was walking together with He Hongjiao. Amidst the excited shouts, everyone's target was He Hongjiao and no one paid any attention to Zhenqiu Si. Perhaps there were some who called out to him, but it was completely drowned out by the crowd's shouts for He Hongjiao. No one heard the shouts of Senior Brother Zhen, or Senior Brother Zhenqiu Si. Zhenqiu Si walked behind He Hongjiao and heard the shouts of the disciples on both sides. He was very envious and hoped that he could have such a day and have such high popularity and prestige among the Falling Star sect's disciples. As one of the top 10 inner court disciples, Zhen Prison Temple would usually take the initiative to address him as Senior Brother Zhen when he met other inner court disciples. However, compared to He Hongjiao, his little bit of prestige was nothing at all. As long as I have enough strength, I will have such a day too. Prestige needs to be accumulated step by step. Today is a good opportunity to kill Yi Xing in front of everyone and let everyone see my strength and skills. They will admire and fear me from the bottom of their hearts. Zhenqiu Si thought to himself and clenched his fists involuntarily. Senior sister He Hongjiao led Zhenqiu Si forward and came to the side of Ma Ji, Lu Ju and Gu Ming. The latter 3 nodded at He Hongjiao in greeting. Senior Brother Ma, Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Gu. As an inner disciple, Zhenqiu Si's status was lower than Ma Ji and the other 2 core disciples. He also nodded at them one by one. The 3 of you are early. He Hongjiao nodded at Ma Ji and the other 2 core disciples. She looked around and frowned slightly. That kid is not here yet. Gu Ming laughed and said, that kid is obviously going to die in the life and death battle with Junior Brother Zhen. I'm afraid he is too scared to show up now. Why would he be in a hurry to die? The life and death battle has been agreed. It's not up to him to decide. Even if he doesn't show up, someone will catch him and put him on the life and death platform. Lu Ju, who had always been a man of few words, sneered. Ma Ji laughed coldly and said, let's not talk about how weak he is and how he became a martial sage by luck. Even if he is really strong and is a martial arts genius, he is still an ignorant fool who is fighting on the life and death platform with his status as an inner disciple and a pro-disciple. A mere inner disciple cannot kill a pro-disciple, even if it is on the life and death platform. He, Zhen Qiuxi smiled. In this life and death battle, not only did he have 100% confidence that he could kill Yi Xing, but he also had 100% assurance that his life would not be in danger. At this moment, the inner disciples at the side were in an uproar. The commotion caused was not smaller than when He Hongjiao had arrived. Other than He Hongjiao, there were only two other people who could cause such a commotion among the inner disciples. One was the eldest senior brother Ma Ren, a 9-star orange fate genius. He was the strongest among the younger generation of Thea 6-star martial sage and a pro-disciple of the sect leader. He had a high prestige among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, Ma Ren was not in the Falling Star sect at this moment. He had participated in the dispute with the Dongfu sect over the star crystal mineral lode and was still there. If it was not eldest senior brother Ma Ren, it would be the other one. As for the other one, it was naturally Lin Tongyu, who was known as the Twin Beauties with He Hongjiao. Lin Tongyu was once the first inner disciple of the Falling Star sect. 1.5 months ago, she had returned to the sect and was promoted to a core disciple because she had become a 4-star martial sage. Her father was the only formation elder of the Falling Star sect and the only level 3 formation master. Her status was prominent. Her grandfather was the legend of the Falling Star sect, Grand Elder Lin Shiyuan. Her status was not ordinary. In terms of status, she was superior to He Hongjiao. In addition, her stunning appearance was not inferior to He Hongjiao's. Naturally, her fame was not inferior to He Hongjiao's. It was normal for her arrival to cause such a commotion. The twin beauties of the Falling Star sect were rarely seen. Today they actually appeared in the inner square together. It was very unexpected for the inner disciples. It was reasonable for He Hongjiao to come because He Hongjiao was the senior sister of the Zhen prison temple. The two of them had the same master. This kind of senior-sister relationship was not comparable to other senior brothers and sisters in the same sect. But why was Lin Tongyu here? No one would believe that she was attracted by the duel. 99% of the inner disciples thought that this was a duel without any suspense. Yi Xing would be defeated miserably. Moreover, he would be defeated instantly. There was not much to see at all. Therefore, Lin Tongyu's arrival shocked the inner disciples. But what shocked them even more was that Lin Tongyu did not come alone. Instead, she came together with Yi Xing. Lin Tongyu and Yi Xing walked side by side towards the arena of life and death. Some of the inner disciples excitedly shouted, "Senior Sister Lin." In the next moment, their mouths were agape and they were frozen in place like statues. They were completely stunned. Lin Tongyu came together with Yi Xing? What was the relationship between them? How did the two of them know each other? The inner disciples finally understood why Lin Tongyu came. It was because of Yi Xing. But why did Lin Danyu know Yi Xing? Why did she come together with Yi Xing? This was completely baffling and shocking. Zhen Prison Temple, He Hongjiao, and the rest were very surprised by Lin Tongyu's arrival. Their faces were filled with surprise. He Hongjiao was the first to calm down. She patted Zhen Prison Temple's shoulder and said, "Junior brother Zhen, once you enter the arena of life and death, no one can interfere. No one can stop you from killing that brat." Zhen Prison Temple's eyes flashed fiercely as he nodded his head. At this moment, Yi Xing jumped up like a wild goose and landed directly on the arena of life and death. Today's update is now at 37 chapters. Many people want to see me make a fool of myself. Previously, some people said that I was a eunuch. Now I have updated. Those who said that I was a eunuch can get lost. Now some people say that I won't pay back my debts. I can't tell these people to get lost yet. But sooner or later you will all get lost. Not only will I pay back my debts, but I will also explode for several months this year. This is my habit. Every year I will explode for at least half of the days. Chapter 217. Yi Xing's eyes were like swords as he glanced at Zhen Qiuxi. "Come up and die." His tone was clean and decisive, as if he was saying something that was bound to happen. It was like saying at dusk that the sky was going to turn dark. It was like saying at dawn that the sky was going to turn bright. From Yi Xing's tone, he had already determined Zhen Qiuxi's fate, death. Zhen Qiuxi was naturally infuriated by his tone. The rest of the inner disciples also started to jeer. They thought that Yi Xing was too arrogant. Tiske tisk. Among the few core disciples, Ma Ji curled his lips and said in disdain, "This brat does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Junior brother Zhen, there is no need to be polite with him. If you kill him in more than 3 moves, you will be the one losing face. Even the beautiful He Hongjiao had a cold expression on her face. She said coldly, "There is no need for 3 moves. Junior brother Zhen, just use the universal fire and kill him in 1 move." The universal fire was the ultimate move of the flame blade technique. In the past month, Zhen Xiuxi had been practicing the flame blade technique. Zhen Xiuxi's flaming saber technique was already close to mastery. In the past month, Hua Tianshu had often given him pointers, and He Hongjiao had also been practicing with him. Although the flaming saber technique had not reached mastery, Zhen Xiuxi's universal extermination of fire had reached mastery under the guidance of Hua Tianshu and He Jiao. Its power was on par with the mastery of the flaming saber technique. It was extremely rare for an initial stage martial saint to be able to train an inferior stage spiritual martial force to the great completion stage. Once a lower stage spiritual martial force reached the great completion stage, then their strength would increase greatly. Although Zhenqiu Temple was only ranked 10th among the inner disciples, just the fact that he had reached the mastery stage of extinction of fire was enough to raise his ranking by several ranks. If a competition was held, Zhenqiu Temple could definitely charge into the top 5 of the inner disciples or even the top 3. Killing Yi Xing was not only Zhen Xiuxi's personal grudge, it was also Hua Tianshu's order. The reason why He Hongjiao was so concerned about this battle was not because of Zhen Xiuxi, but because of her teacher Hua Tianshu. Hua Tianshu's order was to kill Yi Xing as soon as possible. Hua Tianshu was very clear about Zi Shanho's hatred towards her. She couldn't let anyone who came from Zi Shanho's side achieve anything. Otherwise they would become a huge problem in the future. Zhen Xiuxi nodded solemnly and leaped into the life and death ring. The life and death stage was guarded by a half-step enlightened being elder. When Yi Xing and Zhen Xiuxi both got on the stage, an old man in his 60s floated out from a nearby building. Elder Wang. All the inner disciples shouted in unison. The core disciples also nodded their heads slightly to show their respect. There weren't many true masters and only a dozen or so. Every one of them held a high position and was the head of a department. For example, the Enforcement Elder, Affair Elder, Sect Affairs Elder, Formation Elder, Martial Pavilion Elder, and so on were all Astral Realm enlightened masters. The Falling Star School was a big family with many things to do. Even though the true Immortal Elders were the top figures in each department, they would be too busy to manage everything. Therefore, the ones who were really in charge were the half-true Immortals. The half-step enlightened masters all had real power in their hands. Even the core disciples had to treat them with respect. The half-step enlightened master guarding the life and death ring was named Wang Shui. He belonged to the Affair Hall, which was in charge of all the internal affairs of the sect, including the fights between the disciples. Wang Shui stood on the life and death ring and glanced at Yi Xing and Zhen Xiuxi. One of them would die in the life and death ring. Wang Shui obviously didn't care who would live and who would die. Wang Shui said, "In the life and death ring there is no winner, only life and death. You two, once the battle starts you can't back out. Have you thought about it?" Yi Xing and Zhen Xiuxi both nodded with confidence in their eyes. Wang Shui sighed inwardly. He had been guarding the life and death ring for more than 10 years. Although the disciples rarely went on the life and death ring, Wang Shui had seen a few life and death battles. In every life and death battle, both sides were full of confidence. They thought that the one who would die in the battle would be the other, and the one who would survive would be themselves. However, no matter how confident they were, one of them would definitely die. If the other was lucky, he would be able to defeat his opponent and come out unscathed. If he was unlucky and the two of them were of similar strength, if one of them died, the other would definitely not have a good ending. In the few life and death battles that Wang Shui had seen, the victors had won completely. There was not a single person who came out unscathed. There was only one person who was lightly injured, and another who was seriously injured. As for the rest, although they had killed their opponents, they had also suffered fatal injuries. After the battle, they either didn't live for long before dying, or their bodies were crippled and they were barely hanging on. Therefore, Wang Shui didn't like the disciples who went on the life and death ring. This was because there was a 90% chance that both sides would be injured. Wang Shui didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and 8 formation flags flew out and stood in 8 directions of the life and death ring. A formation light shield covered the entire life and death ring. Yi Xing was surprised. Elder Wang was a formation master. The formation he had set up was the 8-gate formation. The 8-gate formation was a grade 2 formation. A great perfection 8-gate formation was sufficient to trap a noble grade martial sage. When the Great Perfection 8-gate formation enveloped the life and death arena, there was no way out. If one fought inside, one would either die or live. Let's start, Wang Shui said indifferently. His body flashed and he passed through the formation light shield, leaving the life and death ring. As the array master, Wang Shui was not restricted by the formation light shield. After Wang Shui left, a ferocious smile appeared on Zhen Qiuxi's face. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as they locked onto Yi Xing. At the same time, around the life and death ring, all the warriors, be it inner disciples, core disciples, or sect deacons, were energized. Their eyes were focused on the life and death ring. They were paying attention to the life and death battle that could erupt at any time and end at any time. He. Zhen Qiuxi laughed. Yi Xing, let's see how you can survive this time. He. The only thing you can leave behind is your last words. Yi Xing raised his hand and a purple spear appeared in his hand. It was the purple feather spear. With the spear in his hand, Yi Xing's temperament changed drastically. He changed from a gentle prince to a conquering general with the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Yi Xing was not as emotional as Zhen Qiuxi. He was calm as usual. He pointed his spear at Zhen Qiuxi and said, "The one who will leave behind his last words is you." Zhen Qiuxi was furious and shouted, "You're courting death." With this roar, the flame celestial essence in Zhen Qiuxi's body started to boil. A ball of almost transparent flame rose from his body. The temperature around him suddenly rose sharply. The spiritual weapon in Zhen Qiuxi's hand turned red in an instant. Then, with a flash of sparks, it burned with raging flames. 8 desolation flames. Zhen Qiuxi roared and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. In an instant, Zhen Qiuxi's figure disappeared and the flaming saber light flashed. Flaming saber light shot out one after another. In the blink of an eye there were 8 flaming saber lights. Each flaming saber light was dozens of feet long and contained a terrifying power. They came from 8 directions and slashed at Yi Xing at the same time. 8 flaming saber lights from 8 directions. Each of the saber lights was connected to each other and the power circulated endlessly. No matter how he fought back, unless he destroyed all 8 flaming saber lights at the same time, it would be useless. 8 desolation flames, 8 flaming saber lights appearing at the same time. This is the ultimate move of the flaming saber technique. Has Senior Zhen Qiuxi's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm? As soon as Zhen Qiuxi made his move, the inner disciples below the life and death ring immediately exclaimed. At the same time, a large number of martial sages exclaimed. Obviously they were shocked by Zhen Qiuxi's saber technique. Impossible. If Zhen Qiuxi's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm, he wouldn't be the 10th inner disciple. He would be the first inner disciple. He must have practiced the 8 desolation flames diligently for the past month and was guided by an expert to reach the great completion realm instead of the entire flaming saber technique reaching the great completion realm. A knowledgeable and well-informed person said. In the blink of an eye, while the martial sages were still exclaiming, the 8 flaming saber lights had already surrounded Yi Xing and engulfed his figure. In the eyes of the martial sages, it didn't matter whether Zhen Qiuxi had reached the great completion realm or the entire flaming saber technique. This move was enough to take Yi Xing's life. Moreover, Yi Xing would die without a complete corpse. Such a terrifying move was enough to split Yi Xing's body into pieces. However, this was not the case. Suddenly, Yi Xing's voice came out from the flames. "This is your martial arts attainment after a month of hard work?" His voice was full of disdain. As Yi Xing spoke, the purple feather spear in his hand moved. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, Undercurrent Surge. Yi Xing had only displayed the power of the Dark Spirit Spear Technique to the beginner level. However, he had integrated the power of darkness into it. When the purple feather spear stabbed out, it turned into darkness. The darkness spread instantly. It first surrounded Yi Xing, then the 8 flaming saber lights and then the entire life and death ring. Below the life and death ring, cries of surprise rang out. The eyes of the martial sages were filled with shock at this moment. The life and death ring suddenly turned dark. It seemed like the 8 flaming saber lights had been destroyed in an instant. Of course, the power of darkness of the spear was not enough to destroy the 8 flaming saber lights. However, under the cover of the power of darkness, the 8 flaming saber lights could not be seen. The moment the darkness enveloped the life and death ring, the purple feather spear turned into a surging undercurrent and swept out. The 8 flaming saber lights were all destroyed by Yi Xing's move. The darkness that enveloped the life and death ring only existed for a moment. When the darkness disappeared, everything returned to normal. The 8 flaming saber lights were no longer around Yixing. There were only a few flaming sparks left. Dark. Power. Of darkness? Zhen Qiuxi, who was on the life and death ring, and the martial sages below the life and death ring all exclaimed in unison. This chapter was written yesterday. I was at my wife's grandfather's house last night. I couldn't enter the Qidian platform and couldn't update. Everyone. Wait. There was a message in the letter. Some readers knew about it but some didn't. Sorry. I updated a chapter yesterday and I'm overdue for 38 chapters. I'm back in Shenyang today. I'll update at least 2 chapters. The updates will stabilize in the future. It seems that I can start updating before the 10th. Brothers, please pay attention to my gong. Everyone. Wait. Letter. EK Chocolate. If there's anything I'll announce it in the letter. Also, I'll publish Yixing's picture in the letter tomorrow. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.